their candles glow. Visions of futures we may never know. Cryptic words that twist and bend. A riddle start but never an end. Nostradamus whispers through the air. Prophecies tangled in a mystic snare. Time's a river and he's the guide, but the truth in his words we can't decide. Stars above and planets aligned. He searched the heavens for a sign. Shadows dance across his gaze, a mind lost deep in a cosmic maze. Nostradamus whispers through the air. Prophecies tangled in a mystic snare. Time's a river and he's the guide, but the truth in his words we can't decide. From plague to fire to empire's fall, he saw it coming, he wrote it all. But in the haze of his crystal ball, did he see the truth or nothing at all? Nostradamus whispers through the air. Prophecies tangled in a mystic snare. Time's a river and he's the guide, but the truth in his words we can't decide. We can't decide. Can't decide. Can't decide.
Woke up this morning, troubles on my mind. Bills piling up, feels like I'm falling behind. Work hard all week, but the money's all gone. Can't catch a break, feeling like I don't belong. Ain't got a nickel, ain't got a dime. Living on hope in these tough times. Struggling to make it, but I'm gonna cry. Ain't got a nickel, ain't got a dime. Got mouths to feed and a roof that leaks. Every day's a battle, feels like I'm up to 3. But I won't give in, won't let life bring me down. Gonna keep on fighting till I turn it all around. Ain't got a nickel, ain't got a dime. Living on hope in these tough times. Struggling to make it, but I'm gonna climb. Ain't got a nickel, ain't got a dime. Through the darkest nights and the longest days, I'll keep pushing forward, finding my own ways. Though the road is rough and the journey's long,
All right, how y'all doing, man? How y'all doing? That is some of the smooth and selective sounds of Sol Diego and myself. I accidentally made a song about Nostradamus, so I figured I may as well share it. Oh man, but I didn't have a lot planned for tonight. I was gonna hop around and see what's going on in the YouTube microsphere. So how y'all doing? Welcome in. I hope your Wednesday's going well. What did I see happen today? We had Grid One come back. That was nice. He's feeling a little sick though. He's taking some flu medicine. It's not settling with his stomach very well, so that kind of sucks. But if he does one of those tournament panels again, I'd gladly come in and waffle stomp fucking everybody on the panel. That'd be fantastic. Walk away with a little bit of cash myself. Oh, that'd be nice. Win it though. All right, but I was invited over to Brainbender's Banter. So this is a base lady, Navy lady, I do believe, and she does a little bit of advocacy and some good stuff for people out on the internet. She's hosting a trivia panel tonight. So get to see how much EOD knows about pop culture. That'll be fun.
Daily double.
Right on.
That song is stuck in my head now.
I know, me too.
There's a few folks on here I've been meaning to interact with too. So
Yeah. All
it
right.
should be fun.
All right. I'm waiting to see if someone drops a
All right.
super chat so that it's a double. Well, I guess we could go on with the question, and if they do, let me know.
Yeah.
If they do, let me know. Okay.
You're saying pop for 500.
Pop culture
Oh.
for 500.
I got to turn over my camera to the
Which
browser. I'm
social
sorry.
media platform did the Renegade dance become popular?
Thank you that I have no idea what this is.
Yeah,
Thank you so much that I have no idea what this is.
I could guess. Maybe. This is-
EOD, we needed you.
Why is that?
Oh my God, it's us against chat tonight, and we're playing Jeopardy.
Uh-oh. All right, so I got to pay
Yeah.
attention to chat.
Yeah, and they're whooping our butts.
Oh,
We played Wheel of Fortune and we won, and now we're playing Jeopardy and they're winning.
I think they're going.
well, all right then.
They're going TikTok.
Okay,
They're searching stuff. They're cheating on
TikTok. Don't-
Google.
I know. It is what it is. I don't know how to make it any different.
You dirty Googlers.
I know it.
Googlers. Yeah, fast Googlers.
Well, hello, Gorilla Biscuits and Caldy. It's good to see you guys. I don't think I've interacted with you guys yet, so it's nice to meet you.
I think I've seen you in chat, EOD. Maybe
Yeah.
Rob Norris chat.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's where I've seen you. Yes.
Hey,
And EOD goes
Fun to
to
see ya.
Flows or Powder Dusty. He goes over there too.
Yeah.
Yep,
And
and
interacted with him on Flows.
EOD Caldy is my brother. Like,
Oh.
I literally look at Caldy as a brother. He's not my biological brother, but
oh, okay.
I look at him as a brother. Like, I am like, that is my bro.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate some of the streams and content and stuff. I think we have a lot of in agreement, so it's good to talk to you, man.
Chase, what are you doing? Why are you keep saying goodbye? You're still here. I love Chase. He's still in the chat. All right. So that was us. No, that was them, right?
Yeah, that was them.
That was their turn. So now it's
Okay, so it's our turn. All right, panel, what do you want?
EOD. You want to pick one?
Well,
We're
why
trying
don't we
to pick some
do?
big numbers?
And hey, but before we do this, someone up here is echoing.
That's probably me. I'm sorry. Well, let me pick real quick. Let's go.
You're
Let's
not
go.
echoing anymore.
Cartoons 400.
There we go.
Cartoons for 400. If you can answer it within 5 to 10 seconds, you get double the points. Who created the cartoon series The Simpsons?
Matt Groening.
Matt Groening, yeah. B.
And you guys get double points.
Nice.
800 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, guys, you guys are coming up on chat. Chat's at 6,000. We're at 5,650. All right, chat, let's go. You guys let me know what chat's saying because I can't see it because I'm in the board.
Ricky says that he also created Futurama, and that's a great cartoon too.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I love Futurama. It's fun.
We got
His early comic strips were hilarious too. I can't remember the name where he had the bunny rabbits, but they were really funny.
Uh-huh. I think they're going food for 500.
Food and drink for 500. Which country is known for creating the cocktail of the margarita? The creation of the margarita cocktail. Sorry.
Pretty sure I know that one.
Pretty sure most people know that one.
Oh, Bree's going.
We have one Mexico. Do we have two Mexicos?
We just have to give time
We
for
have two
transmission.
Mexicos. Can I get three Mexicos?
Pretty quick because you guys are running out of time for your timer.
Man, Mexico.
There's the three. There's
Yeah, we got three of them.
So they got 3? Okay.
Work.
Mexico.
I want to go to Mexico. I meet a nice woman.
And so that goes to chat. And then we have to give them another 3, 4, 5. Ooh, they're at 7,000, guys. Come on.
Ugh.
Yeah. Is it whose turn? Is it Caldy or James now?
It's just our turn.
See, James picked one, so let's knock the 90s music out. Let's go 400 90s music.
All right.
Yeah, we can do that.
Who released the album?
Oh, that's
Jaded
Alanis
Little Pill
Morissette.
in 1995. Oh,
Yep.
Alanis
that
Morissette.
was fast.
Yeah. Maybe Caldy.
Yeah, we all know.
So that's 800. 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops.
I beg
somebody
to
else
differ,
joined.
Chase. I'd last longer than 5 minutes.
Jess!
Ah!
I beg to differ.
Hi, Jess.
Ah,
Hello, guys.
we needed
Oh,
you
Jess.
so bad. Chat is whooping our butts at Jeopardy.
I come over as soon as I saw your message. Sorry, I was a bit late. It's been a hectic day for me
That's
today.
all good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Salute, Jess.
They're accusing King is accusing Caldy of using Google.
Sir, I Google nothing.
You're all on camera.
Google or Chat GPT?
Can't do. All right. Who? Okay, it's chat's turn, right?
Yes.
Chat.
Sitcoms.
Take your poison. Popular sitcoms. Do we have 3? Let me know when we have 3 because I'm in the game board.
We got 2 of them so far.
There it is. Sitcoms for 400.
Sitcoms for 400. What is the name of the coffee shop frequently visited by the characters and friends?
Fuck, I don't remember.
I
1,
actually remember this one.
2.
I barely even had a TV, so
No, it's not our
I'm
turn.
not
It's
helpful
not our
fucking
turn,
with that.
Jess.
Oh,
I'm just
I'm
saying,
not
like, a
saying
lot
that.
of this shit I'm not going to be helpful with because
Fine.
I don't
Jess-
watch TV and shit.
At least you're here to talk to us, so it's fine. It's panel against chat.
King says Central Perk.
There's one. I think there's been a lot of time that's went by though.
Chase said so easy. I think we should go with Chase's answer of so easy.
Time's out. Here's the multiple choice.
Yeah, we had 2 Central Perks. Now we
Yeah.
got 3 Central Perks.
3 Central Perks.
3 Central Perks. 400 goes to chat.
That's not fair. It's like 8 people against well, about 6 of us up here now.
Yeah, we're fine. Jess just joined us.
All
And
right.
Jess said she's busy, so she's really here but not here. So yeah, but she's here and I'm
Yeah, I'm
grateful.
not very useful. Sorry.
All right, let's go.
okay.
Food and drink
Not
400
useful.
Food and drink.
or
Huh?
pop culture. One of the two.
How about
Like
history?
they-
300.
Well, let's pick the bigger prizes, James.
yeah,
I say food and drink for 4.
Okay, food and drink. I know food and drink.
food and drink for 400.
Don't we all?
Sauerkraut is made from fermented what?
Cabbage,
Cabbage, yeah, cabbage.
Cabbage.
Duh.
Cabbage.
egg.
Everybody
Double
knows
the
that.
points, 800.
Give
You
me
never
cabbage.
know. You never know. It's a Russian.
I don't
roulette
know. You don't
here.
know about cabbage being fermented.
No, I'm saying you never know if it's going to be a hard one or
What
it's-
culture have you been living in? Not the German
No,
culture,
guys,
surely.
we're creeping up on chat. They're at 7,400 and we're at 7,250.
We're getting
Let's
there.
go.
All right,
Panel for the win.
Far be it from me to agree with those degenerates in chat, but King does have a point. The Central Perk, we owe them a double on that one.
Yeah.
They got that one in time.
So what
You
would they
think
get?
so?
Another
Yeah.
400?
Well, how much was Essential Perk worth?
I don't know, $1.
No, the Central Perk was.
I think it was
I can't
400.
go back and look.
It was sitcoms for 400. That's what it was.
Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Okay, there you go. We're adjusted. We're all right, King. I'll make it valid. Let's go.
We're
Let's
almost up.
go. Chat, it's your turn.
They're wanting
Let me know. Let me know.
pop culture for 400, they say.
Pop
Yep.
culture for 400. Is that all 3?
Yep.
3? Okay. Which TV show is known for the phrase "Winter is coming"? You
Do we
guys
get to
have
answer?
1 minute.
Or yeah, they have to answer.
That's just
Okay.
chat.
If we give the answer, we have to drop a super chat.
Ben Talk
Oh.
says, I must sleep. I say we go with Ben Talk's answer.
I don't know what.
There it is. There it
What
is.
is-
Free Rodriguez got
There's a
it.
Game of Thrones. There's another Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
There's a good night, gentlemen and lady insomniacs. Good night, Ben Talk. Always good to see you,
Good
bro.
night, Ben Talk.
Oh,
Good night.
Good night.
No, man,
and pull up the super chat.
And then King is saying daily double Game of Thrones.
Okay. Daily double Game of Thrones, and that's worth 400. Correct.
King's doing the math.
Yeah. All right. So chat gets an additional 400.
Well, wouldn't they get? I mean, I'm not trying to help them out too much here, but like if they did a daily double and then they doubled, right? Wouldn't they get like 1,600 off of that?
I thought the daily double is just double the points.
Right.
Well, yeah, you're right.
I was just asking, making sure I'm not cheating anybody.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Was there a daily double? I mean,
Well, but the
No,
reason,
they paid a super chat for a daily double.
well, because
oh,
he doubled the score from 4 to 8, right? And then they answered early, so they should get double the points. Which
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You are correct.
yeah.
You are correct. Now that makes more sense, John. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to cheat nobody. I was just like, no, but it's double the points. But then I realized what you were saying is they're doubling the points because they answered it within the 5 seconds, which then doubles. Yes.
I'm sorry, Collie.
Oh no, it's just like Chad is running away with this too. Like, oh, wouldn't it be quadruple the points if it was the first 30 seconds?
Yeah. Okay, so you guys got it. You guys got it.
Yeah.
All right.
My
So
bad.
chat, a panel. It's our turn.
Okay.
300 history.
Yeah, that's fine.
Chat,
For 3.
panel. Which treaty ended World War One?
The Treaty of Versailles.
Treaty of Versailles.
Yep. B. Hooyah.
3.
And then we get 600. Because we got the
Yeah.
double.
4, 5, 6. Double.
What was the Treaty
Right.
of Paris? Was that in the end of World War II, or what was that one?
No, that the end of World War II is the Treaty of I forget what it was, but I don't think it was.
Go ahead,
It
chat.
was in Paris.
Treaty of
It
Paris
was
was
in Paris, actually.
War of 1812 or
I
something like
think it
that.
was.
Yeah, it might have
We
been.
have worked
World
this
War II.
board down.
Yeah,
We
look.
have worked this board
Treaty
down,
in
guys.
Germany somewhere after World War II.
How the hell do we do Daily Double? Do I got a super chat for that too?
300. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't say Versailles
Sitcom.
very well. No, Chase.
Sitcoms for 300, cartoons for
Versailles.
300, sitcoms for 300. So we got 2 sitcoms for
Sitcoms
for
for
300.
300.
We got a town in Kentucky called Versailles. We call it Versailles.
Versailles.
Funny. That's
I
funny,
love how
Yodi.
we do that stuff in the South. I love it.
What catchphrase is Sheldon Cooper known for in The Big Bang Theory?
Oh man.
Screw you guys, I'm going home. No, that's not it.
Oh, is it us? Are we guessing?
It's not us. It's
No, yeah, it's not us. It's chat.
Oh, it's chat. Okay.
Don't
chat,
sit
but oh
in
man.
my side.
There's
Well, I knew
2
that
of
was
them.
wrong.
Bazinga, bazinga, bazinga. There they
Damn. They nailed it. 600 points to chat. They're whooping our butts this round.
Yeah, I'm helping them too, apparently.
Quit it. What are you doing, Gorilla? Come on.
I mean, in a way, that dude is annoying. But if he was in real life, the dude that was on Big Bang Theory, but in a way, he's funny because it's just a TV show.
Right.
Absolutely.
Mm.
All right, guys. Panel, let's go.
Which one do you want, John?
Let's do 90s music for 3.
Let's do it.
90s
was gonna be
music
my
for 3.
choice.
Which band released the album Melancholy and the
Oh, I know.
Infinite Sadness?
Are we answering?
1995?
Are we answering?
Say it.
Yeah.
Smashing Pumpkins.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Good job, EOD.
That's easy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I knew Smashing Pumpkins. I was hoping y'all knew.
Nothing is ever going to top the time, though, that Wally asked me about the band Unrest. That is
Oh,
still
God.
stick out in my mind of a moment of, are you really asking me that?
All right, chat.
That's right. King says I'm keeping the integrity of the game.
Yes, thank you, King. Thank you, King. While we wait for chat.
We got 3 cartoons for 300.
Cartoons for 300 it is.
Which
Excuse me.
cartoon dog has a best friend named Shaggy?
Oh, I know this one too.
Ooh. I want to
Chat, you better answer fast. You better answer fast, chat. Don't let us steal it.
Can I steal
I
it?
want to steal it, chat. Don't answer. I want to steal it so bad.
We got
Speaking of dogs,
we got
I gotta take mine out.
Now we got
Oh man, I want to steal it so bad. Don't answer, chat. Don't
You have
answer.
3?
Yeah, they got it. They got it. Scooby-Doo.
Man, they got it. That's sad. I want to say.
And they got it in time, so they get double the points.
Where are you? We have a mystery to solve.
Sing it, James. Sing it.
I was so into Scooby Doo as a kid. Oh man,
right?
I even wore a Scooby
Hannah.
Doo. 1 year for Halloween, I wore a Scooby Doo costume.
I was into Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man.
Who
I was
hasn't picked
Spider-Man
one?
for Halloween twice. All right, food and drink or pop culture? What do you guys want? I'm sorry.
Let's do pop culture for 3. It's us, right?
Yeah.
Which movie won the Best Picture award in the Oscars in 2020?
No,
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't either.
Was it?
I don't watch Oscars. Unless it could be, I would say B. I want to go B.
I don't think that won the Oscar.
Yeah, I think it's Parasite.
I think it's one. Oh my gosh, I think you're right. Yeah, I'm gonna go with C.
It's that Korean movie, Parasite.
Yeah, that weird Korean movie that didn't make any sense.
Oh, we'll see. Okay.
Uh,
100
Let's do 90s music for 3.
points. 100 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 points. 100
Of course, to me, 1917 was a really good movie, though. I really
All
liked it.
right, chat, your turn.
It was a great war picture.
All right, got drink for 300, food and drink for 3. 2 of those.
Food and drink for 3. You
Yeah.
got it, guys. What is the name of the delicacy made from the liver of duck and goose that has been specially fattened?
Ooh, I know this one.
Yep.
I know this one too. Watching my clock. Watching my clock.
King saying frogwa.
Frogwa.
And we got 2
Another one.
frogwas.
2 frogwas.
We're going
3 frogwas. Okay.
What is frog was?
Did you read the question?
Liver of the duck or goose? Oh, okay.
It's made from the liver of duck
I
and
did
goose.
not. I did not. Oh,
One,
made from the liver of the duck.
2, 3.
I did not read the
James,
question. Nah,
Every time
I
I'm
kind
on
of zoned
panel-
out for a minute. My bad.
Every time I'm on panel with you, I laugh. James, you're hilarious. All
My
right,
bad.
guys.
Zoned out.
It's fine.
But
Alright.
food and drink 200. Why not?
I'm good with that.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Food and drink 200. What is the main ingredient in traditional gazpacho?
I hate you, James.
Gazpacho.
I think I know this. Is it tomato soup served ice cold?
What?
And we're gonna go next. And
That sounds great. Let's go with that.
Tomato.
I got that from a Simpsons episode.
Jeez.
That's funny.
1, 2.
I had 0 idea about that.
That's funny. I had 0 idea too because I don't know about gazpacho.
You don't know what gazpacho is. All right. You haven't known a lot of the food and drink ones. All right. So, chat, it is your turn.
We got cartoons for 2. 2 cartoons. 3 cartoons. I think they're going cartoons for 2.
Which cartoon features a cat and mouse duo constantly at odds?
Y'all don't know this, chat.
Y'all have 1 minute.
Oh my gosh, Chase actually answered a real answer.
Chase can't leave. He's addicted.
Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry.
Chase can't leave. He's addicted.
Oh man,
to
they got it.
3 of them.
They got
Yeah.
more than 3.
They're going
One. Out.
That's
But who don't know
400
about
for
Tom and
chat.
Everybody knows about Tom and Jerry.
Okay.
Let's
Absolutely.
knock this 90s music
Ow.
out.
One.
What do
Yeah.
you guys say?
Okay,
Oh,
we'll go
sorry.
with that.
Who released the album The Chronic in
How about it, boys?
1992?
I mean,
Chronic.
Dr. Dre, isn't it?
Why does that album sound familiar even though it's from 1992?
Isn't it Dr. Dre?
Yeah, he said Dr. Dre. I'm going with it.
Uh.
1, 2. Next question is chat. Chat's whooping our butts, and there's not enough points on the board to catch up.
No. Maybe if we doubled every answer.
Yeah, that's the only way.
I don't have that much money.
Love to chat. Love to chat. Exactly. All right, go ahead,
I
John.
literally disconnected my card from Google so that I can't do stuff like that anymore.
Exactly. I agree,
Literally,
Colby. I agree.
I'm getting there, Caldy. They're going.
I get too angry in chat, and I'm like, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna insert myself with a massive amount of money.
Sorry, y'all. I was
panel.
I was taking the dog to
I knew
pee.
you
I had to
did,
pee
King.
too. It was my bad. I'm back
I
now.
think,
Good to
chat
see you,
sounds
Urkel.
like for
Lower class, James Dumas. Thank y'all for joining.
Which city is the office U.S. primarily set?
I don't
I think I know
remember.
that one.
I want to say Ohio somewhere, but or Pennsylvania maybe.
Not getting all that, man.
Oh, I'm not supposed to answer. I'm sorry. That's my
No,
bad.
it's their turn.
Bree
I'm like,
said-
EOD. Hey.
Yeah, EOD. We have to give them time to Google it.
Right.
Yeah.
Bum, bum, bum,
They're
bum,
dead.
bum, bum, bum.
I think we
They're
got
gone.
enough answers. They're all.
What's the answers?
Scranton.
They're saying Scranton.
Scranton, Pennsylvania.
How
is what
many?
they-
A lot of them.
A lot of
Oh.
them, yeah.
Oh, well, why didn't you guys tell me that? Because I can't see chat. I can't see chat because I'm in the game board. I need people being my NASCAR guy in my ear. Oh, no. Hold on. One.
You don't like NASCAR, do you? I like NASCAR.
I love NASCAR.
I
No
love
shit.
NASCAR. What do you,
3, 4.
what do you mean? I love Jimmy Johnson. Like,
Left
Jimmy
turn,
Johnson's
left
retired.
Turn. Left
Jimmy
turn.
Johnson's retired. What do you mean he's retired? When did he retire?
He fucking retired like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Seriously? I didn't know
Yeah.
that. Like, damn.
He went on an IndyCar race and race in IMSA one time, just as a like a send off kind of thing, I think. But
Oh, man. So,
All right, panel.
Let's do history for 2.
yeah, I'll go with that. I'm cool with that.
yeah,
Which period was marked by major changes in agriculture, manufacturing, transportation beginning in the 18th century?
the Industrial Revolution.
Industrial era.
Yep.
Industrial Revolution, yeah.
Well, that was fast, guys. Bam.
B.
400 for panel. And that's 1, 2. There you go. All right. We're all good. And chat, it is your turn.
Yeah, I got it. Liz,
I'm almost positive they're all going to go for
I
pop
try to do
culture
as much as I
200.
can. I try to do as much as I can. So,
I
but
always- my
everything's been
turn.
spinning up over here, so I've been real interested in YouTube. So I'm trying to get something going on YouTube.
It's just
James Dumas says, "EOD, my last name it sounds like
Yeah,
Dom
probably
is. You're using a French pronunciation of my name. I'm sorry, dumbass. I'm sorry.
so Friends.
I would have said dumbass, but I didn't want to insult you."
Forever ago.
Your answers
all
are
right.
Liz, this is good for you, fucker. About time. Hell yeah, brother.
I
Cheers.
guess, but I don't know.
It's literally
Do
a
miss.
earlier.
Do
Yeah,
miss.
it is.
Yes, sir.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Caldy.
I got you,
Thank
James.
you, Caldy.
I'm-
I'll just call you James. How about that?
Question that had an answer earlier. Thank you. Thank you, Caldy, for catching that.
I've already forgotten. Bree says 2006. Ricky says 2006. Chase says 2004.
Hmm.
King says
King says 2006, so we got 3.
So we have 3 2006,
4 2006s.
4 2006. We're going with 2006.
Wrong. It was 2001. 2001.
2004.
2004.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well, let's go with 2004.
I
Well,
have
fuck.
no
Yeah.
idea, unless if I didn't know the answer from earlier, I would not have known
Yeah.
2004.
It was literally a question
I would have
earlier.
said like 1999.
It was literally a question and answer earlier on pop culture sitcoms.
That's funny.
Sitcoms. Yeah.
I missed that. Somebody in my chat said 2001. That's the only reason I went with it. I never watched Friends. I don't know.
Okay. All right, guys.
History.
History 100.
History 100. Yeah.
that sounds good.
Who is the Roman leader famously assassinated on the
Ides of March.
Ides of March? Thank you, because this is like crazy for me to read.
Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar.
Yeah, I was thinking Caesar. Yeah, I was thinking Caesar.
Et tu, James A? Et tu, James A?
1, 2. You guys are still behind in chat. Like, I mean, behind the chat.
Well, how does that happen? I've answered everything correctly.
They got more points than us from the beginning.
They got more points because they daily double.
Mm.
It's because they've got the daily double, and we messed up so bad earlier. Have fun answering with the John Spencer Blues explosion on one question.
Oh, that sounds obscure.
Yeah, it was.
It was too obscure.
Mm-hmm.
We were so happy you came, EOD. We were so happy you came. All right, chat. What would you like?
I think they're going cartoons for 100.
Yes, cartoons.
100.
That's my
How
expert.
many figures do most the Simpsons characters have?
That's a
How
good-
many fingers do most the Simpsons Simpsons characters?
Come on.
I'll be right back.
Come on, chat. Don't get this wrong.
we got-
Definitely not as many as we have.
yeah, there you
James.
go.
4. They got it. They got it.
They got it. All
I figured
right.
I'd give them a hint.
200 for chat. And 1. There you go. Okay, panel.
Food and drink 100. I don't know about them.
Yeah, let's do that. I
What's
agree
the
with that.
most expensive spice by weight?
Saffron.
Spice bottle.
Ooh, good job. 200 for panel.
How did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, how did you know that? I do.
It was to bet I knew it. I was like, yeah.
Well, you're in logistics.
Yeah. Thank you, John. All right. Chat. Popular TV sitcoms or pop culture? What do you go with?
Bum, bum, bum.
Bum, bum, bum.
Sitcoms for 100. Let's see if
Or
there's
pop
enough.
culture.
Do 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 do
Sitcoms, there's 2
do
for
do
sitcoms.
do
There's 3 for
do
sitcoms.
do
Okay.
do
In which
do do.
fictional town is Parks and Recreation set?
Oh.
Tell ya.
I know this one. I hate that. Actually, I don't hate that I know this one.
I never watched
I
it.
do not remember. Yeah, I have no
What
idea.
is this show? Parks
The,
and
the
Recreation?
first season.
It's
sucked,
retarded
and then
crap.
It got better, and then it got better after the second season.
I had a girlfriend that was really into it, but I just never got into it. I know the Chris.
Yeah, it was great. It was
What
great.
is
The
chat
first season sucked.
saying?
I don't know. The chat didn't say anything. They're saying we haven't watched this, we don't know this, and finally, someone. Oh, Mooseman has Googled it, and then King has Googled it, and they're saying Pawnee.
Cheaters. I was gonna say somewhere in California, but
Pawnee, Indiana.
I'm only giving him 100 points because it took too long for the answers.
fair.
All right, that's fair.
Fair. It's
We
fair.
can't catch up at this point anyway. Is there
Improve your Google foo.
So you
pop
guys
culture.
have pop culture for 100.
Let's do it then.
I
Which
reckon.
game popularized the battle royale format and featured
Collaborations.
Ooh, Fortnite.
Yeah, probably.
I was like, I can't read it. It's so
Fortnite.
big in my face, so close. I'm like, collaborations with Marvel and Star Wars. I'm like dodging.
Fortnite. Fortnite all the way.
Yeah, James definitely got the double points on that one.
We
Yeah,
got 200 points.
Cause like I love Star Wars. The Star Wars theme right now they got going on Fortnite. I love that. man.
Guys.
It's so awesome.
We lost that.
So awesome.
It's all y'all's fault.
Right.
We and James were pulling all the weight at the end. Where you at, Jess? What have you been doing? Come on.
I know, right? So here we go. Are you ready?
Dun 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 dun.
not gay, Robert. I
What is
resent that comment.
It is kind of childish. It really is.
It's aimed
Forget
mainly to
that
teenagers though,
comment.
so I think it's his main
So
goal.
what do you guys think of
is
the
to-
games? I mean, be honest. Like, I put a lot of time and work into these games.
It's very fun. It's very fun.
Yeah.
Good times.
It is a nice break from the Penoverse. It's
Oh,
very
yeah.
nice. It's a
Yeah,
nice
and that's
break.
what I'm hoping people want, right? Instead
It's a
of all
nice
that
break.
yelling and
Get down from there.
screaming at
No.
each other.
Sorry, I'm talking to my dog. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't know.
I yell at my cat too if she would actually come inside and
Oh, he is being wild right now. He done got my sock out of my dirty clothes pile. You come back. That's okay. You
Just
can have
got
that.
here, but it seems fun. Thank you, Robert. Thank you,
Have a great
Robert.
one, Bree.
Yeah,
We're
good.
about to
Bree's leaving.
oh
Yeah,
well,
Bree's
good night, Bree.
leaving you.
Night, B.
what have you got planned, BBB?
Fireman for James.
No, no,
Oh,
I beg
James,
you
no,
not.
James. I'll just do it for you. I'll do it for you
I
right now. I'll just
beg you
take off my
not.
shirt for you, buddy.
Oh, they
Oh no.
James, are you looking at me? Are you looking at me? James?
Fireman for James.
Okay, all right, James. They're not going to let me do it on screen right now, so I'm just going to send you
Of
the
course not. Don't
video
do
that
it.
I already
Oh,
sent you
no.
before. And
Well,
please,
I have to
Oh,
play
no.
remember
something.
this time, James.
I do have to play something for chat. It's not fair if I don't.
Um,
I don't know what you're.
you know what you should look up is
and gentlemen,
drunk women on.
a winner. Now you are a champion on BBB's Brain Blender.
Sorry, I had to give it to them.
Hmm.
It's only fair they won.
What was I gonna say? You ought to look up drunk women on mechanical bulls. That's always a good. That's always a winner.
Oh, Caldy, if you want to share your screen, I'll let you share your screen. This is BBB After Dark. We're allowed to do that. And so for the losers, we have losers. Here we go.
Oh, of
Losers.
course.
That would be us panelists.
I guess we get the firemen.
The Reapers ride for the unworthy. Guess who made the list?
Do you know what happens to losers here?
All right, we need to get a stronger panel. We need to start working in like
What are you
Discord.
What are you talking about? The panel was fine. They beat us with money, madam. They beat us with dollars right in our face.
We just need to be smarter than that.
Hmm.
Or
Well,
richer. We need to be richer.
Yes, we
No.
do.
We need to
We
be
need to be
richer.
smarter.
Somehow the two go hand in hand a lot of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right. So if you guys have suggestions to make it better or to like make it work better, let me know because I'm willing to take suggestions from anyone that's here.
I would say that the Jeopardy thing worked better than the
The Wheel of Fortune.
Wheel of Fortune's faster.
I
Hmm.
thought so too.
And you might
That's one we can't cheat on either.
yeah, and this is also just my little input. Instead of 3, just make it 2 people in chat. That'll
Two.
also speed it up.
Okay.
Yeah, you get 2 a lot quicker than you get 3. A lot of times.
Okay. So
late
we'll just.
Third one.
Does everybody agree? Applaud that in chat. We'll
Yeah.
agree to 2.
I agree with that.
Good
K2,
night.
if you could send me a video and Discord, I'll play Fireman for James. I will actually play that. If you could send it to me.
Wait, is that why you were asking me to share my screen?
No.
Yeah, because I don't
No,
have
no, no. That's No, I don't have that on demand.
Am I not supposed?
Look,
Am I supposed to
ladies
be
and gentlemen,
worried
this
right now?
might shock you, but I don't have videos of firemen with their hoses out on demand. I would have to. I would
Why
have to
would I
search
have
it.
that?
No, that's KT talking about from Sarah's channel.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what it is from
yeah.
Sarah's channel.
Oh my god. Okay, guess what I'm gonna do right now? I'm gonna open it up. Open. Open, 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 open.
Twist and turn, so the cruise. Bring back this banter, you can't lose. Puzzles, riddles, facts to see. Come join the fun, set your mind free.
There you go. Shit.
There you go. Have fun. And if you guys would like to invite anybody, please feel free to invite people. If I don't know them, but you know them, it'll be fine as long as you guys know them, as long as we put up the layover. So, yeah. But if you guys would like to invite people to come up and chat and talk, please. But if I don't know them, I won't let them up unless one of you guys know them, right?
Right.
Sure.
Well, I'm probably going to go ahead and go. I've got work in the morning. And,
Me too, John. Me too, John. I'm not going to be too much longer. John, thank you for being one of my biggest fans. I really appreciate you. I almost didn't go live tonight because there was like nobody. And I was like, nobody's. And then you're like, I'm on my way. And I was like, okay, I'm on my way too. I'll be there in a second. I just got home from work.
And
So
see,
thank you, John.
I was texting Zach. I was like, what's going on with BBB's thing? He was like, she's about to go live. I was like, okay, cool.
No, but I did it because I saw nobody in chat, nobody, and I was like, okay, am I going to be up there by myself? Not.
Do it. Still got to do it.
I did. I did. I did it.
well, thank you very much for having me again. I really appreciate it. And I had a whole bunch of fun. Nice to meet everybody.
Thank
And
you so much, John. It was an honor and a compliment for you to be here tonight. Thank you.
John, it is amazing to find another fellow John Spencer Blues Explosion fan. Awesome to come across you, sir.
right on.
Gorilla, John, you're gonna have to come with me over to Caldy's when he's live streaming his music stuff because it's amazing. Like I love it.
All
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm already subscribed to Caldy's, so like
Yeah.
I'll show up the next time he's live. I'd love to be.
Absolutely. He does some amazing stuff. He introduces you to bands that most people don't know. But like the fact that you knew that band, he is like, oh, someone that knows this. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Right
Hey,
on.
it's nice talking to you, Gorilla Biscuits. I've seen you do some donations over in Rob's chat and hang out in a few other places. It's good to talk to you.
It's good to talk to you too, man.
Cheers.
EOD, thank you again for coming back again. Like I just sent you like a message in like Discord. I'm like, help! We need people on panel. We need people on panel. We're dying over here. I can't help them because I have the board. That wouldn't be fair, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm the one that wrote the questions and had all the answers.
There's some good questions tonight, BBB, for sure. I got that out of my chat,
Thank
too.
you. I am the brain bender. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna jet y'all. Good night. Y'all have a good one.
Cheers.
Good
Have a
night,
great
John.
one.
Bye.
Hit that like. Thank you, King. You're awesome, King. All right. So you guys are open free panel right now. You can talk about anything you want. You could invite your friends. You can. It's not about games anymore. Oh my god, I'm sweating my ass off in here. It's so hot in my bedroom.
No comment.
Giggity.
Oh goodness sakes,
It's 86 degrees in my room.
that's terrible. You need an air conditioner in there. I've got one. I got a little window unit over here. It helps me out a lot.
I'm not allowed because my mom has Parkinson's and she's scared somebody's going to break in the window. So I have to just keep it all
Well, that's why you
no
get a
breeze, no
dog.
windows open, no yeah, exactly. One night my dad laughed so hard because he woke up and I was sleeping outside and he locked me out. I was like, outside was 50 something and the house was 90. Aw, thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good night, Gorilla. It was good talking to you, man.
Good night. It was really nice having you here, John. Thank you for your support and your continuous support is all I have to say. All right, so let's guys make this interesting. Are you guys ready to make this interesting? What are we going to talk about?
Uh-oh.
So, what's a good topic? Like what? Tonight we did a lot of pop culture, we did music, we did history. Like what was something that you really enjoyed from that? What are the questions you enjoyed? I have to step away for a second, so can you guys carry panel real fast?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Uh,
I can big.
one of the things that I found. Oh my goodness sakes, woman. What one of the things that I found interesting was the music. It's fun to talk about music. It's fun to engage in music, but it's risky, right? Perhaps Caldy can speak to this a little bit, but especially some of the bands that you were talking about out of the 90s and the early 2000s, they get nailed on copyright strikes and stuff like that. You can't play any Godsmack, you can't play any Alanis Morissette, Sheryl
Right.
Crow, all this stuff is completely
Right.
off limits.
But I didn't play any of them.
I know, but I'm saying that's a
Out
travesty. I'm saying it's a
Yeah.
travesty that we can't listen to this
Because I
stuff
would
anymore.
love to be able to follow that up with the song of theirs, right? I agree. I completely agree.
Which
It's
song are y'all
sad,
talking
man.
about?
Well, anything from the 90s, early 2000s, all that stuff, man.
Oh yeah. That'd be my channel where I don't mind getting hits and ticks and strikes and things like that.
Hi, K2. Oh,
What are you
K2.
into, EOD?
Yeah, well, a lot of that stuff. Godsmack, Disturbed, Rage Against the Machine. My avatar is actually Rage Against the Machine album cover, Empire of Evil or Evil Empire. That's fucking fantastic. Into Slayer, into Black Sabbath, Metallica, early Metallica, 80s Metallica. You know, those first 4 or 5 albums, those was really good. Up until the Black album, I think was the last really good one, in my opinion. Led Zeppelin, fucking, you know, to be honest, it's easier to ask me what I'm not into, and that's like rap and hip hop. So.
What are you not into?
Yeah, rap and hip hop. Because I could keep going backwards to bluegrass and then down to classical music, romantic music, Baroque music, all the way down to medieval music, man. Like I'm into like some Handel and some hymns and shit. I'm into all that shit.
Right?
Wow. You are a music person that really loves music.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd
I
like
used to make music.
Caldy and him go
That's a Roland Amp over there too.
talk about it. Oh, K2's back again. Come on, K2. K2, are you there?
Well, I'm gonna be really short. Shouldn't you already have the fireman video for James in Discord from Oxycat?
Maybe. Let me go look.
Because I think she sent you one before. Because we did this joke before. Me and
Yeah,
her,
I remember
with
it.
James.
Okay, so let me go look at Oxy. I think you're right.
What's up, my ginger?
I knew you were gonna fucking do that. I'm not a ginger. I'm not a ginger, you fuckhead. I know it looks like it, but I'm not.
Oxycat.
You're an honorary
okay, I got
ginger.
Oxycat.
All right, fine. I'll accept
And
that.
then I think she did actually send it to me at one point or another. But I don't know if she sent it to me in Discord. No, I'm not seeing it in Discord. She might have sent it
Oh,
to
I
you in
guess
another way.
not. Oh well. Guess James lucked out tonight.
Thank
Hold on.
goodness.
I'm working on
Thank.
it. No, that's
Or just maybe, or maybe just message Sarah later. Maybe she'll give you a copy of that exact one that James liked.
I don't like it.
Oh, I think I found it. I think I found it. I think I
Oh,
Oh no! Oh no! No!
There you go.
Please don't. I was about to
Thank
say,
God.
just kick James for a second. You can go look up the fireman on his
Yeah,
own.
if James,
I don't
if
want to
James
look it
leaves,
up.
then we
I
don't have to
like
look.
That's the whole point of the joke is that I don't like it, and he's making us watch it.
James, I'm gonna take that fireman video and I'm gonna put Dooley on the background of it.
No, I'm not gonna like it. I'm
Then,
still
and
not
then
gonna
that
like
way
it.
you'll have to watch it.
I'm still not gonna watch it. I'm still not gonna like it.
All right, Joe. I think I'm gonna have to step out. So,
Yeah.
thank you for having me, BBB. It's good talking to you.
It's over. It's already over. It's already over.
It's not about that. I gotta go though, so I'm getting rated.
What? Don't
So
leave.
I can't.
Right one.
All right.
Oh,
It,
you're getting rated.
yep. So
Should I raid you too? Should we send everybody over to you?
you can if you want, but
Yeah, I'll raid you right now. I'll raid you right now.
okay. Well, y'all come on over.
Okay?
So
We're all gonna come over to EOD.
I'll come on over.
We're all gonna come on over.
I'm about to open my Discord for an open panel, so you're all welcome to join that if you want.
Thank you, EOD.
Thank you, BBB. It was a good time.
It was nice having
Later,
you.
guys.
Thank you for helping us.
I tried my
Lose.
best. I tried my best.
Lose.
What can I do?
Yeah, I know.
All right.
We tried. We did. We gave it a good effort.
All right. Thank you.
We're gonna go raid EOD.
Woo woo.
Let me get.
All right, welcome in, Raiders. My goodness, we just got a giant fucking raid from Rob Noor. Thank you so much, sir. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How are you all doing tonight? That was an epic griff stream from the master debater, Rob Noor. I know we all appreciate that. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. It's good to see you guys. Okay, so at the top of the screen, pinned to the absolute pinnacle of the chat, you will find my Discord link. If you would like to talk to me and talk to me about how stupid Republicans are or how fucking amazing Protestants are, which are both equally, unlikely, please do join in. Or if you just want to shoot the shit and talk about what the fuck ever, we could do that too. So, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. It is good to see you guys. I am so happy for Rob. I really am. It's been fantastic seeing him bounce up from what was essentially, not much, pulling about 30, viewers a night on Twitch. And I thought that was fucking amazing. I really did. To what he's doing now, making 20 grand in a month. This shit's insane. It's insane to be a part of that. When you do join the Discord, be sure you acknowledge the rules. They're very simple. They're very minute. When you acknowledge the rules, a voice channel will pop up at the bottom of the list of channels. That's called waiting room. Jump in there. I'll drag you up. And in the meantime, I want to share with you one of my finest creations of all time that I've ever created in AI, which is this amazing fucking song about Rob's ability to predict the ridiculous corruption of the left. Oh, excuse me.
Visions rise as the silence broke. A crystal ball shows shadows deep.
Ah, man. It's been a hell of a night, fellers. Y'all are amazing. I'll tell you that. The support has been fucking insane. Definitely everybody hit the like. Everybody subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. I'm trying to get my subscriber count up. It is super low. It's terribly low. So. Thank you so much, stay-at-home dad. Or stay-home dads. Excuse me. You're freaking awesome. My PayPal is AEOD696, actually. Let me see if I can do that. It's worked out so well. I was so surprised, honestly. And it added the bridge and everything. It just spits this shit out. I give it a very simple prompt. This is what I came up with. I was like, this shit is way too easy. Oh, that's not what I wanted. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, I remember. They make this so difficult to freaking find. Okay, well, you know what? It's EOD 6. It is literally at EOD 696. I'm sorry. There you go. Looks like we got Abe Dingus in the waiting room. We'll bring him in here in just a second. That's what it is. That's my PayPal. Fucking A, yeah. All right, we're done with that. Welcome in, Abe Dinkus. How you doing, brother?
Well, how are you?
Very good, very good, very good. You definitely get perms to just jump straight into the fucking live chat. So there you go. You got that.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. How you been doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I was just hanging out with Mosman a little bit ago.
Yeah. I haven't had any interaction with him or listened to him. I'm not sure what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about the differences in Christian branches and just random, basically. But it was nice. It was a good chat.
Nice.
Yeah. What's new with you?
Well,
Going like a crazy person, I see.
Well, that helps when you get ready about somebody who's like 10 times your size. But
That's true. That's true. It's pretty beautiful.
it is, man. Rob's such a nice guy, I swear.
He's an awesome dude.
Yeah. Sorry, y'all. You just react to the rules. Just click one of the reactions underneath the rules. You can put any reaction you want on the rules. As long as you acknowledge the rules, you'll be allowed into the rest of the Discord. That's all it is. It's simply a check to make sure there aren't just spam bots trying to flood through. That's all it is.
Stop bots and jerks.
That's right. Yeah. Jerks may still be an issue. I'm gonna be honest. It does happen from time to time.
It's fair. That's fair. I know that. Correction always comes.
It's true, man. You know, it's just, it seems like, okay, so the last time that I had a problem with it was quite recently. I was talking about Hassan and him being banned from Twitch or whatever. And because I mentioned the holy man's name and know there's completely untouchable, you know, somebody popped into the fucking room and started in-bombing the stream. And I'm like, why? Why?
Of course.
It's because
that's a leftist tactic.
Exactly. You have an opinion that we deem unhearable, and so we have to silence you now. That's our mission.
Absolutely.
That shit's insane.
It is insane. It's crazy to me that anybody would try to destroy somebody over rhetoric.
Yeah. It's, how anti-American can you be? You know what I mean?
True. Well, you're going to preach that you're so for the Constitution, and then you're going to attack people over their speech. Really? Okay.
Yeah. It goes to show how much they understand about it. You know, it's not actually about the Constitution. It's about enforcing my point of view and making sure that anybody who disagrees with me gets snuffed one way or the other.
That's absolutely right. Absolutely right.
it's, you know, it does seem to me, and I hate to say it because they are our fellow Americans, but it does seem to me that leftists and commies in particular, the extreme left, the extreme rhetoricians, do not want America to succeed. It seems like their prophecy is one that's self-fulfilling, that they want to destroy the country so that whatever grand communist utopia can be born from the ashes, like some kind of
That's
mythical
exactly right.
phoenix.
That's exactly right. Because you don't want to keep it in the current state, right? You want it the way you want it. So you have to first destroy it and change it into what you want. I think that goes back to like the whole revolutionary mindset, revolution for revolution's sake, right?
Right.
Because even if they destroy it, they're gonna get to a point where they don't like it again and they'll destroy it again, and it'll just keep happening.
Exactly. The point of the revolution is the revolution. I believe that's a direct Che Guevara quote. And
I'm sure it is.
how many idiots do you see walk around this guy's fucking face plastered on their t-shirt, you know?
All over, man.
It drives me crazy. Like, how did we get to a
Yeah.
point where we were indoctrinating our youth into radical communism? It's all gone so terribly wrong.
It's terrifying. It's terrifying, actually. And it's the goal. I mean, there's people above who aren't the revolutionaries who are just using it to their advantage. And that's always the case.
Yeah. Well, what was it? It was I think it was, I want to say Chuck Schumer, but it wasn't Chuck Schumer. It was some other little weasel on the fucking left was out there calling for gun control after the Molotov cocktail attack on Jewish protesters outside of the Boulder, Colorado courthouse, right?
Yep.
And he was, yeah,
completely ridiculous.
Completely off mark. What would gun control, what would background checks on purchasing a firearm have to do with some asshole who just wants to take Molotov cocktails out into the public square and start torching people? It's insane. And yet
it doesn't do any good. But he knows people aren't going to check. He knows people aren't going to know what actually happened. So what he's going to play up is that it was an attack and then call for that. Because he knows they're not going to check.
yeah, it was Chuck Schumer. That's who it was. No, not Chuck Schumer. This other little weasel fuck. What is his fucking name? Jamie Raskin. I'm sorry. It's like a young Chuck Schumer, you know?
Yep, same difference. Same difference.
Pretty much, man. Oh, Panchuchin asked what program did I use for that song. That was Suno.ai. That's what that was. But yeah,
Dude, I love Suno.
It's fucking awesome. Like I said, I just popped a little simple little prompt in there, and the whole song popped out. That was amazing.
Yeah.
It took about as long for the song to play for it to generate it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did with my channel. I made some pretty fun songs.
Yep.
Easy prompts, easy to use. I'm really thinking about paying for the service so that I can do the AI video generator that goes with it.
Sure, you can also add lyrics and stuff. There's a character limit to what you can do for a prompt for free, but you can give it an entire song and lyrics if you pay for it, and then it will form music around that. It's crazy.
That's freaking amazing.
Yeah.
AI is crazy, dude.
It is. It's gonna replace us all, dude. Like of all the things that I thought would be untouchable to AI, it's the first things they start with is music, movies, and images, art. You know.
Because of course they would.
Right. Just to drive home the point. It is very scary. Then you got freaking Elon Musk is rethinking his whole Mars mission. He's like, well, maybe we just send robots out there instead. The Tesla robots and shit that are all humanoid. That shit's nuts.
It's wiser than losing human life, right?
I reckon. But I feel like we're writing ourselves out of the equation at the end of the fucking day. Like, what is it that we're going to be good for?
we'll end up trapped in a colony on Mars, and Earth will be taken over, and we'll just be this little pocket, and we did it to ourselves.
Maybe. You know, my grandfather had a theory that we would all end up as goo living in jars, plugged into a central AI. It was pretty nuts.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, don't write that theory off just yet.
Right. What was it in Futurama? That's what they did with ancient celebrities. They put their brain in a jar and kept them alive somehow.
Yep. Well, see, once the AI is here, it can figure things out we can't because we're not smart enough. Maybe it'll figure out a way to keep brains alive in jars, and then game over.
Yeah, well, just needs oxygen and protein, ultimately. I don't think it would be too terribly complicated. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
No. Maybe we're all a little crazy, actually, you know.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
Well, who the heck else is going to join?
Well, I don't know, man. Y'all are more than welcome. Do come in. Do come in. The Discord link is pinned at the top of the screen. So, yeah. What is it? What is the great saying? Is never let a crisis go to waste.
Yeah, and never let a good crisis go to waste. You're right.
Yeah. So you end up with, you know, Democrats pushing greater government overreach and greater inflection into our lives over something that has nothing to do with the issue that they're talking about in the first place. And like this premise is everything behind everything that has driven us further and further toward the communistic cliff. And I think people are just blocking their minds off to this. That's why they vote Democrats, because they don't see that. Instead, they see the heartstrings. They see, oh no, a white cop killed a black man, you know, or an immigrant who hasn't completely assimilated to American culture is outraged, and suddenly everybody wants to deport them. And like, well, you know, you light 8 people on fire. Yeah, I think that's a deportation worthy fucking offense.
Yeah. It's strange because I was in a conversation earlier today about how there's been a semantic shift. And as the word's meanings have shifted, so has the moral compass. And because of all of that shift, we've seen a willingness to take up morality from television and music and everywhere but the church. And what happens is critical thinking falls away and anything implanted sticks. And because you don't have the ability to outthink what you're learning or seeing, you just believe what has been given to you and then you run with it. And so then you have a whole bunch of people just flocking to that.
100%. It's all about getting in the groove of what's comfortable and then never leaving it, never wanting to.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Brave New World or something.
Yeah. The New World
Take
Order.
your soma and do what you're told.
Right.
Bleak, isn't it?
It is. It's very weak. But it's very true, man. It's very true. And then it's like, how do you drag people out of that? You know, it's like you have to put the bullhorn piercing and tug them by the nose in order through the muck while they're like, no, I want to pornography, no. You know.
Well, I mean, at least we're seeing a resurgence in Christian values, at the very least.
That's true.
Swinging in to, yeah.
Which leads to what?
A more conservative outlook.
Absolutely. Swinging in the right direction, I would say. The pendulum is. To quote Yoda. You know.
Yeah.
I dig it. I dig it. I'm hopeful for the future, but you know, there's some things that Trump continues to do that I'm like, the vaccine was one of those, you know, and this whole budget thing is another one. increasing the debt by $8 billion or some shit. That's the wrong direction, bro.
Yeah, it's so hard because he's not he's not all that we could have. Not to say that he was a wrong choice, just that he's not all that he could be for the Conservative Party, for Christianity, for all of it.
That's true.
What do you think about JD?
Honestly, I'm a lot more hopeful about him when it comes to a moral perspective, right? Like I had moral quandaries about Trump in the beginning, grab him by the pussy and
Same.
all of this vitriol on the primary stage. That all made me sort of like, eh. And then, like I say, some of the things that he did while he was in office, he had John Bolton, he had several people around him that were just no good at all, which he ultimately admitted to, prior to this election. So I hope some of that's changed. I mean, it seems like a lot of that's changed. We got Kash Patel in charge of the FBI. You got Dan Bongino out there. You got Pam Bondi was based as fuck in Florida, so she has a great track record. Yada 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 on down the line. It's looking good all around, but we still don't have those Epstein files. We got this weird budget bill, so there's still some things that I'm like,
I can agree with that. I'll say this though, something that I've tried to, and I'm not trying to convince myself as much as just realize that some things are outside of our hands. But you think of like King David, he was called a man after God's own heart, right?
Yeah.
And David was kind of a derp. Like he sent a man's wife to war so he could have the woman. His children were out of control. He had all kinds of problems. But he's still called a man after God's heart, right? And so I look at people like Trump and I go, okay, I have to remember that anyone can be used by God to drive the action that he desires.
That's
and
true.
Trump is just as flawed and has just as many problems, but he has carried out good things for us.
That's fair. Yes, indeed, quite a few, quite more good things than bad things, I would say.
Right. And so maybe this was just a lead up, right? We needed something to break the way that things were going enough for people to see how screwed up things have become. And I think that he did that well. And there's a possibility that JD Vance and his faith and his outlook, and look, I'm 41 years old and I'm a veteran, and I know that you are as well. And JD
Yes, sir.
Vance is in our same age group, and he's also a veteran.
Right.
And he also has the alignments that we do, and I have a lot of hope in that.
I do too. He was born in Eastern Kentucky, raised in Southern Ohio. He's right around from my same area, so same culture all through and through. No one's impressed me more. I didn't really know a lot about the guy because he represented Ohio prior to coming on to Trump's ticket, but as he's presented himself as VP and the VP candidate, it's been amazing. He's been fantastic. I'm thoroughly impressed.
I didn't know jack crap about him either, but once he started speaking
Yeah.
and doing argumentation for his side, I realized really quickly he's very sharp. He's very, very on the pulse. He gets it. So
I was gonna say he also has a German Shepherd, which I think is totally based. My German Shepherd's in bed asleep.
fair. That, and he's a husband and a father. He's not just some single dude either. He's got skin in the game of the country. So that's another good thing.
Yeah, good moral values, good Christian upbringing, and not afraid to stand toe to toe with politicians, and international leaders. I mean, that the whole exchange between him and Zelensky and the Oval Office that one time, that was epic, because he wasn't going to be upstanded by Trump, or let Trump sort of wash away the fucking transgression. He stood up for himself and said, "No, motherfucker, you listen." I love that.
Yep.
That was good.
Yep. Well, and I think that JD also is in a position that he realizes there's a strong chance he's going to be on that ticket after Trump, and he needs to assert those things now.
Yeah.
He needs to assert himself and show that he is the dominant party, and that if he gets into office, he's going to carry on with these same values.
Definitely.
How's chat looking?
Oh, it's good. I just realized I wasn't paying any attention to my PayPal. I probably should
I'm so
be.
guilty. I'm so guilty of that in my own chat. Like I don't realize it till my phone's going off, and I'm like, oh damn.
Okay. I didn't miss it. Very good. KT says I'm from Ohio, and I didn't know about Vance because of Mike DeWine. Mike DeWine's the governor of Ohio. Yeah, he's kind of a piece of shit. He's a worthless lefty. So is Governor Beshear of Kentucky. He isn't any better. I think they're stealing the fucking governorships. I'll be honest. I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've thought that for several years about Beshear. He's won 2 elections in a row, and it's like, how? When you look at the state's electoral college output for the presidency, it's all red, except for Jefferson and Fayette County, which are the 2 big cities in Kentucky. Hey, what's up, Wobbly? But somehow,
really suspicious.
Yeah, but somehow we elected a fucking Democrat governor. That's horseshit. Give me a break.
Weird.
Wobbly is my good friend from my Twitch days. He still streams on Kick at 7 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, maybe 8 in the morning Eastern Standard Time until about noon, 1 o'clock.
7 Eastern.
Yeah, so 7 Eastern to
I
about
just had to jump in here. If you're talking about bad governors, I have the worst.
Wobbly's Californian.
Oh. Okay. You win.
Indeed.
You win all the worst prizes. Damn.
Shit, I'm ignoring Kick Chat.
I'm Montana, so.
Montana is a great
Where the
part of the
dental
country.
floss grows?
So we've done pretty decent here, but
Yeah, Montana's a beautiful part of the country, man. I've seen all kinds of great things about Montana. I served with a couple people from Montana. They had all kinds of awesome photographs. I'm like, wow, how does that even exist on this earth?
what happened is when all the craziness happened with lockdowns and all that, a lot of people flocked to our state, Idaho and Montana, and started buying up property like crazy. And so that's been a challenge.
Oh, shit.
Luckily, I had already bought my home prior to all of that, but had I not, I wouldn't have gotten into the market because houses here like tripled in price over the course of like 4 or 5 years.
Oh, yeah, the housing market's fucked all over the country, man.
Yep. It's jacked up for sure.
You have so much land to build on there, though.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. And a lot less regulation in comparison.
Yeah.
Oh, I will say this. Wobbly was in the Navy. Abe, you were a Marine. So y'all can argue about that.
Yeah.
You know I was in the Air Force.
3 branches.
We don't argue.
Hey, I love my brothers in the Navy, to be
And
fair.
I love my brothers in the Marines.
Here.
All my best friends are Marines.
Yeah, dude, I don't have anything bad to say. Our docs saved lives, and they were Navy corpsmen, so I ain't got nothing but love.
I don't have anything but respect for Navy corpsmen as well. They're some of the most generalized medics in the medical service in the military, and that sounds bad, but what that means is that they understand more areas of medicine than any other medic. So it's actually the hardest job as a medic to pull.
Yeah, we literally got into firefights and had corpsmen wounded and still taking care of everyone. They didn't even realize or tend to themselves and saved lives. Like, they're incredible men.
Absolutely. I had the honor of serving with a couple who transitioned over to my career field in the Air Force because it was easier.
Yeah, but EOD knows that I was born on Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and was a military brat. My father was in the Air Force for 33 years. So
Right, Pat's a
My dad
beautiful
was an Army
station too.
Ranger.
I was raised around military.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, right.
That's one
Right,
of the
Pat is.
reasons why I have such a good discipline of thought too.
Yeah, it helps. It
It
helps a lot.
helps.
It doesn't solve it though, does it? We all know some fucking morons, don't we?
Yep.
It happens.
That's the case. That
It
is the
happens.
case.
Yeah, right. Pat's fucking beautiful. I love that place, man. I was there for a year and a month in training. 2 airfields, the Air Force Museum, 3 golf courses. Gorgeous, gorgeous fucking campus there. It's massive
Man.
too. Probably one of the biggest bases I've ever been on.
Greene County.
Yeah. Faribault, Ohio, I believe is actually smaller than Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which is ironic.
I think it is.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I think
That's
the golf
funny.
course on Wright-Patterson is bigger than
Fairborn,
Fairborn.
probably.
That's funny.
But Air Force Materiel Command is there. They fly C-5 Galaxies in and out all the time. It's an amazing aircraft to witness, landing and taking off. Happens all the time up there.
Yeah.
I remember the B-58 Hustler.
Oh, I'm not even familiar with that one. A 58. Oh, it's because of the stupid band. Oh well, no, that was the B-52s. This thing is wild, Wally. Look at this fucking aircraft.
Yeah. My old man worked SAC for years and years and years.
Oh man.
I've been in and out of almost every airplane the Air Force has.
No shit. I don't.
That
We
thing's
didn't.
awesome.
We didn't make too many of those, did we?
No,
That
no. That and the B-47s.
one sounds more familiar. Yeah, that's the predecessor to the B-52, right?
Yeah. In fact, we did operations in Roosevelt Roads, and there was a 2 B-47s there, and I walked over and talked to the crew. When it's on the ground, the tips of the wings, you can just stand, and you have to crouch underneath to get underneath them.
Right.
Wild plane.
And I think those engine nacelles are like the same thing they put on the B-52. Almost.
Looks like it.
I've had General LeMay sitting across the dinner table from me.
Wow.
My father was his maintenance chief
No
on
shit.
two different bases.
See,
That's cool, man.
when I was in Iraq in 2004, we had Mattis out talking to us, and I had so much hope for that guy.
Consummate politician, man.
I had so much hope for him. Mad Dog Mattis. He's a legend in the Marine Corps up until that, man.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of dirt gets shoved under the rug for the highest
Generals
echelon of the
are
military. Yeah.
Generals are politicians.
I think it's a lot easier for generals to hide that shit than it is for politicians, so I'm gonna be
Oh,
honest.
guaranteed.
I knew one that wasn't, though. General Wyatt. He came up through the ranks. I knew him here in California.
Huh?
Yeah, and he was base commander of several bases, and then made general, 1-star general, and I still talk to him every once in a while, checking up on his kids and stuff.
That's cool.
I would
Ones
say
that
I'm
talk to
sure
now.
that I'm sure there's some that are good men for
Absolutely.
sure, but there's definitely those that are not, and those ones are seeking the top.
Yeah. I was gonna say you never hear anything about the good ones because they're just doing their job and putting their nose to the grindstone and
That's
taking
right.
care of their troops,
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I've had a few good commanders, man. Lieutenant General John's son was in my flight in basic, in my platoon in basic, and that was amazing because I actually got to, me and his son actually got to become pretty decent friends. That's the only reason I figured out that he was even Lieutenant General's son before our induction ceremony. And then at our induction ceremony, Lieutenant General John spoke, and actually got to shake his hand and have dinner with him afterwards. That was really cool.
That is really cool.
Just fresh out of basic, I'm like sitting there pissing my pants, you know, because I've been
Yeah,
I've been terrified of staff sergeants for the past 6 weeks, you know. And now I've got some guy sitting across from me with 3 stars on his shoulder. Like, what the fuck?
Dude, I was in the middle of Iraq, and when Mattis came, that's the same feeling. And I had already been in for a while at that point, but
Yeah.
a general's a general, and that's like, holy crapola.
Right.
Especially when he's like visiting your forward operating base, and you're like, okay.
Nobody fuck up. Everybody do everything right. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. It's the same time. It was the same time period too when Bush had come over, actually. So
Hey,
that was
Twisted,
weird.
how are you?
Oh, is Twisted hanging out? What's up, Twisted? It's good to see you, bro. I have been working on the D&D campaign, and I want
What?
you to participate, Twisted, and you're invited as well, Abe, if you want. I don't think that's your kind of thing, though, is it, Bob? You can come if you want. You could be,
That could be a blast.
yeah, man. You could be like an old troll with a fucking dick mace. That's what Twisted invented for his fucking character.
Oh my god.
We are fucking goofballs. That's why I named the channel D&D Shenanigans.
What are you doing in Tulsa, Twisted?
Chasing storms. More than likely.
We had a couple of earthquakes here, little ones, up in the Temecula area. Everybody got rattled about it, but they were just 3.7, 3.5. I don't pay attention to that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk to
Japan
me.
had a
Talk to
6
me when
the
it
other
gets
day.
6.
Yeah, Japan had a 6 the other day.
Yeah.
There's a lot of solar activity right now, though, and we always get earthquakes after big coronal mass ejections from the sun. So people don't
Well,
realize that. I don't think the sun really, really does affect us when you have
Mount
sun
Etna.
facing or earth facing solar holes and stuff.
Yeah, Mount Etna popped its cork.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. She's a moody one.
Mount Ed, is that a volcano? Where is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Greece.
Oh.
Greece. Yeah, Greece.
Yeah, well, you know, God's wrath knows no bounds. What can you say?
True story. True story. People have a hard time accepting that, though, I think.
Sometimes. Oh, we got Brainbender's banter in the chat. Hey, Brainbender.
Oh, BBB.
Yep, I was over on BBB's channel earlier tonight and doing the trivia thing. That was really fun. That was good stuff, BBB.
She should jump up. She's also that. Let's have a vets meeting.
Indeed, she was in the Navy as well. You're more than welcome to join if you want, Brainbender. For sure.
That's fun. I don't usually do the Discord side. I did Discord for gaming and stuff for a long time. I played World of Warcraft, had big old guilds and stuff, and used it for that. But I like disconnected for years, and then come back, and I realized like every YouTube channel has Discord, and I'm like, whoa, that's weird. Because back then it was mostly just voice for games, you know.
Yeah.
And, it's evolved big time.
Yeah, they've done a lot to improve it. It was always our go-to on Twitch for some reason. I don't know, it serves as a bulletin board and a chat room at the same time, so it's nice and convenient.
In between.
And it's free.
I use it as a library.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Yeah.
Research library.
Between me and one of the people in my chat, Woodsy, man, we we scrape and dig for stuff and just put it into Discord so we can have it as access reference.
Sure.
Yeah. Cool time to be alive for that kind of stuff. Information sharing is pretty epic at this point.
Perhaps a little too epic.
True. True. I mean, that goes back to some of the stuff I was saying earlier about the semantic shift, right?
Yeah.
You and me and all of us who have YouTube channels, we have to be real careful about what we say, even to the point of changing our words. And I heard Rob talk about it earlier too.
Sure.
But it creates a shift in the human mind over time. So the longer that we're saying things or evading saying things, our brain changes to adapt to that. It's that whole thing of like 1984 when you just delete language,
Double think. Yeah.
you change the populace.
Double think and
You change
double
how they
speak.
think.
Right,
That's
right,
kind of why I like Kick. I mean, after years of streaming on Twitch and having to deal with all the insanity there,
Yeah.
you know, and finally coming over here to Kick, the Kick team and the owner of it, Steve, you know, they've actually written TOS to allow a little more free speech. You can say things that you normally couldn't in other places.
I remember when he did that, actually. I remember when he did his spiral off from YouTube and Twitch and made Kick.
It's grown quite a bit.
I bet it has. When you don't have the same restrictions as all the other streaming services, I imagine he would corner that market right quick.
Yeah, plus the Kick team is really, really good. Really good.
That's awesome. I might have to look into multi-streaming at some point.
You know, it's hard enough for this old man to keep up with one chat, having to deal with multiple chats. Holy crap.
Yeah, you might need a team at that point. Oh man.
Yes, I have a team. Wobbly's on my team on Kick. I multi-stream to Kick, Rumble, and YouTube. So,
Oh, do you?
yep.
That's awesome.
So we're going out to Kick right now to 4 viewers, and on Rumble there's 5. And we got Ryan Pegg over there. Hi Ryan. I'm sorry I'm ignoring you. I love you, brother. Thank you for hanging out.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Good way to go.
Well, the ideal is ultimately I look at Rumble as kind of a little bit of a dumping ground. No offense to people who watch me on Rumble, but the ideal is that Rumble's not going to delete any of my shit for any reason. So if I'm live streaming something that's questionable or anything like that, Rumble will keep it forever. Kick will keep it for about 2 weeks. But the reason Kick is good is because I used to stream on Twitch too. Kick is very much like Twitch. It's a very easy migration for the Twitch users. So that's
what I
why
heard too, yeah.
that's why Kick is good. And then YouTube, I'm trying to spin up on YouTube. If y'all have not subscribed on YouTube, please subscribe on YouTube. We're trying to get to
That's
some
another funny thing.
yeah, I'm trying to get to some point where I can actually monetize stuff and get some donations and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Good call. Good call. Yeah, that's funny too. Like Twitch was just a download site for game add-ons to begin with. Wasn't even a social media of any kind.
well, it was Justin TV, right? It was streaming before it was Twitch, but
Yeah,
Twitch and
it's just funny.
Twitch ended up gobbling up Justin TV and became the streaming capital of the fucking internet.
Yep. Kind of wild.
But they're fucking commies.
Of course. Of course.
I mean, okay, so this may not be something that you're familiar with, but there was this controversy on Twitch where they had this community safety team, and one of the lead people of this community safety team identified as Deerkin. You heard of this?
Yeah, oh, yeah, I remember.
You remember that? How fucking ridiculous and Looney Tunes do you have to be? But people like that in charge of entire communities across a website that has millions of visitors every fucking day. That's insane.
Well, our government was the same way just a little bit ago.
You're not lying. You're not fucking lying. With like Sam Britton and the fucking bare trans titties on that White House lawn. Are you fucking kidding me with this?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Director of Health and Human Services. Like, I mean, it's kind of crazy. We live in a weird, weird time for humanity. That's all I gotta say.
You're not fucking lying, man. Mr. Bill says,
Definitely not.
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go.
Mr. Bill says EOD will dance a Macarena every 100 subscribers he gets, I heard. No promises, Mr. Bill. No promises.
Hey, that sounds like a great deal, though.
Well, if we get another 100 subscribers tonight, I will be convinced that is a worthy chat goal.
Oh, I didn't realize we were that close in subscribers, EOD. That's funny.
Well, I up until about a week ago, I had like 38. Now I have over 100, and that's thanks mainly to Rob. So salute to Rob.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Every little bit of help, man. That's really community helps for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, it does.
Just my thing is, I just try to provide a place with ideals that I believe in, and I'm there for for myself, obviously, because I want to be able to speak, but also for a community of people that may be like-minded. And so that's what I do. Same thing. Just stick to what you believe and what you know, and talk about things that need talked about.
I do it for the fun of it.
Well, there's that too. There's definitely a fun part to it for sure.
I like to network with. Yeah, I was gonna say I like to network with people and meet people.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely. The networking is awesome. It's like unrivaled for meeting new people.
Yeah, it has been fun. You know, it feels like the early days on Twitch to me because I'm finding people like you, Abe, and Lower Class, and Jess White. You know, some of these people who are relatively small streamers who are sort of kind of more in my caliber range, and I can relate to you guys, and we share some, you know, ideology and worldview that's fucking awesome. Because that did not exist on Twitch. Primarily, it was fence-sitting conservative, you know, pretenders and fucking commies.
Yep.
That's what Twitch is.
Because so this is something I just talked about recently. I think that we're having like another round in YouTube because obviously YouTube's been here a really long time and there's some really big creators, but you're starting to see this resurgence of like a panelverse type thing, but it's different this time around. I remember it last time, but this time it's more community based and not I'm just trying to grow. I'm just trying to gobble stuff up. This time it's like an interweaving of people with like-minded values, all like trading across the board. Like the same crowd is going between them, and most of it is conservative, most of it's Christian, and I think that's freaking great. I think it's brilliant that that's happening because we've been.
I do too.
It was more held back in the past, I think.
Or bullied.
Or bullied. That too. Yeah. I agree with that. And so I think that I think it's like a beautiful thing that we're seeing that happen because it needs to at this point for the country, but also just for the general public. They have to have a place to seek out those things. And you're sure as heck not going to get it on television. You're sure as heck not going to get it the places that we got it growing up. So.
All right, BBB, this is it right here. This is the rules channel. You just click the clown. That's all you gotta do. You just click the clown. That's it. Boom. That's all it takes. Okay? You guys can actually add any reaction you want to this. You can give me a middle finger if you want to. That's fine. Just acknowledge the rules. That's all you have to do. And then the whole Discord will open up. You'll see a whole bunch of stuff over here. Down at the bottom is all the voice channels. Join the waiting room. Then I will drag you into the live chat. That's all you got to do. Super easy. She says I did that. Well, if you did that, then you should be able to see the rest of the channels, and now just scroll down and join the waiting room. You cannot post in that channel. You're not supposed to be able to post in that particular channel. That's the rules channel. The only thing that should be in there is the rules.
Yes. I when I first got into it too, I was like, I'm not sure what this is. So then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna hit the thing and then we'll see what happens. And then I realized I could scroll down and I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Welcome in, BBB.
Hello, BBB.
Oh,
You're on mute.
Mike's muted.
yeah, I think that's on your end. You have to unmute. There you go.
Yeah.
There you
It
go.
it also may be permissions related. You might have to back out and come back. It's possible. But now you have permissions to just jump right back into the live chat. So just back out and come right back. It is kind of a pain in the ass sometimes. Discord permissions are ridiculously complicated for no good fucking reason.
I
See,
streamlined
that's one
mine.
of the
I'll
changes.
show you how to do it.
That's one of the changes that happened because back in the day there was not that many settings to channels. So when I recreated a new channel for my YouTube, I was like, holy smoke. There's not just like moderator and a few options. Now it's like 500 different things that you
Yeah, you can
dear Lord.
you can completely invent your own schema of roles and everything. I kept it as simple as possible. That's been my whole philosophy with this whole fucking Discord has been keep it simple, stupid, and it's still way more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah, well.
There
That's
she
the
is.
nature of the beast.
You may have to go into settings, BBB, and make sure your mic is set correctly.
That could be it.
Yeah. Yeah, because we're not hearing you.
I did give her the role though. She definitely has permission to talk. Well, hell, Abe didn't have the role and he was talking, so you don't need the role to talk.
Yeah, but I'm using my phone,
It just
not
may
my
be the
PC.
settings,
Yeah, it could be the settings.
voice and visual, in the settings in Discord.
Yeah.
If you're like me, I have so many, outputs and inputs that it takes every once in a while this old man gets confused too.
And the ironic thing is you probably know more about communications infrastructure than any of us.
Probably true.
What's up, John Ruck? It's good to see you. Got John Ruck over on YouTube. Twist is still hanging out with us over on Kick. He says he will dance the Macarena in a thong. I am not dancing the Macarena in a thong.
Oh man.
I don't
I
think we
thought the
want to see
Macarena was all right. I thought the Macarena was all right. Let's not do the thong thing. If you're gonna make somebody get in a thong, though, you probably should have them play the thong song.
If you do that, man, I'm going to send you a personal shaver.
Make sure your bikini line is good. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. That's funny.
That just reminds me of that time fucking preacher looked like she was pretty tired of me. She may come back, she may not. Try to come back, BBB, if you want to. It might fix itself. But I remember that time preacher did a hot tub stream, and he was just out in a fucking kiddie pool in his backyard with a shirt off. Shit was funny. He had little patsies on his nipples because there was a new toss rule from fucking Twitch that changes every 3 months that men could not appear completely topless. So he had to put patsies on his fucking nipples. And he used fucking camo duct tape to make them.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, can we hear you, BBB? Yes!
Yes.
I knew that would do it. Somehow. You're awfully quiet, though.
Holy cow. You are quiet, that's for sure.
Okay, let me turn up my. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like there's any change there. We can hear you, but it's just, you're still kind of quiet.
True.
Okay. Turn up my volume.
Well, I'm gonna be a little distracted here. I'm
You prepping your show?
towards that time. I need to start building up a board.
Yeah, I know it. It's already 4 a.m. Good freaking lord.
I was gonna say, I'm surprised you're still going too. It's usually close to the time when you're like, I'm crapping out.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we did get a big. What do you say?
Night, night, Siggy.
Now you sound much better. You sound much clearer.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I think.
To be fair, this is also close to the time when I crap out. You know, but
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say we got a big raid. There's more concurrence in the stream right now than there has been in the past week. It's been going down ever since the raid, which is okay. That's fine. But
it's perfect though.
it is. It's that's a lot of people. So
Any increase is helpful for sure.
absolutely. I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you for chilling with us. I do D&D sometimes. We're working on a new campaign coming up soon. That's on a different channel though, D&D Shenanigans on YouTube. I'm not ready to really promote that yet, but I will let you know when I am. Perhaps after this weekend. But in the meantime, we're hanging out with two of my new friends, BBB, who is a Navy veteran, Abe Dinkus, who's a Marine Corps veteran, and everybody knows Wildly, Navy vet.
Yes.
So, cheers to that.
Oh, not everybody
Vet,
knows.
what's up, Navy vet? And by the way, Abe, Semper Fi.
Yes, ma'am.
Always, always.
Hi. How are you?
Always Semper Fi. I'm amazing. Thank you, Abe.
Hoorah, my dear. Hoorah.
Hoorah.
That's right. Yeah, no,
Hoorah.
ironically, I come from primarily what we were harvesting around on Twitch was veterans. Twisted Aviators, a Marine Corps pilot. Because Race Car comes around a lot, he's an Army vet. Heavy was in the Army for a little bit. Who else have we got? He still comes around.
I think we all find each other in the long run.
Woodsy, Jixer. Woodsy wasn't military, but Jixer was Marine Corps. Grumple was Marine Corps. Hell yeah, man.
Absolutely. I am one of the first women on board an aircraft carrier.
Hell yeah.
You can
Really?
look
Which
up,
one?
the Abraham Lincoln, the USS
Really?
Abraham Lincoln.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
there in '94. I was one of the first 6 women on board. They told us we had 6 months to prove our worth, or all women would be banned from nuclear vessels. I had a mission.
Oh my god.
I made it to 6 months. I was one of 3.
That's really cool.
That's pretty awesome.
6,000 men on board an aircraft carrier didn't want us there.
It's bad luck to sail with a woman.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm a survivor.
That's right.
And then they put me in a Marine Corps detachment. And my dad was a Marine, by the way, just so you guys know, my dad was a Marine. And the gunny sergeant then recognized my last name because it was very unique. And he said, I want that person here. And so I then went to a Marine Corps detachment and did my TDY. You know what
Nice.
that means.
Temporary duty assignment?
Yeah, so I did my TDY as a Marine Corps detachment admin. They didn't send me to the mess decks. They didn't send me any place crazy. Nope, I got to go to a Marine Corps detachment and pump with the Marines. Yay!
Well, hold on. Well, phrasing.
Not pump the Marines.
Pumping is hiking. It is packing
Yes.
and hiking.
I know. I know that. I'm
Anyone
just
who
saying.
hasn't served,
Yes.
we call it a hump.
Yes. Hump with the Marines. And I yelled at Gunny so many times, going, I'm Navy. And he goes, that's why you're in the last one in the group. You got like Navy. It's so, yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, that's funny. Well,
I joined the Navy. I didn't join the Marine Corps. He's like, keep moving. Gunny Sargent was like, Gunny Bates was like 5 foot tall.
Well, I've ridden a
From
few
Bronx.
waves.
5 foot tall from the Bronx. He'll get in your face in a minute.
That's just
Oh, yeah.
hi everybody. I've ridden a few waves,
Oh. Oh.
but BAMs are more explosive.
Hey, there's Twisted. What's up, Twisted?
Navy joke. There's the Navy joke. There's the Navy joke. Hello. Welcome to Canada.
What's going on?
Well, seeing as our panel is made up entirely of veterans right now, which is honestly a little bit rare. Usually there's at least one person here who was a civvy. But I have declared, along with Sassafras 86 on Twitter, that June is Military Appreciation Month. What do y'all think about that? Fuck Pride Month.
I
think somebody already did that.
I know, everybody already
Yeah,
did that.
I think that was already done, but I'm good with it.
Oh yeah.
It's also PTSD Awareness Month. So
Cheers to that.
That's right, it is.
Cheers to that.
So, I gotta turn my camera on. Cheers to that one.
Oh yeah. That's rough, man.
Can I ask a question to the
What?
panel, please?
What's that?
Am I the only one that hates 4th of July?
Yes.
It's a really hard day for me in California because there's so many explosives.
Oh.
yeah,
Yeah, where there's that. That's true.
I feel that. I feel that.
Thank you. I run either to a casino or I get out of town and run to the mountains. I have to get away from the booms because I literally, I can't do it. I can't do it.
I created a lot of explosions.
Yeah. I know. I was there part of a lot of explosions. I mean, people think, okay.
I couldn't hear them from my vantage point, but I could create them.
Right. I was an F-18 mechanic.
Are you a candy cocker?
No, I'm a retired Harrier pilot.
Oh, okay.
I hear they're retiring
22
the
years. They are retiring the Harriers. They're replacing with the F-35 Charlies. I mean, as much as I love the old plane, it's an old plane.
Yeah.
And that F-35 Charlie has a lot of capability that we didn't have. It's supersonic, a lot more effective air-to-air engagement capability. I mean, we could do air-to-air, but we didn't carry long range except for in the Harrier Plus. Those we could carry AIM-120s on. But most of the time, we go and carry the Sidewinder, right? So the F-35C is going to expand capabilities significantly.
I think that's kind of the case with all of our equipment. Everything we had when we were all in has gotten better.
Exactly.
I'm
I was gonna say I was an F-18 mechanic, and it was like I was a
Superbug
PC
or the Legacy Bug?
Superbug.
Gotcha.
So and that's funny because we have patches that we would get on the aircraft carrier of the F-14 Tomcat, sucking the fuel line coming out of the Hornet.
I grew up with the Turkey being my favorite jet as a kid.
Oh, okay, nice.
I'm still miffed we're decommissioning the A-10s, man. It's the worst thing the Air Force could do.
Well,
Bye-bye,
you
Warlock.
gotta hold on. You gotta think about it this way, and this is coming from a pilot's perspective. The A-10 is not survivable on the modern battlefield.
Oh,
Yeah, but they're building a new model.
They are no,
Presumably.
that's actually an AI fake. The one that you
I
see
know
on
is
YouTube.
every
Yeah.
time we
No,
got mail,
I looked at Military Times. I got an article from Military Times. They're
They're-
designing a new model.
There is something in the works, but they haven't released any
Yeah.
publications about it
Any
yet.
information. Well, the
Yeah.
problem is the A-10 as it is not survivable on the modern battlefield, right? It's great as a low, quote unquote, low intensity counterinsurgency aircraft, but we have to prepare for near peer adversarial warfare, and the A-10 is it's a sitting duck. War in Ukraine shows us that a drone, one of those air drones, could take out the A-10 while it's loitering over the battlefield.
right?
So it's just not survivable as it is. So there's good and bad to it being retired, just because it's such a classic,
Well, it's been survivable for so long. We used to bring them back peppered with holes, and they'd still limp back to base.
There's a difference between being peppered with holes in a conflict like what we had in Iraq and Afghanistan, and trying to put A-10s in the skies over Russia or China.
That's true. Absolutely true.
That's absolutely true. I just remember like A-10 approaching, and then it was 10,000 pounds of mail on the ball.
Well, yeah, I mean they have a capability. You got to remember the A-10 was designed back during the Cold War. Stealth wasn't a thing. Anti-aircraft missiles were a lot less effective than they are today. If you don't have stealth, your plane's not surviving over the battlefield today. Period. End of story. In a near peer conflict.
Yeah, I agree with that. I completely agree with that.
Have you guys seen the stuff about the Dark Star?
Singing?
Yeah, that Lockheed Martin are finally acknowledged it exists.
Yeah.
The Dark Star? Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty fantastical.
It's a
Yeah.
it's the successor to the SR-71 Blackbird.
Right.
It's hypersonic, but it also adds a bomb carrying capacity. It's not just a reconnaissance aircraft.
Interesting.
So does it piss fuel when it's on the ground?
That was going to be my question. Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of doubt it with modern
materials.
Material science technology.
Maybe they could fix that. I don't know. But that was the whole thing. Is the SR-71 had to fly at what, like Mach 3, at cruising speed. It was nuts.
And then when it's on the ground, it
looks
just
like a
pisses
monster.
fuel. Yeah.
It looks like a
And
monster.
You guys have to understand, like, I live at an Air Force base. I live next to an Air Force base that the SR-71 is out of.
No shit. So you see those motherfuckers coming and land and take off, don't you?
Yeah.
I heard, I watched a documentary recently that said they leak fuel so bad and that they're so heavy on takeoff when they're full that they have to fill it up just a little bit just to get it off the ground, and then they refuel it in flight for its actual mission.
That's correct.
That was nuts.
Correct. Yes, that's correct. And then I have friends of mine in the Air Force that are plane mechanics on the SR-71, and they were all transitioned to the U-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was retired.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Too expensive to run the engines. Yeah. I remember that.
Well, it wasn't just run the engines; it was just the overall maintenance on that airframe was just ridiculous.
Doesn't the U-2 leak like a sieve when it's on the ground too?
No,
No?
not at all. The reason the SR-71 leaked so bad was because the friction with the air at Mach 3 would cause the airframe to expand, and if the tanks were sealed on the ground, they would buckle because of that expansion. So they actually had gaps built into the edges of the fuel tanks so that as the airframe expanded, it would seal the gaps.
Yeah, but yeah, that's right. Yeah, that totally tracks with what I was reading or watching.
And the U2 doesn't operate at high speed like that.
That's the
So it
difference right
doesn't- it
there,
doesn't
right?
Do that.
Right. I guess that makes sense. But I remember the U2 has a giant wingspan, and it's like it's
It's a
wingtips.
high aspect ratio span.
Right. It
It-
also can or cannot have pods.
Yeah, there's pods mid-length of the wing. Well, not quite mid-length, but for extra fuel and avionics.
Correct. There is pods that can be put on the wings that it carries. And there are also 3 types of different things they could put in those.
Yeah, I think infrared,
Yeah.
infrared, optical, and synthetic aperture radar, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. You are accurate.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
know
I mean,
a little bit about airplanes.
I was gonna say Twisted knows this shit about this stuff. I wouldn't question him.
Yeah, and this is hilarious because most people wouldn't know that I know this much, but I do have friends that I was friends with in high school that joined the Air Force, came back to the Air Force Base right like miles away from me. And then I was friends with them. Then I joined the Navy and went on to the Navy and then came back, but I still know like a lot about different aircrafts. And my favorite, I'm sorry, the Elos.
Say that again. Oh, the crack. Oh,
The Black Hawk.
Just saying. Just saying.
It's a classic. Been using that motherfucker since Vietnam.
That one's getting replaced here soon too.
Oh,
God, I wasn't paying attention.
The Crash Hawk, the Black Hawk.
Oh,
Pretty soon they'll have them all replaced.
Probably.
Well, the Black Hawk, again, a lot of our people don't realize that a lot of our equipment it was designed in the Cold War era, right? It's just been upgraded with the electronics and avionics packages. And it's just not nearly as survivable on the battlefield. So we have to now start replacing airframes instead of just avionics capabilities.
Right. I do remember on the aircraft carrier that I was on, it was like Kilo Spot 3, and it was an H-56. And then there'd be Hilo Spot 1, Hilo Spot 2, Hilo Spot 3, and they were always hovering above us, always, but they were H-56s.
That's the Sky King?
Yeah.
C-56
ones that, like,
Sea King?
just in case, like, somebody went off board, plane turned.
Right,
like,
plane guard. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, flying Harriers, I flew off amphibious assault carriers, so very familiar with that too.
Yeah. So if somebody got launched out to sea because a plane turned and they caught the jet exhaust and they went like looking like the frail little person in the sky diving into the ocean, they had like 2 minutes, I think, to get them out.
It would depend on the.
Yeah.
It would depend on the sea state and the the location. Because you go down in the north, you go overboard or go down in the North Atlantic, you're in fucking trouble.
Yeah, well, we were in the Pacific. You're in the West.
I think we got an echo coming through your mic there, Twisted. I'm pretty sure.
Me?
I think so. Either that or hold on a second. BBB, go ahead.
No, it's twisted.
Really?
I think so.
Hold on, let me. I'm on a Bluetooth headset, so I'm trying to. I'm not at home with my good equipment.
That's okay. Yeah, you're out in Tulsa. What are you doing in Tulsa? Are you
It's
chasing
minor.
storms?
It's minor. Don't
It-
worry about it.
It is minor, yeah.
What'd you ask, Kitty?
You out chasing storms in Tulsa?
Yes, sir.
Fucking A.
Did you find any?
Yes, sir. Hey now.
Once a Marine, always a Marine.
I got my girlfriend with me this time, so.
Oh. That puts a little damper on it. Mm.
Joe, it's finally picking back up. It was dead there for a couple weeks. There wasn't shit to chase.
That's a bummer. Yeah, it's been crazy out here, man. I mean, it had been for several weeks, and now it's been clear.
It was, and then it dropped off, dropped like a rock.
Yeah. That's how it always goes. I don't know. We get one or two fucking terrifying storms every year.
We had one sweep through here in Southern Cal.
Yep.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
It unloaded. Thunder, lightning. It dropped almost 3 inches of rain in less than 2.5 hours and moved on towards Arizona.
Some part of, I forget where it was, some part of Southern Cal had a tornado this year.
What's up, Heavy? Good to see you.
Those you usually see little tornadoes in the San Joaquin Valley.
Well, this was a EF2.
Ooh, I haven't heard about that.
I'll have to look and see. I'll let you know next time we chat. I'll look it up, see where it hit. It was real early in the season.
They happened on the along the 99 up towards where Air America is up there.
Okay.
I forget the little tiny town. It's just this little tiny town. You can see the antenna array off in the distance to the west as you're driving north.
This hit,
every once in a while there'd be a little.
This hit
twist around
somewhere. This hit somewhere near Vandenberg.
Oh, that's along the coast. That would be
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
unusual.
Well, it was inland, but it was like in line with Vandenberg, but further inland.
It's all mountainous areas until you get into the oil fields there, Bakersfield and stuff.
Maybe that's where it hit. I don't know. I just remember hearing about it. I was very surprised.
So, Twisted, with the situation that's going on in the Gulf right now, the possible, tropical storm coming up, and also what's going on, some people have mentioned on Saturday that we're looking at a possible southern derecho. Have you heard anything about that?
Derechos are so hard. They're very difficult to predict.
South, you don't normally hear that,
Yeah, it's normally a Midwest thing.
Yeah, the Great Basin area.
This is a very unusual year as far as the weather patterns go. We actually got into a winter style weather pattern over the past few weeks. The reason we were so cold in Ohio, Kentucky, all through the Midwest,
it was nice
the
too.
polar vortex actually came down.
Yeah,
yeah, it got hot up here. It got hot in the northern U.S. and you guys all got the cold.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is what happens when the polar vortex comes down in the wintertime. It creates that low pressure area over us, which creates a ridging over the north, over the kind of the middle of the country, and pulls heat up there, but real cool air down over us in the Midwest. So we had that. It was a really weird weather pattern for this time of year. So could we see some odd weather patterns that persist because of that? Sure.
I agree. Like being in Northern California, I'm up by Humboldt. Like it's been like 103, and normally it's like in its 80s right now.
Yeah, we're
It's
still
hot.
usually up north. We're usually getting rain and still really cold weather, and we were hitting
Yeah.
90s last week.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's starting to normalize now. Back at home, we're seeing mid 80s today, I think. We're seeing so it kind of, I think it's starting to normalize out,
Yeah,
and the severe
we're dropping
weather
back down.
patterns are starting to tick up. So
Yeah, we're dropping back down to the colder weather again up here. So
I mean, if you look at like Minnesota, Wisconsin, up across there, they're literally last year they were cold enough that they were having to delay planting, and even this year they're almost a month behind that.
yeah, yeah.
We delayed planting our tomatoes for like 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden the weather changed, which doesn't normally happen. But it went from like 0 rain to just excruciating heat, and we were like, uh-oh, this is going to be one of those California fire years of North California being on fire.
yeah, we went straight to moderate instead of, there was never a low fire warning in our state. It just went straight to moderate this year.
Well, when California barely has any rain and then they just get dry and hot real fast, that's when all the fires.
Forest Service is pushing resources up north already in the caches. So
Yeah, exactly.
up north already. And
Thank you, because that's what's coming. I can see it. It's coming.
they're paying attention. Where the state of California really isn't, they're still arguing over how they're going to pay for part-time firefighters.
Yeah, exactly. Who joined us? EOT.
This is Heavy. He's one of my longtime buddies from Twitch. He, Twisted, and Wobbly are all good friends of mine. Salute, guys.
Good. Thank
Good
you,
morning.
guys. I'm so nice to meet you. Honor
Nice
and
to meet you
compliment.
too. I think I'm the old salt here.
You might be the oldest of us all, I think.
I'm salty too. Trust me. Okay. What's our time? Let's say what 2 terms to Iraq, 1 to Afghanistan. What's your term?
I turned 75 here in a couple of days.
Oh, got you beat, BBB.
Yeah, go.
No, he's got you beat, I said.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I did. 94 to 99.
Well, Wobbly, then here's your preemptive happy birthday.
Thank you.
Cheers, Wobbly.
Cheers, Wobbly. Cheers, Wobbly.
Yeah, 75. Still act like a kid.
Wow.
You certainly do.
You got to. Got to.
That's amazing. Mad respect, Wobbly.
Hell, my dad's the same way, man. He's
Yeah.
81 years old and gets out, and I've taken him storm chasing locally. He still flies too. Gets out in his convertible, gets out on his bike. Oh yeah, we have a good time.
Always a thrill seeker.
My grandpa was the same way. My grandpa was like, "Baby girl, I didn't have no boys. You're the only one."
My dad,
make it
yeah,
happen.
my dad's a bit of a thrill seeker too. He flew F-100s and F-4s for the Air Force.
That's some big balls right there. The F4 was great. It was outmatched in terms of maneuverability against the MiGs in Vietnam.
Right.
It was a flying brick.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was proof that with enough thrust, anything can fly.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
Thank
True.
you.
True.
Put enough propellers on it.
Well, I mean, if you think about
Hell,
it,
my grandpa
the
was the same
F-104
way. Well, yeah, the F-104, that thing was basically a missile.
Yeah. I was gonna say missiles fly. They just have the thrust. That's what it takes.
Right. I mean, literally, the F-104, they had to put protective strips. Think of like a pool noodle cut lengthwise. Obviously, it wasn't a pool noodle, but think that along the leading and trailing edges of the wings, because the wings were just at forehead height, and they were so sharp that if you walked into it, it would slice your head open.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, we
the
had
F-104 was
those.
wild.
We had those on the aircraft carrier as well. They were called Sparrows, and the wingspan on those missiles that would hang underneath the F-14s and the F-18s.
Yeah, the
if you
AIM-7
walked into it,
Sparrows.
yeah.
But
if
this
you
was the whole leading edge of the wing of the airplane.
Yeah. But if
That thing
the
was
guys
wild.
walked into those without a cranium on, they split their forehead wide open because it was
Oh,
a
yeah.
thin little metal. Yeah. You'd see all those pictures in medical on the wall when you walk by about people that walked into them.
But yeah, the F-104 was such a handful to fly that the Air Force like kept them around for maybe 7 years, I think, and then got rid of them, sold them all to Germany.
That tends to be what happens. We come up with an aircraft that's better or more suited to the mission, then we'll select that one and get rid of the other
better
ones.
or more suited to the mission. It was the number of pilots that were killed trying to land the fucking thing.
Well, landing's part of the mission, Twisted. Landing is part of the mission.
Accurate.
And on top of that, that airplane originally, now later on they changed it, but originally you didn't eject out of the top of the plane. The seat blew through the bottom of the damn airplane.
Oh, for shit's sake.
So if you were on landing approach,
yikes, yeah.
and something happened, you didn't get to eject. That wasn't an option.
I was gonna say you'd be shooting yourself into the ground. No good.
You
Right.
basically get to become hamburger. That's your only option.
You'd be lucky to be hamburger. It'd be more like a red mist.
Yeah, pink mist, baby.
Oh man.
You're all cordially invited for a FOD walk down.
Every day. That's great to see.
You're cordially
Is that
invited.
what y'all had to do while we were in the ready room?
Yeah.
Okay, so for people who don't know, a FOB is a forward operating base. FOB lockdown is
FOD.
No.
FOD.
Foreign
What's that?
object debris.
Object debris.
Foreign object debris. All right, my bad.
FOD.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was in amphibious assault. So it's funny that you had mentioned you were on amphibious assault crafts.
Oh, yeah, flew off of the EWO and flew off the America.
Very cool.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about one of those. It's another documentary I watched recently. Was about amphibious assault carriers and how they're underneath. It's like a wet dock where they
well deck.
A well deck, sure.
Yep.
Where they have boarding craft come in and out of the carrier, and then on top there's helicopter pads and a runway for short takeoff and landing aircraft. That's really cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I played with LAVs. So.
Okay. They're basically compared to our other aircraft carriers, they're miniature aircraft carriers with a well deck.
Well, we have the largest aircraft carriers in the world, though.
Aircraft carriers. I was like, compared to other countries' aircraft carriers, are just aircraft carriers.
Yeah, they're about the size of Jeep carriers from World War II.
Yeah.
Right. I was on a
You was on one of them big ones, wasn't you?
Nimitz, I was on the Nimitz class carrier.
Right. That's a super carrier. There's nothing bigger in the fucking water.
It's just super. It's just super.
Super. Where did it say super? Oh God, I wanted to say something and I didn't. EOD. I wanted to say something so bad because all of us are in the same gen.
I was sea duty and only touched one ship in 4 years.
Oh yeah.
And he
And that
touched
was
it
the
with his
forestall
penis.
when it was in port on fire.
He touched it with his penis.
Me and 3 other guys were part of a fire crew, and we did something naughty. We went up and stole the ship's flag.
Oh,
when were you on the forestall?
Oh gosh, it was what year was that? 71 or 72 when it was in port on fire.
Okay, that was before. No, that was after my grandpa was on her.
Has anyone heard the Navy term haze, gray, and underway?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I was in an ECM squadron, a heavy attack squadron. All we did was fuck with other countries' ships and teaching them how to combat anti-ECM.
Oh, jeez.
We'd literally
That's
attack
awesome.
their ships.
What was the platform for ECM back in that era?
Our squadron
EA6?
our squadron was a bastard squadron. We had an EC-121.
Okay.
A Super Connie. We had 2 F4s, 6 A4s, and 6 A3s.
Okay, A3s. Okay, so the EA6 hadn't come around yet.
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, the A3s were refitted Air Force B-66s.
Right.
They went them back. They took them back to the factory and made them folding wing, and then just loaded them up with ECM gear. Now we had 2 different models also. We had one that was actually at one time a tanker. The B-66 was outfitted as a tanker at one time. They took all the fuel tanks out and put a bay back there where there was 2 operators just operating nothing but ECM gear. And then there was the what was it? The B model, I think it was, if I remember correctly. It had a different role. Almost all the ECM gear was operated by the 3rd person in the cockpit, and he faced backwards because I had to do that a couple of times. And it had a bunch of pods and stuff, and oh gosh, man. If anything happened in that plane, you had to ditch it. You were just hamburger bouncing underneath the fuselage and being raked by all those bloody goddamn fins and antennas and shit on it. But every plane except for the Connie had a tail hook, yet we never touched a ship.
Huh.
But constantly on deployment. Constantly on deployment.
Oh yeah. Now they're using Super Hornets for electronic warfare. The EAF-18G.
Right.
They're not even called Hornets anymore. They're called Growlers.
Yeah.
They're EAF-18G Growler. That's a mouthful to say.
It is.
Yeah. We used to place bets on pilots coming in who could hit the 3-wire, the perfect landing. And if they'd hit the 3-wire, because there were 4 wires. And so if they could hit the 3-wire we would be like, oh yeah, let's bet on the 3-wire. And they're like, no, they're gonna miss, they're gonna miss, and they'd hit the one or the one other wire. But yeah, we would literally bet on pilots to hit the 3-wire, the perfect landing. And we made so much money, and we hit ports. That was your beer money. That was your beer money.
She got charged and arrested. Oh, cool.
Oh, what are you talking about?
The Worcester City Councilwoman for assaulting a DHS officer.
Good.
Yep. Tom Homan's bringing the fucking hammer
really
down.
Verbal and yelling and shit.
Yeah.
Bouncing
He
around.
means business.
She got arrested. Woohoo.
Hellman means business for sure.
Well, let justice be served, I say.
Fair.
Too long, these fucking activists have been getting away with fucking bullshit from bureaucratic positions. It's.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine anything more un-American, frankly. It's.
Yep.
Terrible.
Yep. Down with the bureaucracy, I say.
And they slowly infiltrated every level of our country.
Yeah.
They did
Every
absolutely.
level.
You're not wrong. Everywhere they could, man.
You're a gem to me right now for bringing me here. And
Sorry, I didn't mean to switch it away from the fun talk.
That's okay. You're very welcome, BBB.
because it's really hard when you don't know someone or you know people that don't know like the terms, the technology. Like I'll say something like sometimes I'm at work and like I'll hear a helo fly over me and I'm like, oh, that's and they're like, what? Never mind.
Well, helicopters don't even fly; they just vibrate so bad that Earth rejects them.
But they're so loud that they make themselves known.
Yeah, I just saw a shithook fly over a minute ago to the National Guard installation at our airport. Apparently, it was huge. That's a massive aircraft.
Did you say shithook?
Yes. You all know what that is. It's a Chinook. It's the double prop helicopter.
Yeah,
So-
we know
It's
that
not
is.
a prop; it's a rotor. But
Whatever, sure. Double rotor helicopter. All right.
tandem, because there are others that have parallel or not parallel.
One of my friends was like, oh,
lateral.
that's a medical helicopter. And I'm like, listen, like turn my head a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, no, not med. That's not med. They're like, no. I'm like, no, it's military. And they're like, how do you know that? And I'm like, just experience. And my friend's like, no, it's a medical helicopter. And then it flew over and went to the Air Force Base. And she's like, okay, maybe not. But yeah, no. Because she lived literally next door to the hospital. So she heard helicopters all the time landing, but she couldn't differentiate the difference between a medical and a military. There's a big difference. There's a very big difference.
I may be buying another aircraft.
Really?
Oh, you're kidding.
That's
awesome.
Single engine or twin?
Well, this would be in Hawaii. I found a dock not far from the house where I can tie up an amphib.
I'll be
So I'm
damned.
thinking maybe like a Cessna 210 or something like that.
That'd be cool.
Or a de Havilland Beaver.
Then you could fly yourself out there.
Well, no, I'm not flying to Hawaii on a light aircraft. No. I'll take the airline for that. I'll take the airline ride for that. Thank you.
It's only 12 hours. Come on.
Yeah, you don't want to take a gyrocopter over the ocean, you know.
Right? But being able to fly island hop up to the other islands.
Sure, that'd be cool.
That's why I want the amphib.
I'll say this.
Yeah.
It is the
I
most
really want-
popular mode of transportation in Alaska.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
You
well,
better
all
by
bush, yeah.
yourself.
But there's
By
no way in
yourself.
hell I'd go to Alaska. I mean, I'd
I'll say
go to
that-
visit in the summer.
Yeah,
But
like
always-
Anchorage out in the south. Sure.
There's a reason I spend 6 months of the year in Hawaii.
That's fair. I've always wanted an ultralight like auto gyro. That would be so cool.
Mm.
There's
Be
a
able to buy
guy
one,
in my
a personal
Is it-
one here pretty soon.
there's a guy in my neighborhood that has one.
I was gonna say, Twisted, you gotta tell him about your fucking private runway and your fucking stunt plane.
It's not completely private. It's a neighborhood with a flying community. It's a neighborhood built around a runway.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing.
So your neighborhood is built around what other people's are built around the golf course.
Yeah,
Yes.
kind of
yes.
like that.
Got it.
Yeah, so each home has a couple acres of land, and then we all have garages. The back of the garage is a hangar, opens out into a taxiway out to the runway.
Just out of curiosity, do you have to have a particular insurance coverage for homes around an airport above and beyond the normal?
No, nope, because the aircraft is insured separately. So now it's not a homeowners association like a bunch of Karens, but it is a homeowners association because we have to pay to maintain the runway, blah, 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 right? We also do have to carry an insurance policy on the overall property, the shared property, as a separate policy.
Ah, there you go.
Do you have a hangar?
I do.
Is it part of the home?
Yes.
Ah.
So
That's
the
interesting. That's
garage, so it's literally, I walk out my door, I look to the right are my cars, I look to the left is the airplane. So the back of the garage is a hangar door, the front is garage doors. One end opens to the driveway, the other end opens to the taxiway.
It's fucking cool as shit, man. That's like some James Bond shit.
Yeah.
It's
Freaking
fun.
epic,
I agree.
actually.
It's
I agree.
That's
definitely
why
a
I
lot of
want
fun.
the ultralight.
Last week my girl and I flew down to Gatlinburg for dinner and then flew back.
That's so cool.
So that was you that did the fucking terrorist attack in Gatlinburg. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know me.
Now, there was some kind of hit and run where like 15 people got hit in Gatlinburg recently.
Oh, man.
It was kind of
That's
fucked up.
terrible.
How many times have you been to Gatlinburg?
Me?
No, EOD.
A few, about 2 or 3 times.
So, okay, so that is not anything outrageous to hear, especially like during Rod
No.
Run and different things. Yeah.
Yeah, all kinds of drunk motherfuckers down there. It is a tourist trap in Tennessee. It surely is.
Oh God, just the drivers are so horrible in that area during our events. So.
I forgot to mention this, BBB. Heavy is from primarily Knoxville, but also Northern Alabama.
Well, currently my residence is North Alabama.
Yeah.
But I've got my home in, well, I don't care, Huntsville, Madison, Triana area.
Right on.
Then
Nice to
Knoxville,
meet
and
you.
also in Dallas County.
Thank God, Alabama.
I wanna take my
Humboldt in California.
I really want to take my Z06 down to the Tail of the Dragon and Blue
BBB,
Ridge
you're in
Blue Ridge
California?
Parkway.
You have a
Yes,
Z06?
I am. Up
Yeah, CA
towards
Z06.
Humboldt and the Redwoods in California.
Oh, you're in Northern California. Cool. All right.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, I'm not one of those Southerners. Nope.
We
Which
got 2
county?
Californians in the chat. That's
you don't
new.
need to dox yourself. Just tell me which county.
That's crazy.
I'm in. Okay, it's funny. I'm in Sutter County.
You're in where?
Sutter.
Southern California?
Sutter. Sutter.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sutter.
Cool.
Yeah. Won't dox you. You don't dox me. We're good.
That's all good. That's plenty of
It's funny
information.
because they keep saying that we're in Yuba County, but they've got it badly mistaken.
Hmm.
The Donner Party survived here.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's always a fun joke to go into a restaurant and say Donner Party of 5. Yeah.
Oh, I know. The Donner Party literally showed up in Marysville, California, which is Yuba County, and Mary Donner. They have a museum around her now because she had walked so far, made it all the way, and actually got all of the Donner Party help. So, and it's a 2-hour drive, but imagine
Yikes.
how long it took her to walk over those terrains. But
Probably
yeah.
12 hours, yeah.
Anyways, yeah.
That's
And
nuts.
she did it, and she had frostbite in her feet, and she lost 9. She lost 9, I think.
Yikes.
She lost 9 toes. Yeah. But she made it. She survived, and she got the rest of them help after they'd eaten each other.
Right. I don't know, man.
In Northern California.
I think I'd rather die. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm up by Yosemite.
Well,
I'm
if
up.
we're ever in a survival situation, you can die and then I'll eat you.
All right. Yeah.
After you die. After you die, you're
At least I will have contributed to the greater good, Twisted.
Right. I'll put some barbecue sauce. There we go.
Dude, why you won't even have to marinate them? It's much bourbon and all.
True. He's well
Yeah, that's gonna be tender.
It's mostly this these days.
That's Wagyu. Wagyu.
We have a dinner of EOD thigh and the side of crayons.
Oh my goodness sakes, y'all are terrible. We just
Well,
lost.
the one thing good about BVB is you're not too far away from Anchorstein.
Yes. No, I'm not.
I'm pretty sure I'm far away from everybody all the time, which is hilarious.
I can tell you, I work in the state capitol. I have to drive and commute. Yes.
Oh, I've been all over California.
Where does this work?
Everywhere.
You speak?
Everywhere.
I run a trucking company.
Yeah, I'm thinking about being in a
Because
truck.
they talk like sailors there.
Yeah, they seem like my type of people. I'll say that.
I drive into
Yeah.
tornadoes now.
Yeah.
Really,
Literally.
I run a trucking company in Sacramento.
Literally what I do during tornadoes and hurricanes. Do both. But
Wow.
Yep.
That's nuts, man. You're crazy. You're a crazy man.
There's an AC/DC song that I'm thinking of right now, and it has to do with balls.
I like
yeah.
right. We have big balls. They have big balls.
Thank you.
Great.
I thought it was awesome.
That's awesome.
The biggest
No, that's
ball.
that's ACD.
The biggest
I was waiting for
ball.
EOD to misspeak there. He was like, I like. Oh.
I gotta fucking find some fucking beer. I'll be right back.
That would
Why
go
you have to
viral right
find
there.
beer? You have to find beer. You don't have to find beer. It's there. It's there. It's there. It's there. Okay, guys. So, Abe. Abe, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here. What did you say?
Roll call.
I'm still here.
All troops sound off. EOD present.
I haven't heard you for a while. Are you okay?
I'm good. I'm like multi-monitoring actually.
Okay.
So
you're
like I
okay.
have 2 streams playing and I have literally the headphone for this panel in one ear and a headphone in the other ear, and I'm modding on one. And so,
Oh shit, fire,
The
dude.
military taught us to multitask. All right.
yeah,
Got you, Wade.
yeah.
Thank you.
That's too much for me to even keep track of. How do you do it?
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm very high functioning ADHD. So
that'll
I'm
do it.
waiting for the next high
Me
resolution
too.
rapid refresh model to run, and then I'm going to bed.
yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
can anyone here on panel, now that EOD's back, let's let EOD run his channel. Like, say something to us, EOD.
Your mom goes to college.
Oh.
My mom had Parkinson's.
My mom taught college. Does that count?
Yes. I just say that because it's an anti-insult. But
My mom has
That's
stage
so
4
good.
Parkinson's. She did go to college. She was nice. And now she has stage 4 Parkinson's, and this is why I'm here.
I'm sorry to hear that.
My
That's
mom
terrible.
Passed away.
Yeah.
My
10
mom
years ago.
passed away. It'll be 3 years in September.
I'm sorry to hear that.
She
Go
was,
EOD.
she was an English
Your
professor.
questions or answers.
What are you saying, BPB?
Your questions or answers.
We can ask EOD about collecting the semen samples.
No. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Okay, I'll tell you the story, BPB. This is
You gotta give context.
This is a long old story. I don't know, probably 6 months, 8 months ago. I there's a liquor store up the corner from me, and it's like Saturday night, so I go up there to get some beer, and it just so happens a dude was like trying to show off for his girlfriend or something, and be like, "I'm a big baller, motherfucker." He just fucking laid $10 on the counter when he saw the beer in my hand, and just left it there, and then walked out of the store. I'm like, okay, cool. So I took the $10, and so everybody in my fucking community assumed I did that guy a favor. You know, I did not do that, but that's what everybody assumed.
What I figure happened is he put $10 on the counter to walk out of the store with something that was worth more.
No, he paid for his shit, and then he looked back at me and saw what I was carrying. I looked at his girlfriend and then laid the $10 on the counter. It was like, "You go ahead and take his, man. I'm out." And then he left. I'm like, all right,
You
well,
felt like you needed money?
I guess, yeah. He looked at me like I'm some poor white guy. I'm like, I guess, you know, if you're sitting here with some
Shit, I
fucking...
mean, somebody slaps $10 and pays for, give me money. I'm cool with that.
I'm not gonna argue with you, brother. Thank you. You know.
Maybe they thought you were homeless.
Well, then what am I doing in the store paying for shit? The homeless guys hang out outside the store. It's not a great neighborhood.
Yeah, but then they get the money and then they have to go in and pay for shit, right? So
Only a military panel would go there. Only a military.
Well, we've all experienced this. Like,
Yes.
it's
Oh my God, it's priceless. I'm dying inside.
I was actually referencing your job in the Air Force.
Oh, come on.
That's where I thought he was going to. So
All right. So my job in the Air Force, I was a medical laboratory technician. I did actually have to look at spooge. I had to do morphology on sperm samples, so that is true. But I did,
And he collected them.
did not collect the sperm samples. Did not collect the sperm samples.
okay. I have to say this. It's classic that you said spooge because it tells us when your generation big time.
Okay, well,
It's true. We had this thing called it. What?
Isn't it cum cum cum?
That is the action of spooging.
Yeah.
Yes. But
nowadays, but when we were all growing up, spooge would be pretty like.
That's ubiquitous.
You were
Yeah.
joking around, or yeah.
So
I mean, he said spooge. I knew exactly what he meant.
So when you were
urine
taking the
chief-
urine sample from the airmen, did you look deep into their eyes?
No, I did not take the urine sample, Heavy.
He did the extraction.
I did not do the extraction. One of our jobs is in a drug test, a legal drug test. We have to watch the urine leave the urethra and enter the cup. I'm observing that.
Tests on Smooge.
I observed. I did not fucking get hands on with it, you fuckheads.
I need lunch first.
What am I saying? The cool thing about the spooge, okay, there's a cool thing. We had this little device called a hemocytometer, and it was a piece of glass that had a tiny little observation area on it, which was actually gridded out to a standardized grid that was like 2 micrometers or something like that. So it's like piece of glass that's about as big as like the half of your cell phone screen was worth like $3,000 or some shit, because it had been micro lathed to have this grid on it that we could actually see through the microscope at, whatever 10 times is 10 times was the ocular, and then the fucking eyeball pieces. The eyeball pieces were 10 times, so that's 10 times times 10 times. So that was
The binocular, yeah.
that was 10 times times 10 times. So that was 100 times magnification that we were actually looking at the sperm at. And then we had to see it move around, check its motility, see what it looks like, how many are there within each one of these grid squares. That was actually kind of cool, because it was a neat little device that we didn't get to use for a lot of things. We didn't use the hemocytometer for a lot of things. Technically, it's for looking at live blood in a solution, but we also used it for sperm, and that was about it. That's all we used it for. Generally, when we look at blood, we do a red cell morphology or something like that. We stain it, so it's fixed to the slide. It's dead, and it's not moving.
So the better question is, have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Once or twice.
I tease you about that, but why did you never pursue that after you got out?
I did. I went and I got my ASCP certification as an MLT, and I could not find a job to save my fucking life. And
wow, because now that's in such demand.
that was before COVID. Yeah, that was before COVID.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of
write your own fucking checks.
I'm kind of glad I did not get involved in it, because then I would have been exposed to all kinds of COVID shit. But there's a few scares that happened while I was in the lab where I thought I was exposed to hepatitis C or AIDS, bloodborne pathogens. That's a real fucking problem. Working with blood all the time.
Yeah.
So that was, there's that. And then, the fact that the whole industry is completely understaffed. You can't go anywhere without running like a chicken with your head cut off wherever you fucking go. So. At least it was. And I bet that did not change. COVID does not convince people that they should be lab techs. But
oh, dude, brother-in-law that's the technologist, whatever it is, running the lab.
Mm-hmm.
He's constantly getting job offers to go other places, and they can't keep staff. They're offering an insane amount of money.
I'm sure it might have been okay. I probably should try to get back into it.
I charge the traveling nurses for my rentals. That I have a couple of rentals that I rent to traveling nurses. So I rent there'll be 4 of them to one home, but they're each individually paying, and they got to be making bank.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
they got to be, because they're, yeah.
Even when I was at the old folks' home as a security guard, we had nurses that would travel 6 hours to come down to that place to work in our infirmary, and they would sleep on campus, because it was cheaper to just stay there in their fucking car than it was to drive 6 hours back home. Oh.
Well, they come in and they work, 3 months at the hospital, and then they'll move on to another one, and another one will come in.
Yeah.
They just rotate through.
I think some of that's seasonal, though.
That's the only residential rental I've kept. I got rid of all my other residential rental.
Yeah, corporate's a lot better. That's for the landlord, for
dude,
sure.
The money is so much fucking better.
Oh, I know it. I know it.
Less headache. The money's better.
I worked with a couple of
You know what?
startups in the tech industry trying to find offices and shit. Yeah, I know that.
You know what
'Cause
else is just
we were
making things
appalled.
up? It's like printing money is the self-storage unit. Dude, I'm about to build like 3 more of those fucking places. 'Cause
There's no
it's so
maintenance.
cheap.
There's
It's
no
just
maintenance. Yeah.
nothing to it.
Yeah.
Nothing to it.
A lot of people need it, especially
It's like
people who live in houses
I
like
feel
mine. You
like-
don't have any storage.
I feel like the Fed over here printing fucking money.
Well, why the...
Oh my God. I pay in Northern California for my storage unit $850 a month.
Jesus fucking what?
Yeah.
What?
Damn, I wish I could charge that much here. Fuck.
What
Yeah.
warehouse do
I
you
have-
rent?
I have 3 units, but totally they equal 2,000 square feet because my house was big. And I
Oh, that's
consolidated.
that's a lot. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
large amount of space.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah,
An
so I'm
8,000
like,
square
I
foot storage space? Really?
what?
2,000.
Is that what
She
you
said.
said? Oh,
2,000.
2,000. Oh,
2,000 square foot
Oh, 2,000.
storage
Okay.
space. My house was 2,800, and I consolidated a lot and got rid of a lot, but I have to have 3 units to take up the space. With my camper trailer, I have a camper trailer as well. I have a really nice RV camper trailer, and then I have all the stuff that I have in my house. So, yeah, and so my mom's like, "Are you ever gonna move out?" And I'm like, well, Mom, if I don't stay here and help you, yeah, I could move out, but I would have to get a big enough house to take all my stuff because I can't afford an $850 a month storage payment.
I got news for you. It doesn't make any difference how big your house is. You always need more space.
You're just gonna fill it up. Yep.
Eventually.
It's the basket theory. The bigger the basket you have, the more stuff you will have to fill it.
Yeah.
Shit, you're
Yep.
looking to downsize.
It is so
Downsizing my
fucking true
basket.
too.
Downsizing my basket, but I can't get rid of my pizza oven or any of my
What
cooking
was
utensils.
what was hard was when my girlfriend moved in with me, trying to combine her shit from her big ass fucking house into my house. You know, my house is about 4,000 square foot. Hers is about 4,800. And you know that there was just so much shit she had. And so I had to get rid of shit. She had to get rid of shit. It was a pain in the ass.
I got a 4,000 square foot home here in Southern California, and I
Whoa.
haven't seen my pool table in 15 years. If there's a flat surface, it gets shit stacked on it. All I can
Yeah.
say.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a shame.
I'm a really good cook, and I keep a clean, tidy house. I'm ex-military.
Mm.
Supposed to be funny.
I don't know.
The
Every 3 years, we go through the house and just throw away anything that isn't completely viable. You know,
Yeah,
if it ain't necessary, gotta go.
I hear that. I mean, I'm kind of in that boat.
My
I'm
biggest
trying to figure out where I'm going to put this ammunition I just bought.
Hey, you can send some of that over this way. That's the new currency, didn't you know?
Anybody have some 243?
No,
No.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm having
Fuck, I haven't even heard of that
I
one.
have
243.
7.62 NATO. I have 5.56 NATO. 9mm 45 5.7.
You have all the stuff I have. What the heck?
No. I've some 6.5.
Do you have a 12 gauge too?
Or no, 300.
Well,
308.
Sorry.
Oh, that's 244. Or
BBB.
243, yeah.
BBB, let's don't be displaying firearms on the stream, please.
I'm not displaying.
I know. I'm just warning you. If you're headed that way.
No, I'm
Right?
showing you a pew 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 pew
What
Oh, I'm
which
about the
platform can you
same way
not
you
show
are.
firearms
Only
on?
I have
YouTube.
some 7 millimeter. I have a couple of other old rifles. I have an old Husqvarna that has a strange round in it also.
Damn.
I kind of
The only
I
the only
managed to
real
collect
oddball
I
the only
managed
real
to collect a
oddball.
bunch of really
Go
odd
ahead.
rifles and stuff, from World War II.
I
I got a bunch
have
of them.
a Japanese World War II rifle, but I don't shoot if I don't fire it, so I don't have any
I wouldn't.
ammunition for it. I don't have any ammunition for it. So.
My grandpa's World War
I guess
II
my
rifle.
oddball rounds would be the 5.7 and the 50 cal.
I sold my 50. I sold it.
Did you?
You fucking sold it? Are you kidding?
I sold it.
I still I never shoot the fucking thing though. Every time you pull the trigger, it's $5
Yeah.
going down the range.
Yeah.
Yep.
$12 for me
Too
because I
expensive.
shot match grade in it.
That's the thing. It's never
shit.
going to be a plinking gun. It's never going to be for plinking.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh. I always wanted to get into ELR, and I struggled trying to get my health back up, and I just gave up and sold it. The guy I know that has a professional reloading place up in Vegas, he called me up one day and said, "You still got that 50?" And I go, "Yeah." I'll give you 10 grand for it. Okay.
Well, that's a sell.
My latest purchase was a SIG MPX with a giggle switch.
Oh, that sounds fancy. What the
Yeah.
hell is a bugle switch?
Wow.
Giggle switch.
Giggle. Oh, okay.
Yep.
A giddy giggle.
Yeah.
That's
Remember, I have my FFL with SOT, so I can purchase
Oh.
legally.
Right.
Class 3?
Yes.
That's beautiful.
I just didn't
Yep.
want to have the damn
I
thing here,
happen to
considering
be-
how crazy California is about
I happen to
firearms.
have a
does get
family
crazy.
friend that is the sheriff of nearby county, so he gave me my my letter to get my SOT.
Right. I remember I helped my cousin sell suppressors for a while, and we had to go through an FFL that was approved by the fucking sheriff, the local sheriff of the receiving county,
Well,
in order to figure all that
get-
shit out.
To get an SOT to sell Class 3, you actually have to be given a letter by law enforcement that you're demonstrating firearms for them.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Can I send a picture to you, EOD, of a gun that my grandfather left me in his passing?
Ma'am,
from
you
World War II, which
you
is a Swedish gun.
you can post as many guns as you want in the Discord. That's just fine.
Okay, no.
Yeah, the SIG MPX, it's a 9mm
stamp.
submachine gun by SIG.
I just want to send you the stamp, so maybe they can help me figure out what it is.
Oh, these folks. Yeah, but just put it in the side chat right here.
Yeah. Okay.
Right here, the show chat. Just drop it in there.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it's a 9mm submachine gun. Is what the MPX is.
Yeah, put it right underneath Skeeter on my Peter.
Yeah, yeah.
The thing is, BBB YouTube's real fucking anal about that shit. That's all. So.
I know, that's why I only want to send a picture of the stamp.
It's all right. Just put it in the side chat.
Okay.
You reference it. These guys know how to get to the side chat.
Yeah. Okay.
I fucking hate it. But as I always say, you know, you want to play on somebody's playground, you got to play by their rules. So.
You really are. Yes.
What? Yeah, God damn it.
No, what I want to get next.
I got to get out of here and finish building up my board for the
They're
day.
so expensive is the 20mm Anzio. Have you seen that, Wobbly? It shoots 20 millimeter Vulcan cannon ammo.
Dear Lord.
You know, I think I just saw something on YouTube about that.
Yeah, I want one
Press
so
rifle?
bad.
20
Oh,
millimeter. Good lord.
yeah,
That's
Yeah.
I think I
beautiful.
just saw something on YouTube about that.
That's air-to-air
That is so
munitions.
glorious.
Yes.
Yes, that is glorious.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Yes, that is glorious. I'm sorry, but that is.
I want one so bad.
Keep in mind, that's the Marine in me coming out. That sounds
Even your
like
orthopedic surgeon wants
hell
you
of
to
a good
get it
time.
Probably. But they
Oh,
showed a
man.
picture. I've seen a picture of it next to a Barrett. It makes the Barrett look like a little fucking toy.
Yeah,
It's
I'm watching
beautiful.
I can't find it now. Damn it!
It is
It
beautiful.
was in my mix here this morning. Oh well. YouTube. What can I say? As soon as you
Let's
refresh,
see.
things disappear.
Here you
Yeah.
go. Okay, I found a picture.
You gotta save that shit to a playlist or just save it to a text file or something. The algorithm
It's
wants you to look at
inside-
something
it's
new every day.
inside chat. That's a Barrett next to the Anzio 20 millimeter. Inside chat.
Right now.
Isn't that just beautiful?
Yes.
Kentucky Ballistics,
Oh,
I
that's.
think, has one.
Oh man, that's like a giant sasser.
Right?
I love it.
I don't know. I could probably get away with a picture of one, but
Sasser's fun to shoot, though. A lot of
Well, if
pushback. but it's
YouTube
fun to
if
shoot.
YouTube has got people, you know, showing them and shooting them and stuff.
Yeah.
I can't figure out.
well,
I think
it's
those
all about
training studies and
context.
stuff.
It's all about
Yeah.
context, and the gun tubers are well established. You know, I'm
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, you can't.
Kentucky
You can't handle
Ballistics
them.
did a video on one of the NCO 20 millimeter just this week.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he actually has the version with that's suppressed.
Of course he does. Why wouldn't you suppress a 20 millimeter fucking rifle?
Yeah, it was. It had a suppressor on the end of it. Yeah, I saw that.
I swear to Bob.
Oh, that's epically beautiful.
Why wouldn't you? I swear to my
Right?
time. That's a fucking howitzer. How is that even a rifle? That's a fucking howitzer.
You haven't seen his punt gun or any of that
Oh,
stuff?
Yeah, I have to. That's a fucking gigantic shotgun with fucking fist size, what do you call this? But the shot that's inside the shotgun shell. It's fucking nuts. But what do they use? They use that in commercial duck hunting, is what he said. Shit's nuts. I love this guy, though. He is a typical fucking hillbilly, and he's a great representative of Kentucky. I love it. That looks like a 20 mil to a 50 cal right there.
No, those are both 20 mils.
Hmm.
One's just shorter.
Little less powder behind it. Yeah. He's a fucking trip, dude. I fucking love this guy. You know,
You see the video where his 50 cal exploded?
Yeah, and it almost killed him. Yeah.
Yeah.
He reminds me of my fucking cousin, though. He really does. My cousin Jonathan is this persona like to a T. I don't know how to describe that, but
I've got to go get a drink.
it's all good. I love my cousins. I miss them a lot. But...
Damn, I wish I still had a garage.
Didn't you turn it into a parlor or something?
No, yeah, it's just basically a giant pantry now.
Well,
but I still have all my old, you know, electronic stuff in there, stacked up.
I'll tell you what I walked
I
in
need,
on.
I need
I
to
was
start.
not very
I need
happy
to
with.
start selling a bunch of that off. I think.
While I was gone for 2 weeks out chasing, I guess my girlfriend decided to go to Costco and stock up on a bunch of shit. And guess where she stacked it all?
In front
the
of your
fucking
plane.
no, in the lane of my pistol range in my basement.
Oh.
So I've got to clean like all these fucking carry all these giant water bottle containers out of there stacked up to my fucking above my head out of there before I can use it. Luckily, the weather is decent. I don't have to worry about it right now. Yeah.
That's a World War One infield band from British on a British infield.
That's to you, BBB.
Yeah.
So I posted the two that you sent me in a DM into the side chat. So these are. Heavy's telling you that it's from World War One, a World War One rifle.
Yeah, it's an Enfield number 1 Mark III.
1916.
No shit.
Is that an infield?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a classic right there. Holy shit.
303.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's
older than anything I have.
That's a classic.
That's a beauty.
Yeah, it is.
For sure. Yeah, you can tell that the stock is ancient. It's been well worn.
Thing probably took down some Germans in its time.
More than likely. And Prussians too.
Yeah.
I got to get out of here.
Right over.
I got to build up my board, get it all arranged.
Oh yeah, you've got your show coming up this morning yet, don't you?
Yeah.
Fucking.
I've been having some fun though. Last
Well,
couple of
good.
days.
Good.
And Kik keeps putting me on the front page every so often, which has driven my followership up to about 930 or something like that.
No shit. That's awesome.
Can't argue with that.
Oh yeah.
I like Kik. I like everything about him. The people. Platform is becoming more and more stable all the time. So.
Yeah, the technology's been getting a lot better. I appreciate that about them. And I'm sure the administrators are, amicable, but there's some questionable shit on there. They do a lot of gambling. They do a lot of titty shit.
Titties are not questionable.
Are you talking about Kik or are you talking about Twitch?
Never question the titties.
I mean,
yeah, there's gambling on it. There's
I don't think
there's the teenage soft porn. There's all it's just a mix of everything. I mean,
I just don't think it's good for incoming.
They don't get but I don't visit it. I watch the game.
Oh yeah, well, I'm not saying you're questionable. I'd be more worried about 16-year-olds
streaming while they work.
Yeah,
and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
it's just there. I mean, you choose what you want to watch.
I reckon.
Rather than have somebody tell you you can't watch this or you shouldn't watch that, and
fair enough.
The thought police kind of thing.
There you go. There's a picture of my current aircraft.
I was looking at some of those weapons that you posted a minute ago. This thing looks like a fucking terror in the sky, man. It really does. But
I got to get out of here, guys.
All right.
Have a great morning.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, Wally. Thank you for coming by,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm
Everybody have a great one.
not selling that one. I'm keeping that one
Yeah.
here in stateside. Well, fucking I say stateside, but mainland.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Did I ever send it?
So this is the type of aircraft that can like go up and do flips and stall and fall and recover and all that kind of crazy shit. It's an insane aircraft. So it's like, you know, this is something I learned while I was at what is it, Shepherd, is that the smaller the aircraft, the smaller the airframe, the more maneuverable the craft, and the more crazy shit you can do with it. Because we had a flight of T-38s flying out of Shepherd, and they used to simulate dogfights all the time, and it would sound like, you know, fucking God's wrath on Earth coming down with these fuckers screaming around the airbase constantly. It's a tiny little thing. It's a tiny little thing. It's like half the size of an F-15, but it will fucking scream and go balls to the wall to the end. So.
I think Shepherd's a training base for
It is.
Pilots for the Air Force.
It's a training base for a lot of things, including pilots and medics and crew chiefs. There are a myriad of aircraft on the airfield that don't fly, and they simply serve as examples for the crew chiefs to sort of work on and experiment with. So that was one of the cool things about marching to work every day was we'd walk through the airfield and walk past, you know, F-16s, F-18s, F-118s and B-52s, fucking all kinds of shit. It was just static on the airfield for crew chiefs to learn how to work on these planes. It was really cool.
There's the engine.
Is it a V6?
It's
that's beautiful.
It's a horizontally opposed 6.
No
That's
shit.
just like the Subaru motor. That's
580 cubic inch.
Good lord, that's massive.
It's a boxer engine.
That's massive for a car, I should say.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying the design. It's the boxer engine.
Yeah.
Same idea.
So lateral.
But yeah, it's 580 cubic inch, has inverted oil supply.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Oil flows so much better that way.
Well, no, it's designed to flow oil while it's inverted. So when I'm upside down, it still gets oil.
Oh, that's amazing. I bet you have so much fun.
I was gonna say. He described this as a stunt aircraft to me and everybody else.
It looks like a stunt aircraft to me.
It is. It's a unlimited class high performance aerobatic aircraft, stressed to withstand up to positive and negative 12 Gs.
Nuts.
That's a beast.
Yep.
That's probably not something you want to ride in for 12 hours all the way to Hawaii, though.
No. Gosh, no.
This is playing for the afternoon.
No. My girlfriend is actually shopping for a plane now.
Nice.
Ooh.
I taught her to fly, so she's now like an aviation addict.
I gotta do ground school and stuff. I want to fly eventually, but
I actually did my ground school as a high school, a class in my high school.
That's so awesome, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Best elective
Initially,
ever.
when I joined the Marine Corps, I wanted to fly, and you know, when you don't know, you don't know.
Right.
So I was gonna try to get in and then go to OCS, and I already had some college, but I didn't have finished college, and so that did not happen. And I ended up as a as a footman. So
I
mean, at least I could.
I have a long history of military aviation in my family, so I knew the route to
As
go.
long as you would.
Right.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So, but eventually, I'd love to be able to fly because that's been a long-term goal of mine. Kept getting put off, but here soon, maybe.
yeah, you always can. I mean, never too late, right?
Yeah, you just got to go do it. And
Yep,
be
exactly.
able to pay for it, but oof, that's sexy. Sorry, that is. Oh man, you got all the best toys. What the hell?
The news. What is it? The new ZR1. Have you
I've,
looked into it?
I have not looked at. I've looked into it a little bit. Um, I just upgraded to the Z06 from the C8 Stingray. So, and I don't like buying something the first year or two it comes out. I like to give it a year or two. So I'll probably look at upgrading to a ZR1 maybe in 2020.
That is such a beautiful fucking car, man.
That's what I said. He's got all the best toys.
I fucking love that car.
It is.
My grandfather always drove Corvettes my whole life.
What is wild is I enjoy this car so much more than I enjoyed my Huracan. It
Lamborghini,
drives
yeah.
better. It's more comfortable. It's easier
like it's on
to get
rails.
in and out of. It handles better. It's quicker. It's more agile.
What happens when it's a supercar?
And it doesn't cost.
I was
half
gonna
your
say.
fucking balls when you
I
have
was
to
gonna
have
say, like,
maintenance.
that's the kicker. Is what was the price difference between the Huracan versus the fucking Corvette? Right? It's probably $100
Yeah.
grand, maybe two.
Yeah, it's about $100 grand. Because I think the Huracan I got for $230,
Yeah.
and the Z06 was like $110.
Oh man.
But then the other piece is the maintenance. The Huracan, I was paying $3 grand to do an oil change on it.
Jesus, are you?
Yeah,
What the
Debbie's
fuck, man?
A little less steep.
No shit.
Because they had to unbolt all the exhaust and all this other shit just to get. It was $3 grand in labor.
Yeah, because you
to get to the engine to do the fucking oil change on that thing.
fucking Italians, bro. They over-engineer fucking everything.
Dude, it's not just them. You look at a lot of American-made vehicles now. You got to
true.
drop shit just to do oil changes anymore.
That's true.
Come
Or
on.
even in my Subaru, I have to pull the skid plate. I have to pull a secondary plate just to change the oil. Actually,
I mean, even the Z06, I'm still paying $400 for an oil change on it.
That's a lot, but that's a lot better than $3 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, look, man, I can go out there right now and pull the fucking drain plug out of my oil pan and reach up into my fucking wheel well and grab my oil filter and pull that off without having to even jack the truck up.
Well,
you
that's
know,
the way it is with my truck. Right? I didn't do it, but my Chase truck is like that.
Yeah.
You want to see a picture of my Chase truck?
Oh yeah, that'll be better. That's a fucking baller right there. A brawler, I should say. There it is. Fucking Dodge Ram 3500. You kidding me? Good lord.
But yeah, the Z06 is amazing with that cross-plane engine and everything. Holy shit. 8,000 RPM red line.
Good lord. It's like an F1 car.
Dude, it is a supercar.
Yeah.
Without the supercar price tag.
No shit.
It really is. It is truly an American supercar.
Here's an interesting thing for you. I just watched a highlight video from WEC on the Aston Martin hypercar, and they explained that it runs a V12, which is naturally aspirated, and is actually limited in horsepower compared to the street car. I'm like, what? You had to fucking bring the horsepower down in order to come to the hypercar specification with natural aspiration. That's nuts. That's nuts to me.
It's wild.
It's
really wild what they can do with vehicles.
The technology is off the charts, man. I'm telling you what. But you know what? I'll take a fucking Heartbeat of America fucking mid-engine car any day of the week over an Aston Martin. This is gorgeous to me. This is one of the greatest things to ever come out of the automotive industry in America.
They really did a good job. The only thing on the C8 that I don't like, we call it the wall of buttons.
Hmm.
Have you seen? Let me see if I can find a picture of the interior of one.
Yeah, the center console is a problem.
I love that Overlander rack and stuff. That's freaking awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can kind of see it here. Let's see here. Let me find. Good. Here we go. That's not my car, but you can see that wall of controls.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That is the only thing I don't like about the C8. They're for 2026 and beyond, they're redesigning the interior and they're going to get rid of that. So when I hope eventually here in a couple years when I upgrade the ZR1, hopefully I won't have that wall of buttons anymore. But ZR1 is basically a Z06 with the same flat crank engine, but
Sure.
they add turbocharging to it.
Nice. Well, what about the suspension? Did they do anything with that? Because that was a big difference on the Camaro ZL1 was the suspension.
No, there's not. I don't think there's any real difference because the Z06 already has a track suspension on it. It's already. I think it's just a turbo.
Nice. Yeah, well, what was it?
But it takes it from. I think I'm at 690 horsepower. It's going to take it to like north of 900.
Good lord. Good lord.
Yeah.
The ZR1 is at over 1,000. I think it's like.
Is it over 1,000 now?
1,026 or something like that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like they had to tone down the Aston Martin hypercar to 1,000 in order to get it within regulations. So you're driving a fucking hypercar. That's a hypercar. That's an American fucking hypercar. It's nuts.
My dad's thinking about trading his he has a C7 Z06. He's thinking about trading that in on one of the E-Rays.
I think the ZR1 is dual turbocharged and also intercooled.
No shit.
Yeah. But the E-Ray is kind of cool. It's not one that I would choose, but it's a good, just street daily type, thing. Because it's the C8 Stingray engine and drivetrain, but they add an electric motor to the front wheels.
So you can go front wheel drive electric if you're in the city?
No. It uses both.
Okay. So it's more like a KRS
so it reduces, it reduces fuel usage, but it can sustain if you're on the highway.
Yeah.
You don't have to use very much engine power. The front wheels maintain your speed.
That's interesting.
And then it of course boosts acceleration.
Right.
It accelerates like a bat out of hell.
Well, that's
the E-Ray is actually faster. The E-Ray is faster in a quarter mile than the Z06.
Well, because of the torque of those electric engines.
Yeah. The Z06 is significantly faster on a road course. But the E-Ray will take a Z06 in the quarter. I think it's the Z06 is 2.4 seconds 0 to 60, and the E-Ray is like 2.2, 2.3.
Well, it's the same story with these plaid Teslas, right? The plaid Tesla S, right? It's fantastic on a quarter mile because the torque is unreal, but the car weighs so much because of those fucking batteries. Yeah.
When I was looking for my daily driver, I drove a Tesla plaid, and boy, it'd suck your ass, suck your tongue out through your asshole when you accelerate. But you try and turn it, it's like you're fucking driving an M1.
Right.
Fucking Abrams. Because I drove that, and I drove the M3, and I bought the M3.
Yeah.
I can't say I have experience with any of them, so.
Huh?
Said I can't say I have experience with them, so.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, I do in simulations, and I pay attention to motorsport a little bit. That's one of my passions.
But there's not well, I won't say there's not one, but there are scarcely any internal combustion engine cars that are going to touch a Tesla Plaid in a 0 to 100.
No, there's no way. The torque,
Of course not.
the conversion is so
It's
crazy.
instant. It's instant. It's
Yeah.
all-wheel drive, and
Yeah. And it could be faster. That's the other part that people don't realize. It's literally set that way because you're a human.
Right.
Yeah. It is scary fast. Well, I mean, one of the things you see coming out of some of the top car manufacturers in the world, McLaren, Ferrari, Mercedes, Porsche, is these hybrid hypercars that they have coming out where it's partially electric driven and partially motor driven.
That's what the E-Ray is. That's what the E-Ray is. Yeah. The Porsche, what is it? The 918, I think.
The 918 Spider is fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, that's a beautiful car.
I think that's a hybrid.
It is
electric gas.
Yeah.
Beauty.
So they'll use the electric system to get the car off the line, get the car up from 30 miles an hour or less, I think, before the gas engine kicks in and starts putting the fucking metal to the pedal. You know what I mean? But it's fucking nuts.
You're about the latest problem with Tesla, though. It's not. Well, it's a problem with Tesla and Volkswagen.
Oh, what's that?
Volkswagen has a new system for semi-autonomous driving. It's not totally autonomous like Tesla, but it uses a laser to scan the road ahead.
Yeah. The
problem is this laser, Tesla uses cameras to scan the road ahead. This laser is of a wavelength that permanently damages the sensor, the camera sensor on the Tesla cameras.
Oh, fuck.
So if you see it scan across, it leaves lines, green lines across the field of view of the Tesla camera.
Cool.
And it's permanent. It destroys the sensor.
Corporate espionage right there.
I'm sorry, blinding a mobile surveillance system? Yeah, I ain't got no problem with that.
Dude, my Corvette has cameras all over it from the factory.
I was going to say, when they started with... Go ahead, Heavy.
But the thing is, what they've worked out with Tesla and also law enforcement is that they're basically doing warrant, they go out to get a warrant and they use all the footage from your vehicle.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is when they started all this self-driving autonomous shit, they started with LiDAR, right? That was what they were using to figure out the positioning of the vehicle. And you had to put this giant fucking probe on top of the car. It looked like a can sitting on top of the car, but...
Yeah, but Tesla started using actual cameras.
Yeah, the difference on my Corvette with the cameras is I can choose to have it upload to the cloud or not.
Well, that's good.
I can also have it upload to my phone locally. So
my Subaru has a eyesight, which allows you to turn on like autopilot, not like actual autopilot, but it guides between the lines and doesn't hit anything
like lane keeping.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
These
are actually like cameras that are. This has, of course, reverse cams, and then it has a camera, kind of on the front bumper for looking for like when you're parking, so you don't run up over a curb or something.
Right.
And then it has cameras that look down from the mirrors.
That's what I was going to say.
Out from the sides.
Yeah. That's
and out from the sides too.
And can you tap into them mobily?
What's that?
Can you tap into them from like a mobile source?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, they run through OnStar.
Yeah, Cadillac's got that too.
So that's what's so cool about it is then you can also set them to basically away mode, for lack of a better term, and they record on a loop. That way, if you come back to some damage to your car, you've got it on camera.
Yeah,
you've got the license plate. You've got whoever did it.
So
If
good.
somebody tries to break into your car, blah blah blah, you've got their face right there.
Nah, man, need that African theft deterrent system. Do you remember those?
The one that shoots the flamethrower from
Yeah,
out
the
from
South
the
African.
bottom of the car.
Yep.
This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
I'm gonna tell you what. If y'all hang around long enough, BBB and Abe Dingus, you're gonna find we're a bunch of rednecks. I'll tell you that.
I
I live very rural. Okay.
So do I.
Me too. Other than my neighborhood, I've got 7 houses now in my neighborhood. Next nearest house, I can't even fucking see it. It's like 2.5 miles away from me.
Yeah. Yeah. I have 10
But the
acres
nice
and I
thing
live
is
20
I'm
miles from any town. So
I'm close enough to town that I can still get DoorDash and I can still get Instacart.
I don't get that. I don't have that. I wish I could. I don't.
Nice.
I'm like right on that edge because my requirement was I wanted to live in a flying community, but I still wanted to be close enough to have good fucking internet, right? Because this was before Starlink was really a thing. So I actually paid extra to have fiber optic cable run into my neighborhood so they could run it to my house. It was out at this main street, but I had to pay to have
Wow.
them run it into the neighborhood
Wow.
so I could have gigabit internet.
I think Twist is probably the most well off of any of us, honestly.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing you freaked out was when I told you I would
A
turn
plane.
on my heated driveway.
Whoa, yeah. What the fuck? Are you serious? Yeah. Fucking heating elements in the driveway.
I'm like, I gotta turn on my heated driveway so that I can get out in the morning.
Oh my goodness sake.
He about shit himself.
I did. I have to shovel not only my driveway but my parents' driveway. You fucking douche. But it only snows really bad about once or twice a year here, so I'm not as bad off on
If I had to
that.
do it over again, I wouldn't put it in since I'm not even here for the goddamn winter.
Yeah, you're in fucking Hawaii. No shit. Oh my goodness sakes.
For all truth, there's no way I could have that home in Hawaii if it wasn't for my girlfriend and I combining our resources. There's no way. Too fucking expensive over there. But you know, when we were able to sell her home for 1.2 mil, it helped a lot.
Yeah, Silvar is saying that I don't assume the walls aren't that yellow. They're not that yellow. They're actually off-white. It's kind of like eggshell kind of color. But I have a very low light illuminating the room, and most of my apps are dark mode. Like the light strains my eyes a lot, so I try to avoid it.
You need to use a ring light with sunglasses.
He
It looks like
down
mustard.
low.
Ring light
Like
and sunglasses.
Yeah. I need some blue light
All right,
blockers.
I got a dip.
All right, BBB. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for having me on for your trivia panel. That was really good. Y'all check out BBB if you haven't yet, for sure.
Thank you for
Nice meeting
checking
you.
it.
Take
It was nice meeting you guys too. I will always support all of you. Thank you. And trips. Bye.
Bye, BBB.
Have a wonderful night, BBB.
Thank you. I gotta figure out how to leave.
You hit the disconnect button.
Oh man, it's so funny because I think we've all had the struggle here and there. It's funny.
I can kick you, BBB, if you need me to. Okay, she figured it out. All right.
He turns them lights on low.
That's right. I like it low. I like it. Like I said, I'm sitting in front of this computer most of the day. I don't like eye stress. So the way that I combat that is with low light. That's
Oh, I
it.
just turn on all my stuff on dark settings on my computer, so it's not white light.
Yeah, I do that too, but
That's racist.
ah,
Sound like Puffy the Cloud.
shit fire. Y'all are terrible, I swear.
Well, you know,
I don't think I'm long for this world either, fellas. I'm probably gonna be headed pretty soon.
that's all right. If you gotta go, you gotta go. I understand. I should
I get
probably
my
spend my
model
life just
and
telling my kid go to bed. So
I get my next model run in about 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna do the same.
Right on.
yeah,
I reckon I hang for about 15 minutes. That'll be all right.
that sounds
I
good.
gotta watch that. See where everything's gonna develop. See
Yeah.
what my target is for the morning.
Good night, Brainbenders Banter. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Again, thank you for having me for the trivia thing. That was really fun. That's actually really fun.
I
So,
feel bad that I missed it tonight.
yeah, Brainbender tries to do some interesting thought experiments and stuff, and tongue twisters and riddles and interesting games. So it's good times. Y'all definitely check her
So
out.
I don't know much on the YouTube side of things.
I know. Yeah, neither do
Like
I. I'm
streams.
learning a lot. I'm learning a
YouTube
lot.
Streams.
Like I say, Brainbender and Abe are two of my recent acquaintances who I hope will become good friends. And there's a lot of folks out there that are in the same caliber as I, and I think there's a lot to discover and a lot to explore. Doomerang's a good guy that hangs out with Abe Dingus all the time. He's got an interesting setup and an interesting little studio that going on. Musician, so I relate to him on that.
Awesome.
He's a good dude.
He is. He's a good guy.
He always wears this fucking medieval fucking helmet though. It's just kind of hilarious, but
He wears his helmet, and I wear my hat.
that's right. I was trying to convince people that your hat was fucking like surgically attached to your head one night.
Well, the joke or the story is that I'm resurrected Abe, and the hat is what keeps me alive. Here, I'll just look. You can see.
He's still wearing it. You see, it's surgically attached. I told you.
Oh shit.
That's good stuff.
So that's that. But it's a certain thing, you know. Like the joke is, I actually went on the Tomato and I joined a panel because I had something to say, and they saw my face, and I have a big beard and no mustache, and I resemble Abe naturally, and they're like, "Oh, do a name change." So they changed my name to Abe, but my name was the Dinkus, and they changed it to Abe Dinkus. And I'm like, okay, Abe Dinkus it is. Well, I was in a spirit costume store, one of the Halloween spirit costume stores, one time, and I'm walking along, and they're like, "Holy cow, you look like Abe Lincoln!" So I grab a top hat off the shelf and I put it on my head and walk through the store, and people were just standing staring all throughout the store. And so I'm also 6'4", so I literally look like I'm Abraham Lincoln reborn walking around. So I'm like, okay, I gotta buy this. So I buy it. It's already sitting on a shelf in my house. So the very next day, I go back on the show with the hat and keep the name Abe Dinkus, and then that literally spawned my channel.
Fucking A.
I ought to come on one of them panels one night.
You should.
Tomato panel.
Oh yeah,
You
brother.
should. It's a good time, and it's a good experience.
It can be. It can also be a fucking nightmare. And
I used to do
You're not wrong.
I used to do some pretty big debate panels. I was
on
on a few pretty big ones.
Yeah.
It's on,
Prime K's.
You remember Brant?
Brant for Liberty, yeah.
Yeah.
I won
his debate panels. I did Prime K's panels. I did Hippy Dippy a few times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man, that was a while back, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
I remember the Hippy Dippy, man.
I was on there a couple times myself, and I won Brant's fucking championship fucking panel the first night out.
Dude, I used to watch that way back when it was like Destiny and all of them on it all the time.
Yeah.
What, a hippy dippy? Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot about that place, actually. That's funny.
Fucking Dylan Burns fucking cast that aside to go be a fucking Ukrainian LARPer.
Yep.
What a
He's,
shame.
does journalism over there. I don't like the guy, but I got to give him respect for what he's doing over there.
He's there. I'll give him that. But
Well, and he's going to the front lines and filming and reporting. I mean, he's doing the real thing. He's doing it. You know, like I said, I'm not a fan of the guy. I don't like the guy, but I gotta give him credit for where credit's due. You know, I can dislike the guy and still respect what he's doing.
all right, good. I still think he has a bent, a strong bent. It's not journalism; it's propaganda at that point.
He definitely leans to the Ukrainian side, but I'm okay with that. I mean, he's embedded with the Ukrainians. What do you expect?
From a journalist, what I expect is objectivity. That's what I expect.
Well, war correspondent's kind of a different story, right? You don't get you can't be objective. Because it's not like he could go over to the Russian side and say, "Hey, I just came from over there. You want to let me in bed with you all and talk to you?" Yeah, he would have an AK-47 shoved up his ass.
You can do that through PR channels. You can.
Not with Russia. There's no way.
Not if you've already expressed support for the side that you're on.
There will be some propagandists from Russia who's willing to engage with you. I'm certain of that.
Sure, but he's never going to get it straight then.
Dylan wouldn't fucking accept it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You're right. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I know this.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he would. But he is still putting his, he's putting his ass on the line with, he doesn't even get to carry a rifle. All he carries is a fucking camera, And he's experiencing the same thing those Ukrainian soldiers are. So
unless he wants to get shot. Yeah, no, he cannot carry a rifle.
But I'm just saying, you got to give him credit for that. You think the Russians aren't going to differentiate between a guy with a camera and a guy with a rifle?
They are going to differentiate between somebody who has big fucking letters that say press on the fucking shirt.
No, they're not.
Yes, they fucking will.
No, they've actually killed press.
Yeah, they target press with their fucking FPV drones.
I don't think they target press. I think that's
okay.
I think that's
for instance, here you go. You know who Cappy is, right? From what's the
Task and Purpose?
Task and Purpose, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You should
He almost
see
got taken out.
Yeah.
They were chasing him with a drone. The Russians were.
Was it an attack drone or an observation drone?
Yeah. No, one of the FPV attack drones.
That's fucked up. I can't say that I wouldn't suspect Ukraine guilty of the same fucking sin, though.
They might be. I mean, that's a dirty war over there.
Yeah, it certainly is.
But I give Ukraine a little bit more leeway because they're the one being invaded.
Humbug. They're the one on our side, that's all.
Russia invaded them. I mean, they're the aggressor. I mean, there's no arguing that. It literally is Russia invaded. That's not a matter of opinion. Russians are on Ukrainian soil.
We can also agree that NATO advanced eastward when they said they wouldn't.
No.
What do you mean, no?
NATO never had an agreement with Russia.
However, NATO did advance eastward.
There was a handshake agreement with the Soviet Union that does not exist anymore.
However, NATO did advance eastward.
Isn't it funny how with like you sign an agreement, but that doesn't matter because but this agreement matters.
Right, right.
We'll respect borders, but hey,
NATO didn't advance. Countries asked to join NATO.
Yeah, but there's literally agreements that we wouldn't allow NATO in those nations.
No, there was a handshake agreement with Gorbachev, which was the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union fell, that no longer applied.
Okay,
Country
but
didn't exist anymore.
Ukraine gave up its nuclear silos in order to gain protection as long as NATO was not involved.
No. The Budapest Memorandum was simply an agreement between the United States, Russia, and Ukraine and the United Kingdom. Didn't involve NATO. That if Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons, all of those countries would guarantee the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukrainian territory.
I don't think that extended to any other nation other than Ukraine.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
But there were three signatories to that. That was the United States, which four?
Russia, England, Ukraine, and the United States.
Well, of course, Ukraine signed off on it. But yeah, my point is that there were three signatories to it. That was Great Britain, the United States, and Russia, and Russia broke the pact.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Fair enough.
Broke it in 2014 when they went into Crimea.
That's fair.
That's true. I don't disagree with that.
Obama was too much of a pussy to do anything about it.
And both, and the aspect of this about Ukraine, everything was dirty. The Russians were trying to manipulate. U.S. was trying to manipulate. Multiple countries were trying to manipulate. I mean,
Boris Johnson was trying to manipulate, wasn't he? Yes.
That's usual.
Yeah, but you also, okay, so would you not say Russia was doing the same exact thing?
I would say Russia was doing far worse. But
I would agree.
I mean, known to us, did we try to poison the president of the country?
So what we did was a lot worse. What we did was a lot worse than what Russia did, because we did a soft coup on Ukraine. We fucking ousted their duly elected leader in order to install somebody that was more agreeable to the West. Yes, we did. That was an action of the CIA.
We did
going
not.
To
the
ignore,
Ukrainians did.
This is that whole thing about the Russia doing the same damn thing. Did they not do the same damn thing?
Possibly.
Oh, absolutely, they did.
Here's the problem. This is what I'm saying. We don't have all the information on all instances as the general public. If we had all of the information as the general public, we could have a much more resolved answer for these questions.
Well,
but we don't have access to all the answers.
People get the soft cue a little bit backwards. And what I mean by that is the Ukrainian population initiated wanting to oust this guy. Did we back them and did we support it? Yes. But did we initiate it? No. So
again, it's so hard to know that.
Did we help fund it once it got underway? Yeah. We did. But we didn't initiate it. We stepped in after it was started and we said, okay, yep, we're going to back this.
But I feel like we also had a vested interest ever since the agreement. And so we're pushing for a controlling stake in the territory, so to speak, without giving them
by the
defense.
Budapest Memorandum, we should have been boots on the ground fighting Russians in 2014.
Well, true. I don't disagree
Now,
with that. But we didn't, and so now we're in a different boat.
The other thing you're not. The other thing you're overlooking is the fact that the Budapest Memorandum was a memorandum. It was a handshake agreement in and of itself. It wasn't a treaty.
It was a step above.
It wasn't a treaty. It wasn't an alliance. It wasn't a binding agreement.
Neither was the NATO thing. Not only was it just Reagan, not Reagan. Yeah, I think Reagan. Was it Reagan or Bush?
It was actually Clinton for the Budapest Memorandum.
Was it? No. I'm talking about the NATO handshake agreement with Gorbachev. Either Reagan or Bush one. That it was a handshake agreement, not even a memorandum, nothing written down. It was just them saying, "Yeah, okay," with a country that doesn't exist any longer. So this whole thing about NATO expanding east, we violated an agreement. No, we didn't. There's no agreement. It didn't exist anymore. It's gone. Now, where we did fuck up royally was shortly after the Soviet Union fell. Once it became the Commonwealth themselves?
CTSO.
They wanted to join NATO. Russia wanted to join NATO, and we
under
told
Clinton,
them, go fuck yourself.
Clinton told them to go fuck themselves. Yeah.
Could you imagine if we'd allowed them to join NATO? We'd not be having a war in Ukraine. We'd have all of Europe and the United States and Canada under one alliance.
We create our enemies.
Holy shit. I mean, China would be fucking shitting their pants right now.
And Trump probably wouldn't have had any standing to fucking challenge Europe on their contributions to NATO either, because Russia would have been footing a lot of that fucking bill too.
Right.
True.
Everything would have been a lot better.
Yeah, because Russia would have been in an entirely different state economically than they are now.
Yep.
Yeah, that whole pipeline that we blew up, that we didn't blow up, that Russia blew up apparently, their own fucking pipeline.
I think Ukraine blew it up.
I think the CIA fucking blew it up on behalf of Ukraine. But
I think in union, yeah.
I think Ukraine blew it up with CIA support.
We all do. It's the same thing that I'm saying.
CIA problem. No, I think Ukraine did the operation, but we probably provided them with equipment and intelligence.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same story with this fucking airbase attack, I think, as well.
No, that was purely Ukrainian. That was a pure Ukraine op. 100%.
Without our satellite support, I doubt it.
Yeah, what do you need satellite support for?
To know where the planes are.
You know where the air bases are. They're airports.
Actually, no, it's only a couple $1,000s worth of satellite footage that anybody can get.
Yeah.
I reckon.
You could find those on Google Maps. I mean, literally.
Not real time. Not real time.
By the agreement, which is kind of weird because they no longer honor it.
The open skies. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was 100% a Ukrainian op with Ukrainian operatives and Ukrainian equipment. Those drones are domestically manufactured in Ukraine.
I don't doubt that the equipment was Ukrainian or that the operation was carried out by Ukrainians, but I think it had to be influenced and incorporated with United States intelligence. I think
that was such a beautiful operation. I was like, holy shit!
It was so few casualties. It was all equipment. Yeah, that's good.
It was something out of a goddamn Tom Clancy movie. Those trailers go in, the roof slides open out of a hidden compartment. All these drones start flying out. Oh my God!
That's crazy.
Like, yes, and that is a huge blow to Russia.
Yeah,
34% of their strategic bomber force is gone. And people don't realize.
I'm telling you,
34% of one leg of their nuclear triad. That's 34% of their capability to utilize cruise missiles against Ukraine.
Or the United States. Yeah.
Right. That is a massive amount of money gone. And Russia can't build these bombers. Russia built these bombers. Remember I was talking about
60
how we
years
had a lot
ago,
of
yeah.
Cold War equipment that we've been upgrading.
Their shit's older than ours, I know.
Russia's older. Russia's shit is older than ours, and they
Yeah.
did the same thing. They said, "We're not building new airplanes. We're just going to keep upgrading them."
Well,
right?
it's just like China too.
Unlike us, equate it to the B-52. Okay, we have a ton of B-52s that are still very effective.
Yeah,
we're constantly upgrading them.
They fly for a long time.
But we can't build, if we lose a B-52, we can't build a new one. We don't have the production line to do it. But the difference is we have new equipment coming off the production line too.
I was going to say,
right?
we would throw it to Lockheed Martin and they would build something. That's what would happen.
Well, but
B-21s, yeah.
Northrop Grumman would build a B-21 to replace it, right?
Yeah.
That's the difference. Russia's not, they're not building new bombers. They don't have anything in the pipeline. So they cannot replace these aircraft for probably at least 5 years to tool up a production line. And that is if they had the institutional knowledge and the blueprints of these airplanes. Those were Soviet era bombers. And
Well,
the
here's the
Soviet Union
thing.
collapsed. Where are those engineering drawings? Who fucking knows?
On that drone truck, I remember some stuff coming out. It's been a couple of years, but there is a Cerberus project with Russia that's basically a drone truck.
Yeah. But Ukraine's doing some wild things, it turns. They've got a mothership drone that then drops FPV drones off of it to attack.
They're trying to implement
Unbelievable.
It's a drone system, but it's a multi-mortar drone system.
Yeah, it's kind of like our Switchblade drones, but it's launched out of a mortar tube instead of rocket launch.
Oh no, this is more of an industrial sized drone, and instead of having like the single mortar drop, they've got the mechanism to cycle like 8 mortars off of it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. A multiple carrier, not launcher. Okay.
Yeah.
Like a MERV drone.
like a fleet of murder drones on one fucking pod. Yeah.
You want to hear a funny story about Russian aviation? There was the Tu-22, the Tupolev-22 bomber, which ironically was one of them that they got multiples of them destroyed. The Russians thought, what is a cheap material that we have around that can be used to cool avionics when they designed this plane, right?
Titanium?
It's not going to freeze in cold temperatures, like sitting in Siberia at an airport before it's running. But it needs to be cooled. The electronics need to be cooled when they're being used. They literally used vodka. The problem is the crews discovered that they used vodka. So while they were on these long flights, patrolling and doing their thing, they would tap into the cooling system for the electronics, drain vodka off, and they'd all be fucking hammered by the time they landed back at base, and the electronics would be overheating.
Oh, I swear.
No shit. That is a legit story out of the Soviet Union.
You know what? That sounds about as legit as the reason female pilots don't pilot F-16s.
Yeah, that really is legit. The Tu-22 story. It was literally called the vodka bomber.
That was good.
It's real.
Oh man.
Yes, sir.
That one actually is real.
I don't doubt that we are engineeringly, advantaged. But at the end of the day, even a fucking dumb ICBM is still an ICBM, and I don't want that war to fucking happen, brother. I really don't.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not that worried about Russian ICBMs. The last 2 they launched blew up. The test launches they had. blew up on the fucking launch pad.
Oh man.
And you know, I've been saying it for a while. I don't think it's a matter of if, it's a matter of when we're going to have a nuclear event, because Russia's rundown shit literally has a problem.
Yep.
Well,
Well,
once it gets to that point, it's going to be give up or go there. Like, and we know where the
Well,
mindset of the
here's the
leadership of
other
Russia.
here's the other piece on Russia's nuclear arsenal. Nuclear weapons are not maintenance free. There's a there is a material called tritium, which is a isotope of water that has, or it's an isotope of hydrogen. Well, it's tritium, so it's actually the next. It's got 3 neutrons instead of none. So this has a half-life, so it's radioactive. So only lasts so many years, right? 22 years half-life, which means that in 22 years, half of it decays into hydrogen.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is tritium is used in what's called a boosted fission weapon. So what happens is the implodes the plutonium core, which also compresses the tritium at the center of the plutonium core. When the plutonium core starts undergoing fission, produces a lot of neutrons that then fission more of the plutonium before it flies apart. And then those neutrons go on to create fusion in the lithium-6 deuterium secondary. Without that boosting, the bomb will do what's called fizzling. It will only produce a tiny fraction of its yield. So say it's a 4 kiloton trigger device for a 200 kiloton overall yield device. That trigger device might only produce 500 tons of TNT equivalent yield instead of 5 kilotons, which create the big boom. So
just big enough to shred the thing and leave it all in.
Right. The problem is tritium has to be continually produced.
Yep.
Russia's not exactly big on maintenance, and a lot of their nuclear scientists underwent a bad brain drain back in the late 90s or mid 90s after the Soviet Union collapsed. So I and a lot of other people that I know that I've talked to in the nuclear physics realm and the nuclear weapons realm are pretty certain that a large percentage of their nuclear weapons would fizzle and would not explode with full yield. When you combine that with their ICBM failures, if I were in Europe, I'd be worried about Russia's nukes, because they could theoretically hit with gravity bombs, but there again, 34% of their fucking bomber fleet just got taken out.
That's why 34% of their bomber fleet just got taken out. It's because the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia are on the fucking rocks, and Trump ain't happy about it. So new fucking intelligence was revealed to Ukraine to allow that shit to happen. I'm telling you.
It only takes one, though. That's the problem.
Well, it only takes one. It only takes one. What do you mean by that?
I mean, it only takes one aircraft with a decent load on one major city. That's what I mean.
Well, yeah, it could eliminate a city, but if they hit London, yeah, London would suck, but Russia would cease to exist.
True.
Right. What if they hit New York? Right. It would be 10 times worse.
It would suck in New York too.
Yeah.
But Russia would cease to
Kill and
exist.
destroy you take out millions of lives. That's
Yeah.
At that point,
It's not good. I'm not saying it's good, but the reality is, under current conditions between Russia's equipment failures and our missile defense systems, we could it would be horrible, but we could win a nuclear war against Russia currently, right now. 10 years from now, that equation may change. 10 years ago, that equation was completely different. But at this moment in time, with the current state of the Russian arsenal and our current state of technological development with missile interceptors, we could win. Now, I'm not advocating for it at all.
Well, we know this, right?
But
know this.
if it were to come to that, it wouldn't be the end of the way. We wouldn't be living in Fallout 4. Let's just say that.
No, and I don't think that that's the case at all. I don't think that we would have that issue. I am completely aware that come what may, we will stand. But I'm just saying that there is a large amount of damage that could be done prior
Oh,
to.
absolutely. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm saying that we'd come out of it unscathed. We take millions of casualties, right? I mean, this is why I say I'm not advocating for it.
Right.
If we could come out of it unscathed, I'd say turn Russia into a glowing fucking crater.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, man. Is
one
bomber gets through, either to Moscow or London or New York, and it drops one bomb. There goes that city. What happens next? What happens next?
Really.
What do you mean not? What do you mean not really? What happens next is we pull the trigger on World War III. We pull the trigger on the 7-minute war, whatever it is. Right, and all of our ICBMs go out towards Russia. All of Russia's ICBMs go out towards the West, and the whole thing is fucked.
That's what I'm saying is that most of Russia's arsenal is going to fail to make.
Yeah, but even if 50% or 70% fails, you're still talking dozens of cities.
Oh yeah.
Even if 75% fail.
It would be absolutely horrific. That's why I'm saying I'm not advocating for it. But if you step back and just look at it statistically, from a strategic standpoint, we would win a nuclear war with Russia at the current time.
Yes, we know that. I'm just saying that the toll it would take on the world would be.
Oh, it'd be world changing. It would be. You'd have all the losses and, in human life, but it would absolutely annihilate the world economy.
Yeah.
Too. So yeah, it's certainly not good.
Which is all the more important reason for us to be more interdependent upon ourselves than anybody else. But
do what?
I said it's all the more reason for us to be interdependent upon ourselves than anybody else, than everybody else.
Well,
instead of outsourcing our manufacturing to China, instead of outsourcing our manufacturing to Vietnam.
Yes and no. I think there are certain strategic products that we should produce domestically. We should be able to produce high quality microchips. We should be able to produce pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
Should we be able to produce fidget spinners and shoes? Who gives a fuck?
Honestly, we should be able to because
reality is who cares? I don't want to pay $30 for a fidget widget.
Every little fidget widget matters in the long run for the economy. I'm not talking about necessarily. I'm not talking about necessarily. I'm not talking about necessarily fidget spinners, okay, or useless fucking garbage. What I am talking about is complex plastics manufacturing. That's something that we should be able to do because that's something that's going to be important in the long run.
Well, there is a difference between national security production of materials and consumer production of materials.
Right.
That's fair. But both need to be secured. Both need to be secured.
I'm not a fan of outsourcing consumer level products to potential adversaries like China, etc. But outsourcing it to home base like Canada or Mexico, yeah, fine. I don't care.
I don't know
Yeah,
about
but the reality is, if Mexico fucks around, they're going to find out, right?
Mexico. I reckon.
I mean, think about it, right? And did you know that now Mexican labor is actually cheaper than Chinese labor? We could build fidget widgets in Mexico cheaper than we can in China.
Well, it's a better bet than China, but as much influence as China has over Mexico, that's a bad bet right now in my mind.
But it would we are what we should be doing is let Mexico, Canada, not so much Canada, Mexico, Central America, South America,
I'm still
let
here.
them make the widgets and the whiz bang things, right? And then we concentrate on strategic goods like chips, like pharmaceuticals, things that you have to have. And then we should be concentrating on manufacturing, exporting high technology goods, right? I'm not talking like cell phones and stuff like that. I'm
Yeah.
talking about AI
Guidance
systems, guidance, yeah,
Our
aviation.
yeah,
automotive.
our high tech shit is fucking weapon systems.
That's okay.
That's our high tech
That's
shit.
okay. That's okay. The world needs weapons.
I reckon.
I'm more than happy to let us sell weapons. Fucking,
Well, you know,
my stock portfolio is more than happy to let us sell weapons.
oh,
too,
I'm
let me
sure.
tell you.
Who buys it is fucking Ukraine, Israel, all the places where
all of Europe, Canada, Australia, New
all the places where
Zealand.
we put on these fucking endless fucking foreign wars are the places where we sink all of those resources into.
Europe is rarely at war. Europe. This is the first war that Europe has been in like this since 1945.
No.
Serbia.
No. When I was in Iraq in 2004, there was troops from all over the world.
Yeah.
No. That's not what I'm saying. He's talking about a hot war on the European continent.
No, what I'm
not talking about European allies coming to help us in our hot war.
I mean, the last
What
one
I'm
was
talking-
Serbia and Kosovo and Macedonia.
Right, and that was a mess, but it wasn't a hot war. That was more of a minor conflict.
A conflict, yeah. It'd be classified as a conflict.
Europe does.
We still got a bunch of refugees.
When's the last time Australia's been at war? But yet they buy a lot of our military equipment.
That's because China's right on their fucking front door.
Yeah.
True.
My point is that
we need to sell more to them.
We exactly right. That's what fuels our whole fucking military industrial complex.
We sell a lot of equipment to Japan.
I know. And they wouldn't be right. Japan and the Philippines wouldn't be the fucking dominant force that they are without our fucking artillery. I know that.
It's the same way with every nation for the most part, actually. The dominance of other countries depends on the dominance of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because our military equipment is that much better than anybody else.
Yes.
Europe's making some leaps and bounds, though. We're purchasing a lot of stuff from Europe as well.
They are, and that is why we need to not be fucking alienating Europe like we are. We need to remain allies with Europe. China's not a contender militarily. People think they are, but they're really not.
They have a lot more boats than we do. They're smaller, but they have a lot more boats.
They have a lot, but they're not blue water boats. They can only go around the coast. They can't project power. China's a regional power. They're definitely a regional power, but they're not a global superpower. Economically, they're a global superpower, but you have to be qualified as a superpower. You have to be both economic and militarily dominant.
Well, okay, so then okay, let's put a hypothetical into the mind. Who's funding the Houthis? It's Iran predominantly, but could China be in on that as well? And could that be a projection of their power?
That's not really projection of power. That is proxy.
Okay, yeah,
Projection of-
that's proxy. That's right.
projection of, when you talk there, power projection is a specific thing in military doctrine, right? It's not the generic, oh, I'm projecting soft power by doing this. No, I'm talking about military doctrine power projection.
I understand.
We can take
Physical
an
force.
entire fucking air base and park it off the coast of any goddamn country in the world in a matter of days.
Yeah, with the aircraft carrier groups, for
Right?
sure.
Who can do that? That's power projection.
That's only us.
Maybe the British, maybe once or twice. We can do it like 9 times.
No. When,
The British can't.
we
They don't have the equipment.
Nope. When we can pull up next to your coast, pull our cocks out, and fucking slap you with them,
Now,
that's
come
power
on.
projection.
Now,
And
come on,
you
guys.
can't do anything about it. And you can't do anything about it.
Because the aircraft carrier has to be towed to the location, and it might become a permanent coral reef once it catches on fire.
That's
again.
Russia. That's Russia's
I mean-
aircraft carrier.
That's China. That's Russia. That's a lot of countries, actually.
Hold on. Heavy wouldn't be saying that if it didn't happen to an American aircraft carrier.
No,
It would be a
that
battle
didn't happen to
group,
an, no, that was Russian.
Was it?
That was the
wouldn't be
Russian
one-
carrier.
It wouldn't be one aircraft carrier either. It'd be the whole. It would be the whole strike group, and that would be
Well, yeah, the carrier
so
battle
much
group.
power
Yeah.
that
It carries a big damn boat.
you could conquer
if I
a
was-
nation with one.
Yeah.
If I was going to take a jab, I would say just don't send the Truman carrier group. That's
Yeah,
all.
right. There you go.
All right, there you
But China has a lot of manpower, but they kind of follow the old Soviet doctrine of quantity over quality, right?
Yeah, their
What
equipment
you
is junk.
see, and people are talking about, oh, China's getting a 6th generation fighter. No, they're not.
The biggest fear you should have of China is their AI. That's it.
China has redesignated their generations of aircraft. So when they say we're building a 6th generation aircraft, it is the equivalent of the U.S. 5th generation aircraft.
It's the
which
same as
is
everything they do. It's just like
the shit that was made back in the 90s, the F-22, right? We are the only, us and the British are the only ones truly working on a 6th generation aircraft. And we are the only country that's getting ready to start deploying a 6th generation fighter and are already deploying a 6th generation bomber.
Hold on. I thought
which is the
Japan actually
B-21.
has a 6th generation in the mix right now.
They are in early stages of research and development. Britain has a prototype. We have a pre-production prototype. China doesn't have shit. Russia doesn't have shit. They both barely have 5th gen going.
Well, it's just the same as everything that China's government has done. Just like they are giving false population numbers, giving false GDP numbers, it's always that way.
And from an aviation standpoint, if you look at their aircraft that they're building,
all right,
they make all these claims, but the design is not stealthy. It just simply isn't. It's semi-stealth. It's better than an F-16 would be as far as stealth goes.
Yeah, but it
it's
doesn't have the
nothing-
profile of a bumblebee like we do.
Right. It doesn't have anything on an F-22. And an F-22 is old technology.
It's still the fucking. It is absolutely the dominant force in the skies. There's nothing that can stand against an F-22.
Yes, except the NGAD, the F-47 will absolutely dominate an F-22.
Well, that's our own aircraft, but
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's us, and us.
Exactly.
We're the first three.
Exactly. You are not going to touch the United States in military technology. We are so far beyond anybody else.
Well, we're literally at a point
it's
where
not
we
even
can conquer the planet if we chose.
Yeah.
That's
And
literally.
well, I think Europe would give us a handful.
They would
if
give us
they all
trouble, but I don't
combined,
think that they could stop
yeah.
it. I think
I
they'd
would
give
say
it- give
Europe.
us a fight.
Europe is probably the closest to us technologically on
They are.
military.
They are. The UK is.
But they don't have the
definitely
numbers. They don't have the
closest
numbers.
next. Right,
We have
they're
the
the closest
technology
next.
and numbers. We
Well,
have technology and numbers.
They don't have
Exactly.
the numbers unless they basically go into a coalition, and it would take all.
Right.
Even
well, they would have to
then,
draft a huge number, and then they still wouldn't have the training or the know-how. The coalition they develop wouldn't have.
and they don't have the
I-
numbers of the high technology equipment, right? Even if
There's
you
been a couple
combine
of
all of
studies.
the, even if you combine all of Europe's air forces together, our Navy alone still has more tactical aircraft.
That's
Right.
the point.
But what I was trying to say was the numbers that's been put out. I'll have to look them up, but there's been a few studies been known information such as strength technologies, equipment, and yeah, they're on par with the United States if they all come together.
Yeah, they're pretty
Just not the
close.
Navy. The Navy's the big weakness for them. So it's not going to be projection, but in a defensive war, they would be on par.
Yeah, they'd be the closest to a pure adversary, which hopefully they're never our adversary.
Who is that? You cut out for a second, Heavy. Who is that you're talking about? Europe. Yeah, okay, yeah, Europe.
Yeah, all the other NATO nations together.
Against
don't want that mess.
That's never gonna fucking happen, man.
No, it's not.
They need us to even uphold NATO. So
right.
But China is absolutely 100% a regional power. They're not a global superpower. People keep saying China's the other super. No, they're not. They're an
there's no
economic.
superpower.
They're
There's only one superpower. I'm sorry. It's just
Right
there's
now,
not even
yeah.
a close competition.
I have to agree with that because I don't see Russian fleets in the Red Sea. I don't see Chinese fleets in the Red Sea. I see American fleets in the Red Sea. That's what I see.
We're the
And
only one that
China-
we're the only nation
now-
that could fight two fronts at one time and stand.
And we've done it. We've proven it.
Our doctrine is 2.5 wars, 2 major war theaters with a small conflict simultaneously.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no other nation that could handle that kind of.
And when we're talking about major wars, I'm not talking about Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm talking about we're
No, I
taking
know.
Russia on and we're taking
I know.
China on
You're
while
talking about
fighting
World War
Afghanistan.
events. Yes. Yeah, I know. I've looked into this because the truth of the matter is the superpower title is only for a nation that could hold 2 national level wars simultaneously, and we're the only one that holds that title.
That would be the military superpower. A total superpower projects both global dominance in economics and in military.
That's fair.
Yeah. So.
Fuck, man. You know, I'm starting to see why the military-industrial complex exists in the fashion that it does, and why the perpetual wars continue to keep on going is to fuel this industry and to maintain this dominance.
Well, the term perpetual wars has been coined because of the war on terror, because of how long that lasted. Right.
No, not just that, but Vietnam too. Vietnam was way too fucking long. Korea was way too fucking long.
Any
The
war
United
is way
States
too
hasn't
long.
been.
World War.
It's only had a handful of years where they've not been involved with some kind of military.
Well, yeah, that's a great secondary point.
Part of that comes with being the global superpower.
But World War I and World War II were like 2 to 4 short years.
You don't realize that much of our what we enjoy economically here, as far as our domestic product, our standard of living,
if you are the best,
you can thank us being a global superpower for that.
Yeah. So here's the thing: like, if you're the baddest ass boxer in a gym, everybody's gonna come at you to take that title from you, and the same is true when it comes to national dominance. It's gonna happen.
And when you're talking
And I'm
about the
not
military-industrial complex, you got to understand we were literally caught with our pants down for 2 world wars, technologically and production-wise. And they basically drew the line at Korea because we literally followed up World War II with going into Korea with World War II technology, while other countries were implementing jet fighters and all.
And EOD, I'm not saying that we were justified in some of the things that we have done over the time since. I'm saying that it is the case that we are in that position. I think that
I
there's been
understand.
sneaky, underhanded, stupid shit done constantly. So
Yeah, has
whether or not-
has the United States done dumb shit? Yes, absolutely.
But whether or not we're selling the materials to other countries, we're still going to have that industrial complex because they're
Right.
never going to get caught again being behind.
Right. And our technological development is driven by the fact that we export weapons. And where I'm saying this is we export stuff that then we replace with better versions of. So like, the previous version of the M1 Abrams tank, when we started building the M1A2 SEP V3, we started sending the previous generation to Saudi Arabia, to Egypt, to blah, 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 blah. But until we built new shit.
I get that.
Same thing with Ukraine. People think we're sending all these weapons to Ukraine.
But they're not ineffective weapons.
No, what do you mean they're ineffective?
I'm saying I'm saying that they're not ineffective weapons. They could be an asset to our troops.
No.
You would have to go back and do retraining and a whole bunch of other stuff because what they're selling is stuff that they've moved.
Nah, that's not true for heavy. That's not true. In a lot of cases, that is true. But in a lot of cases, what they're actually exporting to Ukraine is stuff that was in service up until the point that we decided we weren't going to fucking do that anymore, and send it to Ukraine instead.
Replace it with something else.
Well,
all right,
that's better,
gentlemen. I have got to go.
All right, Otto.
All right.
I will talk to you again soon.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Yes, very nice to meet you guys.
Cheers, Abe. Thank you for coming by,
I'll see
bro.
you later, man.
Yeah, I'll be around.
Yes, you too.
I'll come by and say hi next time you're streaming, bro.
I'm sure, and we'll probably collab some. So.
Hell yeah.
All right, man. We'll see you later.
All right.
See you, bud.
Cheers.
And like with the Abrams tanks, we're literally removing all the Abrams from the Marine Corps.
Yep.
We're cutting systems to
and
go in
those
a
are
different direction.
older Abrams. The Marine Corps never had the new M1A2 SEP V3s.
Okay, but the shit we can still use it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can still use it.
No, we have better. Why would you use old shit that is more risk of being destroyed in combat?
What?
And less effective in combat when you have something new that you can use.
Because money is not infinite, and this equipment still saves lives. A10, prime example.
A10's not a prime example. An A10 would get 8 alive if we ever went to combat with a near-peer adversary.
I'm the biggest fanboy of an A10.
I love the A10. The A10 gives me a fucking boner.
Right, you have to have air dominance, bare minimum, and even then, I'm sorry, the F-35 is going to be a better platform to deliver.
Well, if we can build enough of them,
we've built hundreds of them already.
Well, I want thousands. We have thousands of A10s.
We're spinning up thousands. We don't have thousands of A10s.
We have a bunch of them. They're all over the fucking place.
But do you know what is helping fund us getting those thousands of F-35s to replace the F-16, the A-10?
The gross government spending that Trump just fucking thrusted through Congress.
Foreign military sales. Because the way it doesn't directly do that, so it's not like Lockheed sells an F-35 to Great Britain and then gives the U.S. an F-35. No. But it funds the research and development for the next generation of aircraft. Right? So what we made from Lockheed selling F-16s to Europe helped fund designing the F-22.
I know.
And the F-35.
I know.
That now we're upgrading to. We're selling them F-35s. Now the NGAD is a Boeing product, so that doesn't really cycle back around from that. But I guarantee you there's going to be another, the F-47 is the equivalent of the F-15 or the F-22. It's a heavy air superiority fighter.
Yeah.
You're going to have a new generation of aircraft to replace the F-35.
We're already
in a
replacing the
couple of
F-22.
decades.
That shit blows my fucking mind. We haven't. It's
What do you
never
mean
been
already?
engaged
That
in
thing's been in
combat.
service. The thing was designed in the early 90s. That is an old airplane.
It's never been in combat.
So what? It didn't need to be. And yes, it has, but
Well, the balloon doesn't count. Okay.
no, it conducted airstrikes in Iraq and Syria.
Right.
Yeah, it's been in combat.
It's never been in air-to-air combat. And none of them ever been downed. Not once.
Well, no. Neither is the F-15. But guess what? We replaced it. Well, we were supposed to replace it with F-22s, but we didn't buy enough of them. But that's a big piece with the F-47. Not only is it better than the F-22, technologically, it's better performance. It has better integrated communications, has better data networks. It's integrated with intelligent AI drones. It's all integrated together. And it's cheaper to manufacture and cheaper per flight hour than the F-22. So it's better and less expensive. We can build more of them.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty good.
Well, yeah, spending less money is great on each plane. That's for sure. But all the money that went into the development of it and everything else, and then we never fucking even engaged in a 22. Fuck.
Not all weapon systems have to be used against the target to be effective.
Who did we fight during the period of time the F-22?
Fucking Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah.
Did they have an air force?
No.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, they did like the first day.
Well, they did in 91 until they decided to fuck around. They found out.
Yeah.
Well,
Then their Air
hold
Force
on.
became-
No, they actually were doing intrusions into airspace before the second Iraq
Yeah,
war,
they
so
were.
they did have some.
Yeah. But they were by no means an Air Force significance, right? So the F-22 served during a period where there was not a conflict for it to operate in.
I reckon.
Here you go. Fuck it. Let's go just shoot down some goddamn fucking Australian planes just cause.
Well, how about Russian or Chinese planes? We could have done that.
Why would we do that?
Because they suck.
Now, should we have after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014? Yeah, we should have, but we didn't.
Yeah, no. Poland did.
But there have been a lot of equipment that we've had over the years that was never really used in active conflict. That's just the nature of the beast.
At least the F-16s are being put to a pure adversary now.
Yeah.
Well, what against what?
Russia.
Su-37s.
Oh, Polish F-16s. Yeah.
No, Ukrainian F-16s.
Well, yeah, that too. All right.
But that also shows what I was talking about, the difficulty of battlefield survival for a fourth generation military aircraft.
And you know what?
In a modern war battlefield.
I'll admit it. The Israeli versions of the F-16s have actually got kills, so I'm wrong. Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, the F-47 may never see combat, but it's not a matter of we have to see combat with our equipment for it to be of use. Because again, it's like Heavy said, World War II, we got caught with our pants down technologically and materially. We didn't have the war material. We didn't have the military equipment. The Japanese Zero was far superior to the Wildcat and the Brewster Buffalo that we had, and
German
the
tanks.
P-40.
German
German
tanks.
tanks were far superior.
Yeah.
It took
Entered
us
Rosie
until
Riveter and the
probably what
proliferation of the Sherman.
1943 we really started coming out with like the P-47. You started getting the early versions of the P-51. You started getting the Corsair and the Hellcat. That we really started to come up, and I'm talking aviation because that's my wheelhouse, you know. But that applies to tanks and ships and everything. But we were so far behind. We were in even worse shape in World War One. So after World War II, we basically said, never again. We're going to stay on top of the game. So we're always going to have that equipment, even if it may never get used, and that's okay, because it deters anybody from trying to touch our boats.
I fucking hope so.
You know, and if they do touch our boats, it lets us put a fucking go to Pound Town with them.
As is so with the Houthis. Fuck those fucking SN words. U.S. Navy launched. This is from Wobbly. U.S. Navy air launches next-gen missile from an unmanned vehicle. U.S. Navy's Naval Air Warfare Center Weapons Division, what a mouthful, has air-launched a solid-fuel integral rocket ramjet from an unmanned vehicle for the first time, making an important step toward modernizing missile technology. It's a drone launching a missile. That shit is nuts.
Well, that's already happening. I mean, that's part of the NGAD program. The F-47 is only part of the NGAD program. That program includes what's called Loyal Wingman, which are AI drones that are commanded by the pilot of the F-47. So he'd tell them to go out in this area, seek and destroy, go do this, go do that, and they're going to go off and do it on their own.
Well, this doesn't look like one of those little drones. This looks like a big thing that's probably piloted from a command center somewhere.
Right, but that's just a test. That's just a test. That's not an operational item.
Yeah, we're not Russia. We don't make a couple prototypes and claims that we have a whole
Right.
production line.
Especially stealth aircraft with fucking rivets. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
what a goddamn joke.
Yeah, for sure.
They got all these lefties out there that are, Russia's big bad Su-57. Yeah, they have 10 of them and they have fucking rivets. Get fucked, Russia.
Not stealth. What do they call them? The fucking felon. That's what they named that aircraft. Yeah. That's right. It's felonious to try and make out a craft with rivets to be stealth. Yeah. That's felonious.
Well, it doesn't work. I mean, you can't have stealth and rivets. It's one or the other, you know? Oh, I laughed so hard when I saw that close up of that airplane. I was like, are you kidding me?
You fucking idiots.
Russia's new F-22 competitor. Yeah, no.
Yeah, we figured that shit out in 1993 with the 117.
1993? Are you kidding me?
Well, that's when the public learned about it.
1973.
Yeah, that's when the public learned about it. That shit.
That's what I'm saying. You don't realize the life cycle of these things. You know, you talk about the F-22 being the biggest, baddest on the block. Yeah, it is. But it's also old.
Still.
It's 30-something or 40 years old.
Well, it's exactly what you were talking about with the F-16, right? We just, when it becomes obsolete or replaceable, we just fucking sell it off to the highest bidder.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to happen to the 22, and I'm so sad for that. I had such high hopes for it. I wanted to down some MiGs. That's what I want.
Maybe it will.
Downing MiGs. You're a fucking bully.
Maybe it will down some MiGs.
And
it might not be in American hands when it does. But actually, the F-22 is one of the few pieces of equipment that we will not sell. Same with the F-47. It's not. It's going to be domestic use only.
Oh.
There's actually a law that was passed. About
Right.
certain
Well, right.
items
As
that
long as
can't
it's
be
in use
sold.
by the United States military, it can't be
Hey.
sold. Yeah.
No,
Hey, man,
no.
you know what?
It was a
You-
law specific to the F-22 that it could not be sold even to our allies. That's
I-
how much more advanced it was. And
Yeah.
the F-47's getting the same treatment.
I mean, the F-117, the 22s.
Yep.
Hell, if anything, load
B2s,
those fuckers up with
B-21s.
load those fuckers up with ordnance, and you got a fucking stealth drone. Don't ever get rid of them. Don't care, you know.
I'm telling you what, brother. That's what I'm trying to say about the shit we're selling to Ukraine.
They're not stealth drones though.
Here's the thing. Let's back up to what I was saying about Ukraine. They are getting equipment that we are retiring. The other piece of that is it would actually cost us more money to decommission that equipment and store it and dispose of it than it costs to send it to Ukraine.
And
It actually saves us money to give them the equipment.
That's like when we go somewhere and we leave a bunch of shit because it's too expensive to store.
That was so stupid. That was Joe Biden. Fuck that guy. He's an asshole.
What are you talking about, Joe Biden? Iraq, the first one.
We're not
Anytime
talking about the Afghanistan stuff. We're talking about Iraq. All the Humvees, the rifles. We left all that stuff.
That's so dumb.
Animal.
That is so dumb.
No, it's not, because it costs more to bring it back.
And on the Ukraine situation, you also have to understand that there's a lot of technology and a lot of platforms that are being battlefield tested in such a manner that, yes, there is stuff going over there, but you're talking about private contractors, shit like that, not the U.S. military directly.
I don't understand how it costs more to bring it back. It's just, two planes instead of one. One for people, one for equipment. Bing bang. There you go.
Because it costs more to bring it back and store it. It's cheaper to make a new one that's better. Literally.
I cannot fucking accept that.
Now, that the exception to that is high ticket items, your aircraft, your main battle tanks, blah blah blah. But Humvees, shit. Humvees are garbage anyway.
It's just a truck.
They're a dime a dozen. M16s, M4s, fuck. It costs way more to have the payload capacity to bring those things back than to just let them sit, let them rot, build new ones.
How much shit got left in Vietnam?
Yeah,
I don't even know.
It actually doesn't make logical sense, but when you really boil it down and think about the cost of logistics to bring stuff like that back, it costs more per unit item to bring it back than to build a new one.
I cannot fucking accept that. That's retarded. It cannot possibly cost more to stick an old Humvee on a C-130 and bring it back across.
What's the cost per flight hour of a C-130?
It cannot be more
thousands of dollars.
It cannot be more than the manufacturing cost of a Humvee.
Oh yeah, it can.
There's no way.
Thousands of hours, and you've got one, maybe two Humvees on a C-130.
So you could fit four in there.
Nah, no. Not on a C-130, and then you start talking about a C-17, your price is only going up.
Humbug. That's a jet.
So you've got old Humvees that you're bringing back, old rickety Humvees for.
And all we gotta do is change the oil and put some armor underneath of it. I mean, give me a break.
$3,000 an hour, probably more than that for a C-130, but call it $3,000 an hour total. So $40,000 to bring two old rickety Humvees back when you could build two new ones for $30,000.
I think the operating cost of a C-17 is cheaper than a C-130. When you go by the hour. You go by the hour.
Regardless of which.
So you can put 4 on a C-17 and bring them back, and that probably makes a little bit more sense. We can
Not
get there.
really.
We can
And
get there.
again,
We can make it
doesn't
fucking
make
work.
sense.
The shit
It
works.
doesn't. It does.
It's not
Works
trash.
well are two different things. It is garbage. It's literally garbage.
Humbug. It saved somebody's life, otherwise it wouldn't exist anymore.
Sure. It saved somebody's life, but the new one can do a better job. And we weren't even, we're leaving Humvees behind because we're not building Humvees anymore because they're garbage. Everything's MRAPs.
We could have worked it out, man.
Humvees were never meant to.
We're never meant to what?
They had never meant to be a combat vehicle.
Yeah.
They were meant to be basically behind. They were like the Jeeps of World War II.
Yeah, they were the
behind
Jeeps.
lines, running here and there, but have a 50 cal on it just in case, right?
Right.
They weren't supposed to be out patrolling and doing all the shit that we tried to do with Humvees.
I know.
That was not their intended purpose. They're garbage, literally. Have you ever driven a Humvee?
No, but I do not
horrible.
discount
They
the
are
fact
garbage.
it's not a comfortable vehicle. It's not supposed to be.
It's not about comfort. They're garbage. They break down constantly. They're garbage.
Well,
back in the 80s when they were built originally, yeah, they were fine.
I would
the goddamn things are 40, 50 years old.
I would defer to Grumple on this because he's the diesel expert.
You wanna go into combat in a 1980 fucking Jeep?
Well, I think that's what the fucking Vietnam folks were going through.
I don't know. Some people deployed. I think they would have rather had the Jeep option.
You're probably right. You're probably right. I never, being in aviation, I never had to worry about that. But I think I'd have rather been in oh my God, I've had a brain fart. Toyota
Hilux.
Hilux, yes. I think I'd have rather ridden into combat in a Hilux than a goddamn Humvee.
That's what the fucking Hajis use. I shouldn't say that. I didn't say that. Don't listen to that, YouTube.
But yeah, it doesn't. I understand where you're coming from because it doesn't make logical sense that it's cheaper to just leave this shit behind. But it really is. It really is. And a lot of that shit isn't just left behind either. It's sold. It's sold to the, like the Iraqi army after we started turning everything over to them, right? We started selling the equipment to them.
That I can somewhat agree with.
So
they
it's
were
not
supposed to
like
be
it was
a friendly regime, but what we did in Afghanistan was we left our fucking
Well, I'm
equipment
not
for the
talking
enemy to
about
take it.
Afghanistan, we left behind shit that should have been brought home.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. 100%. I agree. 100%. We left shit behind there that should have been brought. Fucking helicopters.
Yeah,
Are you
Blackhawks.
kidding me?
They were crashing Blackhawks and laughing about it. Those fucking heathens.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, I'm gonna be really dark and mean right now. We crashed Blackhawks and cry. They crashed Blackhawks.
Ah, come on.
As long as they're taking out some of their own, I'm good with it.
But yes, Afghanistan, we definitely left shit behind we never should have left behind. But again, we kind of diverged from the Ukraine topic. With Ukraine, with the equipment we're sending them, 100%, it would cost more to store and decommission it than it costs to send it over to them. It costs more to scrap it.
I'll tell you this. I saw a Ukrainian artilleryman explaining how to use a piece of equipment that we used to use in 1950. And I was like, okay, if that one's, you guys can have that one. That's cool.
Hawk Systems.
Yes, the Hawk
Yeah.
system. That's it.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, all right.
Even the
That's
Patriot
okay.
systems that we've sent them are the old Patriots. We have new Patriot missiles and missile
Well,
systems.
okay, so yeah, we're sending them Patriots, we're sending them Abrams. Like, this shit is still usable, man.
No, it's not. It's been replaced. The Patriot systems we sent them were the old retired, Pac 2s, I think. The new Patriot systems that we have that we're using have anti-ballistic missile capabilities and things like that we've developed and replaced the old Patriot systems. We don't need them. They were sitting there doing nothing. They were costing us money to store.
That's good. They could have been doing something in Guam or the Philippines, you know.
No, they couldn't. Why? We have the newer ones deployed there. We don't need them.
Yeah. Do we? I hope so.
Yeah. We have the new stuff deployed. That's what you're not getting. This equipment is stuff that even if we kept it in active service, we've built new stuff. We don't have people to use it because they're using the new stuff.
All right.
You have to have that balance of personnel and equipment. It's not like you're.
Okay, so one of the things Marines have always told me, you yourself have also admitted to this, is that what you get is hand-me-downs. You get fucking shit that was left over from other services.
That's changing, but yeah. Yeah.
So then this shit could have been okay. So the M1 Abrams, the M1A1 could have been given to the fucking Marines.
Marines are getting rid of their tanks.
Well, that was a mistake.
No, it's not. The Marine Corps was never meant to be a heavy fighting force like that.
They need cover.
The Marine Corps was meant to be a light amphibious raiding force. Rapidly deployable, hard-hitting, quick in and out. And or Army comes in behind with the heavy load, right? Secure that beachhead, that amphibious force, secure that beachhead, secure that port, and then the Army starts pouring in behind.
Marine armor makes exactly as much sense as Marine air.
No, it doesn't.
If
Marine air is more equivalent to Marine air is utilized a lot like artillery. It's a lot of close air support, 99% close air support, with some aerial, air superiority function as well. But primarily, it's close air support. We're not, Marine aviation, we're not conducting deep strikes. We're not conducting strategic raids. We're not hitting your factories or your logistics hubs back behind the line. We're putting warheads on foreheads on troops in contact, right?
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what the A-10's for. That's exactly what the Apache's for.
The A-10's the A-10's not survivable.
I don't know.
Once again, you need air
That's why the
superiority.
Harriers, right? That's why the Harriers being replaced. It's not survivable on the modern battlefield. As much as I love that airplane, I flew it for 22 goddamn years. I love that plane, but it's not survivable. It's just not. It would be made mincemeat in a modern conflict against a near-peer adversary. Attack helicopters are, I personally, and a lot of people in the aviation community agree, are kind of on their way out. They're too vulnerable.
What are you saying, Heavy?
Oh, nothing. He's pretty much hitting where I'm going.
Right on.
And, well, I will say this. Marine Corps is an expeditionary force. They're there to make a foothold for the larger force to move in. So a lot of their stuff, they're even looking at the practices and the way that they're doing this. They're making some mobile artillery and, fast moving rocket, what is it called? I'm having a brain fart. Early morning. rocket support, but
It is late.
they even have to weigh in their naval assets for this, so they're able to move lighter because a naval ship can hit hundreds of miles inland.
Right, especially with tomahawks.
Yeah, those have a lot.
So they don't need a lot of the gear to be packing along.
Right, and the Marine Corps shifted. If you think about the Marine Corps in World War II, they didn't have tanks. They had light armored vehicles. They had armored personnel carriers, which were amphibious. They didn't have tanks. They didn't have fucking Sherman tanks.
They
rolling.
Actually, they did have some Shermans.
They
and they
had
did have
some-
Stewarts.
They had some that they brought in after the beachhead was taken. But again, World War II was a little bit different because the Marine Corps was totally taking the Pacific War on, right? While the Army fought in Europe. But like I said, the Marine Corps was never meant to be a force to go in and take territory. You raid. Either you're a raiding force, meaning you go in, you hit a port, and you pull out immediately, or you secure that beachhead. You get onto that enemy beach, you secure it, you secure a port, and then the Army can just start pouring in. Marine Corps is an amphibious light assault force. It's an expeditionary force.
That's an expeditionary force. So it was
That's
always
why-
intended as.
That's why Marines have Marine expeditionary units. That's the whole point of that, right?
Yeah,
But
it grew into something
back to
more.
focusing on that in
Yeah.
its entirety instead of trying to be Army 2.
Right. I hear that. I hear that. Fucking
So,
Iraq and
these
Afghanistan taught a
M1s
lot of lessons.
These M1s are no good to the Marine Corps. Bradleys are no good to the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps needs amphibious APCs.
I know. Something that can be launched off of a amphibious assault carrier, right? Like, what do you call that thing?
Yeah, because you think about a tank. One M1A1, an LCAC, which is the landing craft assault carrier, I think it is. It's the hovercraft.
Right, the hovercraft. I can't believe the Marines still operate a hovercraft. That's nuts.
Yeah.
That and the Osprey. That's what
Actually,
makes the
Navy
Marines fucking
operates
crazy.
those. The Navy operates the LCAC.
Okay.
That's not a marine equipment. But it that can carry one Abrams. Uno.
Well, the big damn tank. That's true.
Yeah. The idea of having tanks and stuff goes against the entire purpose of the Marine Corps. We don't need a second army. We need a Marine Corps.
A light expeditionary force that is just amphibious, indeed.
Right. And rapidly deployable. Right?
Yeah.
Something kicks off with China going after Taiwan. You're going to get light troops in first. You're going to get probably Rangers, 101st, 82nd Airborne into the airfields in Taiwan. You're going to get the Marine Corps making beach landings, probably opposed beach landings against Chinese troops. And then they're going to provide security and let the Army pour into the ports.
That's the ideal, yeah. Ideal with an L. All right, y'all. It's getting on 7:15. So
Yeah, I need to run my fucking model. See where I'm gonna go.
I reckon I'm gonna cut it here. So I do appreciate everybody fucking coming out. I appreciate you coming out, Twisted and Heavy. I am working on the D&D campaign. I'm getting the maps together. I think I want to run the character sheets through Roll20 this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide if I'm going to do the same character or build a new one. I think I might build a new one.
You can if you want. We're gonna start at level 3 if we do. So.
I think I might build a wizard that has a penis growing out of his forehead.
Oh, but it's always gotta involve the dick, doesn't it? That would be fun. But
He's gonna have the ability to randomly shoot magic missile out of his penis forehead.
All right.
At random times during combat at random targets.
I come back to a crotch rocket? What?
That's what he's describing right now. He's building a crotch rocket out of a wizard.
I said that I was going to maybe do a new character. I said I was thinking about doing a wizard that has a penis growing out of his forehead. But during combat, when he gets excited, randomly it shoots magic missile randomly at random enemy targets.
Dude, you can play an artificer and make like a oh shit, what movie was it? Was it the one with Will Smith where there's like a cock derringer?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah,
you know how much I know about fucking movies and pop culture.
Only if it's related to the military, you know, or aircraft in some way.
But yeah, I don't know. I'll come up with some kind of unique, weird shit that the guy has.
Well, okay. So I did recruit a couple of new players, and I introduced them in the D&D channel. Also, I want you guys to be aware that this is a much broader fucking journey that we're about to go on than what we just went on. This thing has like several different pathways y'all can choose, and I have to figure all of that shit out, and it's been a challenge.
Do it if you can do everything in like one app, like that Roll20.
Yeah,
I can probably play even when I'm on the road, as long as it's after I'm done with the chase day.
That's what I'm thinking. I want to consolidate as much as I can into Roll20. So that's why I'm saying we probably ought to just put our character sheets into Roll20.
That way I don't try to have 20 different fucking screens open all
yeah,
the time.
right.
I can just open up, you know, Discord on my tablet and that Roll20 on my fucking laptop or something.
We can do the voice chat through Roll20 too. I haven't really experimented with that a lot, but
we can stick to Discord for that.
Yeah, it does work really well.
I've got phones and tablets and shit that Discord. Yeah, that's no problem.
Okay.
It's trying to do all the other shit from one little laptop screen. It's like, no, nope, negative. No.
I hear that.
Have you thought about maybe for like donations and subs, doing like throwing in like a curse, a twist, a buff?
Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea.
It would be great if I could do that easily, but as it stands, a lot of the viewership's coming from YouTube, and I can't do that on YouTube very easily. So I could do something with subs on Kick.
Well, you could set up.
We could do something with super chats on Rumble.
But you don't even have to do it that way. Get a Cash App or a Venmo and just post your Cash App and Venmo for a $5 Cash App. You can have a curse put on one of the characters or a random character or whatever.
That's an idea. We could do it through PayPal.
Then you can do it. Then you could do it external to the super chat function.
Sure.
You probably won't get as many as you would if you had super chats enabled, but then you can have that and the super chats once you're able to get super chats.
I understand that, but the problem is trying to monitor PayPal or whatever, Cash App or whatever, while I'm running the game. It's already a trial just to keep up with all of your fucking shenanigans in the game itself. You know what I mean?
But they're the best kind of shenanigans.
They are. It's a great time. I love doing it. I'm just trying to say that my attention has to be on the game. It really does. It's a very complicated thing to try to run this thing. And I honestly, I feel like I'm doing a very poor job at it. Over
We
the
had fun.
I know that. I know we had fun, but I'm missing a lot of opportunities and interesting things that could have happened there. And I feel bad about that. But you guys are having fun. I'm having fun. We're all having fun. The audience is having fun. That's really what really
I was
matters.
just getting frustrated with a certain,
I know.
you know, yeah.
I invited him
Combine
back,
that with,
but
and then combine that with my, you know, my equipment when I'm out in the field. It's like, yeah.
yeah, I hear that. And so the more that I can simplify it for you guys, the better. The better for the audience in the long run, because everybody's more fluid about it. If your character sheet is right there in Roll20, you don't have to have two apps open. That's great. So
right.
That's good. Also, the 2024 5th edition character sheet that Roll20 puts out is actually pretty interactive. It's almost on par, not quite, but almost on par with D&D Beyond. So I think we're gonna enjoy that. That's gonna be fine. I really do.
That works.
So.
Alrighty, and so you want to go the Roll20 route, correct?
Yeah, because it's free. I don't have to pay any money. Every other VTT I look at, I gotta give them money. I don't want to do that. I don't have any money.
No problem, man. Whatever makes it easier for you. I wanted to make sure because I mean I'll start looking into Roll20 if that's the way we're going with it.
Yeah, I think
gotta
so.
Look up the different like character classes. I can figure out what I actually want to play.
Well, go into Roll20. There's a create a character screen. Here, I'll share it and we'll walk through it real quick. It's super.
You're sharing a Discord.
Yeah. As soon as I fucking bring it up. All right. 1, 2, 3, go. Here we go.
Woo-hoo.
All right. So okay. So this is Roll20 on my this is the new campaign right here, Dragon of Ice Speak. This is the one we just played, Dragons of Stormwreck Isle. So
Okay.
Up here, you go to Tools. You look at Roll20 characters right there. Click on Roll20 characters, and it takes a second, but it'll get there. There it is. And so
Fallout.
Dude, there's stuff called homebrews. Then there's also expansion releases that I mean all kinds of stuff, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. That's an interesting ideal.
I would love to play like a D&D style game, but have like sci-fi.
I get that. I'm thinking about that. Believe me, I am.
It would make me erect.
I know, but I've got the physical.
Go ahead with this.
Like I was saying, I've got the physical fucking handout for this thing, and I've assembled some maps for it. So this is Dungeons and Dragons, though. So you're gonna go to D&D, and then
not 2024.
Yes, 2024.
You clicked the D&D, not D&D 2024.
You're right. This is the D&D 2014. So if you see this is wrong. Okay, great.
Okay.
I'm glad I did that.
So you're showing us what not to do.
That's exactly correct. Okay. We'll delete that one. So
it would be fun. Just
what?
Randomly thrown out there. A D&D type game like this, but in the Stargate SG-1 universe.
It could be, yeah. So we'll get there, Twisted. You gotta work with me, okay? We gotta go through some campaigns.
I was just throwing, like I said, while you were clicking around, I was just throwing shit out there.
I get you. I feel that. I think that would be cool too. I do.
Maybe I'll figure that out, and I'll run one for you guys over the winter.
By God, that might be nice. All right.
Can you
so-
imagine the shenanigans I could put you guys through?
I don't want
If I
to
was
think
coming
about
up with
it.
this shit out of my
Yeah,
own
dude, some
demented
fucking
head.
dicks would just fly out of the introverse and just slap you in the face. All right. So for this, do the D&D 5th edition 2024. So how I got here, I went to tools, I went to characters, and then I said, oh no, it's all kinds of fucked up. Okay, tools, characters, and then create a character. Where is it? Right here. Want more choices? Create a character. Right there. Click on that. Then it gives you all of the things that they have for free, which includes Fallout. But I don't have a Fallout module. What I do have is a D&D module, which is compatible with 2024 D&D. So
probably make use of the Fallout stuff for Stargate.
you should look into this. You should dig in. You should dig into Roll20. There's all kinds of stuff you can buy. So, all right, Dungeons and Dragons 2024. That's where you go. And you're gonna create. See this preview right here. This is really cool. It's a lot like D&D Beyond. You hit the create character button, and it walks you through the process, just like D&D Beyond does. So it's very similar to that. Click build a new character, and pick your class. And
Shit, there's a lot
yada.
of different thingies.
There's a lot, yeah. But like I say, you pick your class, and then you have to kind of scroll down and pay attention to this thing down here. It's like a progress bar. It'll walk you through the process. 5-step process. Super easy. Super good stuff. Very similar to D&D Beyond. Adheres to the same rules, everything else. So
And we're definitely doing the 2024, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, because what's listed is a mix of both.
Well, in reality, the 2024 and the 2014 rules are not incompatible with each other. They're sort of 2024 is an expansion upon them, so it's the same rule set. So that's why it's mixed.
2 classes?
2024 or 2014, either way.
Yeah, after a certain level, you can start investing into a subclass.
Yes,
Oh,
correct.
that'd be fun. A wizard rogue.
Well, subclasses are sort of dependent upon your primary class. So you can't be a wizard rogue. That doesn't work.
I can steal shit while putting magic up your butthole.
There are limitations. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'll play with it.
All of this figures that out for you. So, all right. Yeah, there you go. All right. I'm working on it. I'm still trying to get all the maps together. I've got to get at least 3 different adventures completed in order to start the campaign, because that's a choice you have. So
okay.
When I do all that, we will start. I think that will happen next week.
Oh wow. Okay.
Questions.
Yes, sir.
What are you needing for the campaign right now?
I need to read the module, and I need maps, and I have maps. I just need to integrate them into the Roll20 game that I've created.
Okay, so you don't need maps. You got those.
Yeah. Tokens. Tokens is something I need from you. So
we can all make our own tokens, correct?
Yes. You can make your tokens any way you wish. I'll integrate them as images. You just need to give me an image that represents your character.
I know what I'm going to use.
A big fucking dick. Yeah.
You remember my clown penis symbol?
Just out of curiosity, I don't know if you'll feel like it detracts or what, but have you thought about taking the module and doing some input into like ChatGPT?
You see, this is why I ask you for fucking feedback at the end of every session.
Well, no, the reason I'm asking is because, I mean, if you take the parameters and you plug it in, it could probably write out the script for it, and you can pick out whichever one that's most appropriate if you in a time crunch.
It's an ideal. That would have to be on the fly. Again, a lot of this depends on your decisions at this point. This module is much bigger than the last one. There's a lot of different pathways you can go.
Oh, okay. I thought, okay, so, all right. The pathways and events and is already established, correct?
Well, there are lines which you can follow. That's what I'm going to tell you. And
okay, well, I'm just saying you can use that kind of to generate an overall pathway that you're looking at. If we go path A, if we go path B, but it still gives you enough. Since we're not seeing it, if you want to tweak it on the fly,
yeah,
you know.
It would have to be on the fly. That's what's wrong with that. I could try, but I'll give it a shot. Wait, so you're right. Like, my impersonation of characters has been a little bit bland, hasn't it?
I mean, how far do you want to take this? Do you want us to be in a character role? I can do that.
There you go. I sent you the image.
If you want us to role play, we can role play.
Well,
I sent you the image in side chat.
I got you right there. This is a clown penis, everybody. it's a balls and dick and an afro that's made of a rainbow. Oh my goodness. I want this to get as deep as you guys wanted to get deep. That's it.
I want to get balls deep.
Well,
I mean, the reason I'm asking is there's different play styles. And I mean, there's ones where you're playing out your character or you're playing a game.
Sure.
If you want us to play out a character, I'm good with it.
I would like more of that. I'll say that. We gotta have more interaction. We gotta have more little down times where we fucking just kick off each other. That would be good. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a very complicated man.
You kept going back to the cloister to get beer, and I should have understood what that meant, but I didn't. I mean, your character is dependent upon it.
Oh, yeah.
So there were ways that I could have made that a fucking inhibition for you, but I did not.
If you would have read my backstory.
Yeah. I need to do that. I need to pay more attention. I am an amateur DM, everybody. I'm trying my best. This is why I ask for feedback. I ask you for feedback every time, Tam.
Well, I figured we were playing it as people playing a game.
Yeah.
Not playing out the role. So, my bad.
Oh, well, okay. So I think that both of those are equally imbalanced with one another at the end of the day. I think there is a game to play, and that there is a role to play, and it's just how deep does one side go to the other is completely dependent upon the group that's playing the game. That's how I look at it. So I'm trying to amalgamate this very rigid fucking structure that I have in my mind about what should happen with all of the fucking amazingly off-putting crap that y'all just throw into the mix.
Oh, dude. I can go there.
So what I enjoy about it is the way that we interact with each other during the journey. That's it. So it's like, that's why every fucking encounter was so fucking easy, is because I'm not trying to kill you. I don't want you to have to remake your fucking character. I just want us to progress. That's it. Maybe I'm too soft, You know, and like I realized at the end of the fucking journey that I probably should have been leveling the monsters, and I didn't. But that's fine. It's fine. I think we had a great fucking time with it, and it was cool. But does that make me the progenitor of fucking D&D? No, I should not be instructing any DM on anything. In fact, I should probably be seeking a mentor instead of trying to make all this shit up on the fly. But I'm having a good time. I feel like you guys are having a good time, and I think that's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point. So the deeper your roles are, the better of a time you'll have. So definitely engage in that. Definitely engage in interactions between each other. Definitely engage in this is who I am and this is how I stand amongst this world. You know, definitely. But should that be everything? No. There's a game to play too. I feel like it's a little bit of a misstep on the animation series that Critical Role put out. They were very much about all of these characters are extremely important. So it's like, well, then I don't care about any of them. Which one is most important? Right? Which one am I supposed to be following? Which one am I supposed to adhere to? There wasn't any of that. So a strong hero coming out to the front would be interesting.
Have you watched any of Legends of Adventurous?
Legends of Adventurous. No, I haven't heard of them.
Adventurous. I'll throw their link in.
Right on. Yeah. I mean, let's just address the elephant in the room. I fucking Grumple fucking threw a fit. Because I did the thing. I ran away for a little bit and he fucking lost his shit about it. And that was fucked up. And Twisted, you didn't like some of the fucking tediousness of some of the shit that he was fucking going through. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
That was kind of trash. I felt like to some extent he was trying to manipulate the game. And, you know, this is something that I guess a lot of DMs go through where players try to test the fucking boundaries and just push what's possible. And I don't know, it's a rite of passage, I guess, to some extent, but
Also threw in there Viva La Dirt League D&D.
say again?
I also threw the link for Viva La Dirt League.
Viva La Dirt League.
D&D, yeah.
But I haven't heard of this one.
I have to say, I hope that the trial finds you innocent.
Thanks, Gareth.
Why do we fail them so bad? We're like consistently failing.
I genuinely don't think I've rolled above a 10 on some.
Right now, Viva is getting close to the end of their current campaign.
Are they?
They've been doing it for, geez, a couple of years.
No shit.
But theirs is a homebrew, though. Well, it's a bit of a homebrew.
It seems like higher production quality value. Sure.
Oh, dude, they started off, really low, and this actually has created such a situation that they're able to spend more on it over time.
That's
cool. Rob Hartley is their GM, and he's pretty well known around the sphere. He has a Twitch channel that he does breakdowns tips and things like that.
That's cool, man. I have to give him a dig. I have to give him a dig. That's
But yeah,
interesting.
I like those versus like Critical Role. I don't know. There's something always off-putting about Critical Role to me.
It's a little mainstream. It's a little corporate for sure. I get that. But that's part of what appeals to me about it because it's becoming mainstream. I mean, that's what that tells me, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But dig on Critical Role back to 2014, 2013, 2012. They're just a bunch of geeks sitting in the back of a fucking comic book store with a couple of webcams. As it was a whole different story back then. So it's not like they just sprouted up out of nothing. So I can appreciate that about them. That's all that is. It's been a progressive journey, and I'm happy to see it, and I'm amazed by Matt Mercer, quite frankly. It's just the greatest DM ever. What do you say, Twisted?
Nothing. I'm just looking at something.
Oh, I know.
I'm looking at how ChatGPT could help me do like conversions from D&D to a sci-fi type game.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking maybe if I can do this during my off period when I'm chasing, maybe I can have it ready for when the campaign we're getting ready to start with you ends. We could roll into this one.
I know.
Sure, I can figure it out.
Legends of Adventures is currently running a second campaign iteration of it's Stardust Rhapsody, I think it is.
Stardust Rhapsody.
So they're doing a sci-fi custom themselves.
Yeah, I want to do it specifically in the Stargate universe though, because it's so not done. You know what I mean?
Oh, come on. There's been so many spin-off fucking series from that show.
What? No, I mean, there's no games. There's no. I mean, there's a few games that they're all shit. There's no content outside of the movie and shows, really.
What you have to be careful with is because of it being an IP, any content creation around their works that can get kind of sticky.
Yeah. Some of the stuff I'm using can get kind of sticky, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be okay.
Be worried about that if it was still an active property. You know what I mean? It's not they're not making Stargate.
Yeah, but how many production studios have invested in it, and there's all of those people are going to be fucking charging for it.
Now, dude, you could do one that's a twist on it that gets it far enough away. I mean, a lot of people do that.
That's the big problem with D&D is the art. The art is that's where the money's at.
Right, and I wouldn't be using any artwork from Stargate. I'd have to create my own maps and shit.
No comment.
Huh?
Said no comment. I
What
did
do you
not.
mean?
I did not create any of the maps for our Dragons by
gotcha.
Aspire Peak campaign, but it's a beginner campaign, and the next campaign that I'm working on is also a beginner campaign. So hopefully it's okay, but we'll see.
Well, if I do this, you guys will have to bear with me because I'd be on a such a steep vertical learning curve that I might as well be fucking rock climbing.
You and me both, brother.
I'm definitely looking forward to playing in the next one. So yeah, that's what I'll try and plan to do is try to have something together that we can roll into when the new one that you're starting is done.
I'm
'Cause
down
I'm
for it.
picturing probably, what do you think? How long do you think yours will run?
This one is bigger than the last one. The last one took us nearly 5 months.
Yeah, but the last one we had a lot of we're not playing, you know,
Yeah.
EOD disappeared, Grumple disappeared, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Also,
So I'm guessing if we kept up a pace of playing every week by fall, we'd be done.
Maybe.
I've got a suggestion.
Mid fall, Thanksgiving.
Mid-fall Thanksgiving, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah, I could. I'm sure I could have something ready by then.
7-8 weeks, I would assume. 7-8 sessions at least.
Okay.
We also there's a lot of kind of dead time while we're standing around and waiting. What about putting in mechanics that'll curb that? So say if we're at a location and we're looking for stuff, if we're quiet for 1 minute or we're not doing anything for a minute, something happens.
What do you mean?
Say we step into a temple. We're searching the temple. We're all standing around waiting, not really doing anything. Basically being inactive. Okay, this pops out, or this person falls, or falls out from under. You get what I mean?
Yeah, that's very situationally dependent. And it's much more possible than the current campaign that I'm working on. I'll tell you that.
I think that it'd be better just to prod people. Like, come on,
right?
Come on.
And
I get that.
events or something happening would be a prod.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so let's roll it back to the mushroom encounter in the caverns, the mushrooms. Perhaps the children weren't obviously apparent to you, and you're observing everything that's in there, and then you're poking around. Oh, here's these mushrooms, here's those mushrooms, and there's several different types, and suddenly there's a little child fucking myconoid that's staring you in the face, and it's like, who the fuck are you? Oh my god, I'm gonna run away. Yeah, that's an ideal.
While we're looking, maybe something like you hear giggling coming from just a little ways away.
Yeah. All right.
Or even say we're looking around and one of the myconoid children throws a pebble at us or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or you hear them rustling in the brush over to the side.
Right. Or if we're on the ship and we're dicking around.
Yeah.
This player falls through the deck.
I should have done that. That would have been a good one. But it's like, okay, so then the big challenge there is I have to separate the party now. There's one player below deck, one player above deck. That was the problem with the fucking ship.
Right, but what you could do is instead of falling all the way through, you're stepping along, and now it falls out from under you, and you're hanging on.
Yeah.
And you're hearing rustling from down below.
Yeah.
There were so many times I just wanted to freaking smash Grumple's character's head in.
Oh, dude, on the next campaign.
I love Grumple to death, but
I know.
Jesus Christ.
He's very
on the next
tedious.
Campaign. All right. Should we start off going back to the mainland so we can rectify what happened to the donkey at all?
We could.
Is he gonna play?
Well, no, I'm talking about just us. I mean, we kind of kill-hauled him, but that poor donkey is still with those pirates.
The poor donkey's still with the mercenaries. That's right. That brought you over to the cloister.
That thing's dinner.
What have I done?
Hey,
unless God, I don't know if I can say that.
I'm totally cool starting with scratch character. I am fine with it.
Were they Arab mercenaries? Just saying.
Were they Barbary pirates?
Donkey maybe something other than dinner. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Donkey wives in house.
Oh my goodness sake. Okay. You know what? Silvar brings up a great point.
Would that be like doing an ass in the ass? I mean,
you never know. You never know. Okay. So I did this the last stream. I want to do this stream. This has been a very fantastic stream for me. Thank you so much, everybody, for showing up and hanging out and being good times. So do check out D&D Shenanigans over on YouTube. That's where I do plan to air this D&D stuff. And
is that a whole other channel you're doing? Or
that's
is that
right.
Under this?
Yes,
Oh.
that is a whole nother channel. D&D Shenanigans 696. That is the channel on YouTube. So definitely check that out. We'll be airing that stuff over there. And I don't know. It'll probably be another week. It'll probably be another week before I get it all fucking ready. So be around for that. We have 2 brand new members who are willing to join and willing to participate in the shenanigans. Perhaps Grumple will come back. Perhaps Grumple will not. We'll see. That depends on Grumple. And I hope that Twisted and Heavy and Race Car will still be part of us.
Yeah, I should be. Like I said, if we can consolidate things a little bit instead of having all the other apps, even when I'm in the out in the field chasing, as long as it's done with the chase, I'll be able to join.
Righto.
I'll be here.
I know. You are always here, Heavy. You're fucking awesome. So I'm gonna put this.
I probably should have reached out and told you part of why I wasn't.
That's okay.
I mean, the lack of ability to join had something to do with it. Well, not lack of ability, but very difficult to do so.
Yeah,
but there were other factors too.
I understand. Everybody has a life, and I will not begrudge you for that under any circumstances.
Yeah, and I'm kind of at the whims of Mother Nature, you know.
So that's another thing. If you do join the campaign and you cannot participate in one way or another, I will attempt to represent your character. And if you cannot participate for an extended period of time, we will kill haul you. So there you go.
Oh, dude, that would be so funny. His character's ball and chain is basically an equivalent of Mother Nature. And when he can't make it, she pops up, smacks him on the back of the head, and drags him away. And whenever he can be here, you can have him back.
Shit fire.
Well, it should be one. We'll be getting into summer where the chasing slows down a little bit, and 2, I have my laptop with me now, and like I said, if we can consolidate things down where I can look at 1 or 2 screens, it's very doable, even when I'm in a hotel or whatever.
I want to bring as much as I can into Roll20. I think that's the better way to do it because, again, I've looked at a lot of VTTs and they all cost money, and I don't want to spend any money. So Roll20 does not cost money. Roll20 does have a decent character creator. I think we should just go with that. So we just bring our characters into Roll20.
You know, there could be times here or there where sometimes we get stuff that goes into the night with with storms, but typically by 8 or 9 p.m. local time, 9 p.m. local time, things are starting to die down.
For sure. Yeah, well,
And I really only night chase if it's something wild like the stuff that hit Kentucky, you know.
right, that was wild. That was wild.
Other than that, I usually call it a day when the sun sets.
Well, I think we'll be looking at something more like 10 or 11 o'clock night and Eastern time, and I'm not sure on the day yet, but Saturday, which is what we were using before, so that's probably where we headed.
That should be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I'll check with everybody. We'll get everybody on a group DM, and we'll figure it out.
Sounds good.
Well, this is to the Rumble chat, the Kick chat, and the YouTube chat. Thank you so much for hanging out and being here. Y'all have a nice night, and we'll see you on the next one. Definitely check out D&D Shenanigans if you want to see what our shenanigans will be in D&D. If you want to follow me here, this is going to be primarily political content, maybe a little bit of gaming, but probably not a lot. Mainly political content. So that's what you get. Also hanging out with folks like Heavy and Twisted here and just fucking chilling and having a good time. That's a lot of what we do. So y'all come around, be around, have a good time. We'll see you later.